drivers getting aggressive, making it 3 wide down the back straightaway. Reddick, advantage, inside lane. He's going to lead the opening lap.
Yeah, we heard on the radio about being patient. It's a great thing to say that these drivers are wired to go and go right away. We saw a big move out of the 7 back in the field. SVG doing a nice job there inside row 3, using that good qualifying effort. His result from Watkins Glen, trying to settle in here in the front.
Michael down third, that dark number 71, working that outside lane, red, white, and blue, number 12, Ryan Blaney going for a spot in the top 5. Gets around Shane Regensburg.
Blaney and the Penske Ford, they've struggled on the mile and a half this year, but showing speed in practice. They need to make a lot of gains on tracks like this throughout the season. Be able to get the better results. High pace opening first laps in the 29-second practice. Those are qualifying speeds here at Charlotte. So these cars glued to the racetrack early in a run.
Battle for fourth has been fun. Thought Blaney had it. SVG wouldn't give it up. Now Blaney is there, and his teammate coming from back behind him. At right number 2, Austin Cedric racing Chase Briscoe.
Yeah, we'll side drive down the back straightaway. Cedric not going to be able to take the spot. Goes back single file down in the corner. They have to fan out a little bit, trying to look for clean air. Give themselves the best opportunity to make speed to the corner. Behind Cedric, Mr. Consistent at the RFA. Chris Buescher in that 17 car, black hood, kind of blue on the quarter panels, up the lane, going to run the middle of the racetrack. This is a team that I feel just finds the most out of their cars every week. Once again, nice move, a little bit of a crossover here. They'll turn to the left. Bottom of the racetrack can be difficult at times. Will be able to carry the speed through the middle. I like about a 3 and 4. They'll put the left front on that paint. There's a little bit of extra grip down there on the painted line. I think as we get more rubber built up on this racetrack, the groove's going to move up the racetrack. The top against the fence will actually become a place where they'll find a ton of speed. You already see down in 1 and 2, a lot of cars running the middle of the racetrack. There's been some treatment on the racetrack. Resin put down in the middle. No resin was put in the bottom groove on either end of the track. So that's why you see a lot of people looking for speed and grip in the middle or the top of the racetrack at times.
I see a lot of movement early. Qualifying being rained out. Some really good cars coming from deep in the field. Blaney trying to get another one. Racing inside of Michael McDowell for third.
Gotta feel good about this. A little loose right there. Run up on the 2, but still side by side down the back straightaway. Blaney showed that speed they had in practice, hoping that was real.
And a very special moment coming here. As we work lap 8, we go silent and honor Kyle Busch.
Good.
Tributes have been unbelievable all weekend long.
They better do 18.
Continue here tonight. And the fans getting involved.
45 car Reddick with a comfortable lead, and we've seen in the last 4 races here in the 600, the pole winners won 2 of those, and he's always ran good at this racetrack. I think they're a much better team this year. I think that gives them a really good shot to come in here with the confidence that they can get the job done. Ran in the top 5 all last year to some late issues.
Tell you what, though, the gap from first to second as we get the Monster Energy onboard camera, not a lot of distance that Reddick's able to create between himself and Ty Gibbs. 54 hanging in the game.
It's hard to believe that we're going to talk about a driver with 5 wins yet. I'm not sure of those 5 they were just dominating the performances. They were great execution, improvement throughout the day, but I look at that 54 car in second as probably the most improved from year to year. What he's been able to do behind the wheel, I know he got that win, and we're going to talk a lot about Bristol, but it hasn't been just Bristol. Other than Texas and Talladega that were accidents, all these finishes for the last couple months have been in the single digits. Ty has turned this corner. His maturity is clear. At 135 starts, he's really becoming a confident race car driver at the top level.
That's what I was going to say. It's maturity, but
Yes.
it's also confidence. And when you get those results, they're up there top 10 in points in a really good position for weekly success. Again, what's going on?
And something that comes with maturity is focus. And when I talked to crew chief Tyler Allen about what's been the difference this year, he said Ty has shown a huge improvement on his focus for driving the average 400-mile race we typically see each weekend. He said, now we got to add 200 more miles. So the goal today was to keep him focused. They are absolutely doing that on the radio right now, telling him really good off 3 and 4, reminding him to settle in, make it live, and be sure to take care of that right front.
That's important information about keeping the right front on the car. These guys are going to have these cars. Well, they love these cars. They're kind of on the tight side, the comfortable side. They're not worried about the car being free or loose, but that does work, that right front tire. And the driver that can manage how much they're beating up the right front tire and abusing that right front, the driver that can change the arc of the corner, shape the corner to help that right front tire without making the car loose, without wearing the right rear, that's the driver that have a good run tonight. And Dale, you, I'm sure, are a fan of this, as throwback as you are about the days of old. It does remind me of that. Goodyear has built this tire that we don't see as many just fail or lose air because of low air pressure, but now it's more in the driver's hands. You can abuse it. It's available, but you also, that ability to take care of it, I think it's a skill set that the greats have. You know, they got tires that wear out now, but they also got tires, once you get a pop, they get mad, they don't want to work. So you slide the right rear, you're working the right rear lap after lap in the corner, and get the tire tip up, it loses grip. And so you have to kind of drive the car and stay off the right rear, kind of using the right front, pushing the right front, making the right front do all the work.
HendrickCars.com onboard camera riding with Kyle Larson. 14th on the board behind Denny Hamlin. A lot of movement for driver 11 early in the race. 13th position for the man that picked up $1 million last Sunday in the All-Star race.
A lot of eyes on that 5 car. A year. Exactly, over a year now since we've seen him go to victory lane. And this is a driver that won about every 5 or 6 starts until then, right? And now there's been this little bit of a dry spell. Yeah, Larson's gained a few spots since the start of the race. And that 5 car, trying to figure out a way to get the next position there over a car that I believe is his best car in practice. And so mired in the middle of the pack right here, it's going to be tough to get that spot. 11 there driving away a little bit here the last couple of corners.
16 laps in to the Coca-Cola 600. Reddick leads Gibbs, Blaney, McDowell, and Van Gisbergen. Everybody chasing a win in the Coke 600. You want to win, and you want to offer the bow in honor of the late Kyle Busch.
Christopher David Bell, he's 4 years old. Now, what have you started?
Christopher Bell is taking the lead. What a finish! He's done it again! Bell has driven to victory again. How about that? That check is for $1 billion.
When every mile matters, where will your journey take you?
Without T-Mobile 5G home internet, this place is spooky.
Relax. Now you can get T-Mobile 5G home internet with same-day delivery.
Nothing to be scared of. Get T-Mobile 5G home internet delivered the same day. Powered by DoorDash.
Introducing Subway's new fresh value menu. 15 different protein pack choices, all for under $5. With new 6-inch deli face, $3.99. Protein pockets, $3.99. And a 6-inch sub of the day, $4.99. Always freshly made, always available every single day.
And there it was, the first great American. Yeah,
echoing like a sonic boom across history. This country didn't tiptoe onto the world stage. Hell no. We were born loud. Liberty is loud, baby. Something to say? Say it. Something to prove? Prove it. Because in this country, in loud we trust.
Go camping, they said. It'll be fun, they said. Does a rash spreading faster than these two got bored with the great outdoors sound like fun? Lucky Amazon Help AI is on your side. You can upload a few pics from wherever you are, and it helps you. Which is good. Because Lewis and Clark over there sure aren't gonna.
Area coverage brought to you by Goodyear, born on the track, built for the street. Just over 20 laps in, opening stage, Coke 600. It's NASCAR on Prime. Chase Briscoe looks good early. Moving through the field, Shane Van Gisbergen continues to race with Michael McDowell. It's all happening for the 5th position.
McDowell's lost 3 spots in the last half lap. The 19 went by on the front straightaway there. He loses a couple more spots down the back straightaway. So the balance on that 71. Suffering just a little bit as we get into this run, Steve. And that's really what we heard from a lot of drivers yesterday. We heard a lot of radios in practice. Our car's good for 3 or 4 or 5 laps, and then that balance, taking care of those tires that you talked about, those gremlins show up, whether the front starts to lose grip or the rear starts to lose grip.
Ryan Preece, orange number 60, flexing some muscle, getting 7th away from McDowell.
He's going to make this pass here. And another car is flexing some muscle. We mentioned him at the top of the show, the 24 of William Byron. See him running right against the wall here in 3 and 4, plus 9 positions. Only a couple other cars have done that since the start of the race. Heim, who was shotgun on the field, and Alex Bowman as well, plus 9 spots since the start of this race. That 24 car moved to the front. I mentioned it in the starting grid when we went through the lineup, but a year ago this 24 car looked unbeatable. Ross Chastain didn't get the memo because he continued to make his car better into the closing laps. Really simply ran him down and was better. And that has to be on the mind of this 24 looking back at this race, thinking, how can we stay ahead of the racetrack to make sure just because we're good early, we have to be good late? I bring that up because they seem to be good early. To Dale's point, 9 spots.
Kind of flipping the script here, right? If you're the 2014 last year, you start out front, you dominate, you lead all the laps, win the stages. Tonight, compromised with your starting position after qualifying is rained out. But he's showing once again just how good he is. Local kid from right here in Charlotte.
Seen the lap time drop to mid 31s or low 31s for 27 laps. We think they're going to come, if we go green, we're going to come to pit road around lap 45. So 20 more laps here. Guys are starting to fade. More opportunity for this 24 car to grab a few more spots before they come to pit road and get tires. So hit the reset button. This 12 car had a big gap in 3rd place over Briscoe. Briscoe's closed that down quickly. This 19 car showing some muscle. Set on the pole here last year, but kind of faded to the backside of the top 10 in the 600. Rallied to get a good result. But tonight, they've come with some speed right out of the gate. Trevor, what you got on Blaney?
Yeah, Joe, Blaney took off like a rocket. He moved forward 3 spots right away, but starting to fade pretty hard. Really struggled with the balance of that car. Take a listen.
Absolutely screaming. Trying to just be conservative, but we're sort of bad.
Blaney's hitting the rear tires on that car, just screaming at him. I've seen him move its line around. He talked about that arc earlier, Dale. He has not been one of those guys that can move his arc out while those rear tires are yelling at him.
Throw back a lap on that onboard. We can see the 12 car. Look at him right there. A lot of movement in the back of this car. Extremely loose. Super uncomfortable. He has no idea how much rear grip he has. No confidence to be able to go in there and laterally load that car into the banking. That is the worst thing for a driver, especially in the next gen era. Here's the sophomore you were talking about on board with Briscoe, looking at Blaney, watching. He's just uncomfortable. A lot of movement in the steering wheel. Not sure about the rear of the car. He doesn't trust it. What I loved about that radio was I heard the emotion in Blaney about just how bad the car was driving, and instead of trying to coach or push, they said, if you need to, back it down. We are 371 laps from the finish of this race. This goes back to what we were talking about, managing the day and that help from your spotter, from your crew chief. Make it feel like you're not out there alone, because it can feel that way, I'm sure, for a driver battling an ill-handling car.
And as we're going later in the night, you're assuming the grip is going to improve, and that front grip is going to improve. So the swing they need to make on this car would be tremendous as we go. You know, around lap 50, we have a big transition in the balance of the racetrack. It gets looser, and so they've got a lot of work to do to get in comfortable.
On board with the 11 of Denny Hamlin. National Debt Relief onboard camera. Watch the back of this 3 compared to what we saw with Blaney. Look at the 3. When he puts in the gas, the car drives relatively straight, relatively stuck. It is bouncing over the bumps, but not as much left to right like Blaney. Still not making a difference, though, as the 11 has a run into 1.
It looked like 3 got a little bit tight up across the racetrack there. Now, getting to the bottom, trying to make this bottom work. It's a little tough down here. No resin to run in, no grip.
Denny started 11th, fell back to 14th, I think, as deep as he was in the running order. But as the run goes on, picking up the pace, not surprised from the veteran driver who just seems to have it in the wind all season long. Mission accomplished on the 3, 11 up to the 9th spot. What's going on there, Kim?
And Adam, that's exactly what crew chief Chris Gale pointed out to me, is that pace was good on the long run for them yesterday specifically. The backside of pace is always good with Hamlin on these intermediates. That's one of his strengths. The balance though yesterday needed a little work. It still needs more work today. Fired off really tight, and he's still complaining of a tight condition.
Back to what you were saying about the cooling night, I feel more comfortable with that. I think as the track cools, the cars normally turn better. So compare Blaney, who's already on the lead side, I think we have a more of an uphill battle versus Hamlin, who's a little on the tight side. I think the track will shift in his direction.
Talked about the strategy and the way it will play out. Probably 10, maybe 15 laps away from green flag pit stops here in the opening stage. It's Tyler Reddick leading Ty Gibbs, Briscoe, Van Gisbergen, and Vries.
At Napa, we know how to keep undercar under control. That's why our solutions are driven by 3 steps. Stop, go, grow. Stop safety issues by checking systems before they become bigger problems. Go further with quality repairs that prevent costly comebacks. Then grow your business behind the parts, people, and expertise that keep your shop moving at full speed. That's Napa know-how.
Ever since we hired Dale Jr. at IHOP, breakfast has been moving fast.
Look, it's pancakes!
Dine-in delivery catering.
Will you send my pancakes? We know why you've put off your best smile. The time, the cost, the anxiety. That's why Aspen Dental is changing how dentistry is done, with technology to make care comfortable and flexible hours to fit your life, all at an affordable price. New patients without insurance get an exam and x-rays for just $29. Not waiting for tomorrow. That's the Aspen Dental difference. Aspen Dental. It's time to smile again.
They just bow down on him and don't like it.
I like things different.
All right, Chewy. I have some other questions. Why do you hate the bath? That's why. When's your next flea and tick delivery? It's tomorrow. See? Good boy. Can we get some sleep during fireworks season?
We got you.
Thanks.
For food, meds, and expert care. For life with pets, there's Chewy.
You saw it side by side under caution at Charlotte for Josh Berry.
Yeah, Josh gets loose right up here against the wall, tries to keep it out of the wall, slides down the racetrack, Steve, but one big concern there was the car sliding across the apron. Trevor.
Hey guys, Shane Van Gisbergen very happy with that first run to be able to maintain track position. Very happy with his car, just saying it turns from the rear on throttle, Kim.
Top right, Chase Briscoe. He said, I need more rear grip and help with the right rear. 4 fresh tires, snuggle field, tie in, spot and clutch. He said balance is good, just need a little help in the rear, Marty.
Kim, this motion coming earlier in
in stage one than the crew chiefs would have liked it. It's going to create a long run to finish this stage. Tyler Reddick described his car as neutral. No changes except 4 fresh Goodyear tires on that 45.
Everybody getting 4. +1 for Briscoe, -1 for Gibbs. Reddick, hold serve coming off the pit lane. Green when we return.
Free for me, only at Chili's, is now available with a big crispy chicken sandwich that's so big the McDonald's McCrispy has nowhere to hide. Oh, never mind. It was hiding right there. Hey, little fella. This Chili's 3 for me is the best $10.99 you can eat.
Chevy drivers need a truck that shows up the same way they do. That's why Chevy Silverado is #1 in manufacturer loyalty. So they can go where others won't. Make their own way there. And always get it done. And as long as Chevy people keep showing up, we'll keep building trucks that do the same.
Just announced. Get 2.9% financing for 72 months on all 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 models.
Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
All right, you're all set.
Thanks, Dad.
Whoa, check it out.
Oh, man. I think he's gonna do it. This might be a good moment to share. Mom, you seeing this?
Hey, baby, I'm here. Is he gonna dunk it?
No way.
When connection matters, it has to be AT&T.
Bro, no charge call?
Your defense is trash, man.
Get home internet from AT&T. Now available across the nation.
I suddenly realized that I was no longer driving conscious, and I was in a different dimension. Just going.
Discovering epic menu. Inspired by the Mandalorian and Grogu. Only at Burger King. Have it the way. Now play in theaters.
Everything cool?
What happened to your face?
Walked into a door.
How many times?
The city's a mess. The people could use a hero.
I hope they find someone.
Closing on the midway point, stage 1 of the Coca-Cola 600. You're watching NextCar on Prime. And this relief lap is sponsored by National Debt Relief. Getting out of debt is easier when you have all of us behind you. Timmy Hill will return to the lead lap here.
We documented the handling issues for Ryan Blaney. Will pit road no better in 6th, out 20th. This is the Achilles heel of this team. And take a look on the right rear. Watch this exchange back here. Watch the time it takes. This should be quick. Tire on, tire off. They have some sort of fumble. The jack man lets it down. He has to come back, rejack the right side. Wise, so they don't have a loose wheel. But it's going to cost 14 spots. You take a handling car, you lose track position. That is a very tough combination, and we see the 77 also taking some extra time on the right side. Not sure if this is an adjustment or just an issue, but time spent on caution Hocevar. Perhaps they wanted to get ahead of some adjustments. We didn't quite see the start of it, but the result the same. The 77 Hocevar will start nearly the tail end of the field all the way back at 37.
Talk about Blaney and the problems they had on pit road. Denny Hamlin, that 11 team, other end of the spectrum, he goes +4. Going to restart outside row 3. Tyler Reddick, the control car, takes the inside lane to his right, Chase Briscoe. Another Toyota on the inside of row 2. Ty Gibbs, Ryan Preece alongside him. Got his best running position of the night. Leaders coming to the Echo Park Automotive restart zone.
Briscoe did a really good job there getting launched, getting into the gas right at the right time, almost even. Heading off into turn 1.
Watch that 5 car. Inside row 4. Kyle Larson right in the game.
Almost 3 wide down the back straightaway for the lead.
Chris Buescher making a move in the back. Briscoe trying to get to the outside of Reddick for the lead. They continue side by side for the top spot off of 4.
A little bit of side drafting for the 45 off into turn 1. Try to wrap tight around the bottom. He's clear. Going to drive up the racetrack, take away the air from the 19. How violent those cars are coming off of turn 2. His arc into turn 3 is really, really late. The 45. So it's hard to guess where he's going to go. He's going to run the bottom, the middle. Almost dirties up the air pretty good for the entry on the car following.
Blaney, as we talked about, back in traffic because of the pit stop, and look at it back here. This is absolute chaos. Clean air is a joke. It doesn't exist. Up top, you see the leaders, and we have a move for second with the 54 Ty Gibbs. 3 wide on the bottom with Chase Elliott. We have action in the front and the back of the pack.
42, John Hunter Nemechek sandwiched in between those two Hendrick cars, Elliott and Byron.
And all the Toyotas have found themselves up at the front of the field. You see Hamlin closing in there in 4th.
We talk about the Toyota advantage, Dale, and I know that the speed is real, but it's execution as well. Remember the 11 gains 4, and that kind of breaks that wall, that barrier of traffic, and now here 4 of them are racing for the lead.
Execution, name of the game. It's been there all season long for this 11 bunch.
Ty Gibbs painting the bottom of the racetrack, that left front tire, left rear tire, right on the paint. The bottom of 3 and 4. It's a beautiful thing when your car can get down there and take advantage of that. Does it as well down here in turn 1 and 2. So hard to make passes on the bottom of the racetrack, but that's an advantage you have to use. If your left front tire gets off of the paint, if you get up even a foot off of that paint, it's much slower, almost a 10th or so a lap. Run right on the bottom, right in the middle, or right up against the wall. Then he really doesn't have a choice here, trying to find some clean air. He's kind of got to be patient. You see, he can't do really much with the throttle there, trying to accelerate off the corner, gives up a little bit of space there.
Yeah, how do you decide, painted line for the left front tire versus maybe splitting the 2 cars, trying to get that gulp of air that's between them? Like, is it? It looks a little bit like an Easter egg hunt back there, just trying to find that air.
Yeah, Danny just made a choice right there into turn 3 that didn't work out. He thought the 54 was going to run the middle, so he went to the bottom. So that's where the 54 went. Danny lost a ton of speed because of the dirty air. Fascinating with these cars, how they have to search for that, how they're able to make speed in the middle, in the top of the racetrack. We see a ton of side-by-side racing right now. Danny fighting to keep that 4th position over Christopher Buescher.
That's Ryan Priest, who's been so impressive early in this race.
RFK, it's been well documented that maybe Team Penske doesn't have the pace, but this RFK camp, I mean, there it is, Priest and Buescher, right? They're running once again together, 5th and 6th, doing a really, really nice job. Brad Keselowski back in 22nd, so a little split in the organization, but second year for Priest and RFK, he seems very comfortable. Derek Finley on top of the pit box, they just do a nice job. He won all the way at the beginning of the year, he won the Clash and was very emotional in Victory Lane, how much it meant to him.
Got a car coming to pit road here, the 7, Suarez.
This soon after a pit stop, you have to wonder if this is a loose wheel, perhaps.
When we talk about mistakes in this race, seem to have it every year. Suarez unscheduled at the midway point here in this opening stage.
Yeah, running 11th. Spire is this team now that's not shocking anyone when they run inside the top 10, top 15. The only good news for the 7 is it's early. If this was in the final stage, it's going to be really hard to come back. He's easily going to go a lap down. As you see on the top, the leaders now into turn 1.
Talking to him this morning, he's super excited about his car, loved his car in practice, looking forward to the race. Been running great all year long in that 7 car.
I mean, make an unscheduled stop, it really puts you in a deficit. The other thing to think about with Suarez, where he is in relation to that chase cut line. Doesn't have a lot of margin for air and giving up some spots here early in the race.
Connor Zilch right here. Coming up off the turn. Looks like he's going to get into the turn 2 fence. Pretty hard right there. Just lost the balance of the car, trapped behind a couple of cars. We saw a lot of issues on the turn 2 last year, guys getting loose, overcorrecting into the wall. Our leader, Tyler Reddick, did that off the turn 2 at one point, as well as John Hunter Nemechek, so we'll keep an eye on that as well. We talked about turn 3 being tough because of the bumps, cars getting out of shape, but exit of 2 could be a challenge as well. Lead staying pretty tight here with Briscoe not allowing that 45 car to get away. Oh, he had to get out of the gas right there. You hear him lift real hard. His car got tight up on the 2. Look at those eyes.
You know, Briscoe here last year, you referenced the fact he started on the pole. They had a great finish, but lost in all of that. You look at the box score, you say, well, they're pretty good all night. The reality is they had a penalty, and they were compromised and had to drive back through. So the fact that he's got this track position now gives you a lot of hope about what they might be able to do as the night goes on. How about the race leader, Tyler Reddick, a half a second in front of Briscoe, Marty?
Adam, we talked about how short that first run was, just 35 laps, leaving a long into the stage run here of 60 laps. After that was happened when they came to pit road, they pulled the tires off the 45. Look at the right front, cording already in just 35 laps. Before Billy Scott told his driver, Tyler Reddick.
Just starting to cord there.
Oh, we got a car in the wall, turn 2. Oh, contact right there. Connor Zillage.
Cedric went for a ride. A lot of traffic there, nowhere to go.
See the back of the race car. He slid to the back across the fence. Looked like he got in the corner, got loose, slid for a long time against the wall with the tail of the car up against the fence, and then down the racetrack. Connor Zillage comes by and collects him, and that's probably some terminal damage to the 88 as well as the 2.
Yeah, it looks fine on the left side. I guarantee the right doesn't look as well. I think you caught him in the right half. Yeah, there you go. That right rear suspension. Now, unlike in years past, this 88 up, as you see, the right rear shock comes off the car. If you want to run a coilover shock, looks like. But unlike in years past, where it would be the end of the day, 88 will have the chance perhaps to come in and see if repairs are possible in the garage. I'm not sure. For the 2-day over, let's take a look there.
Down the bottom of the racetrack. Did he get a little help there or just get loose? Love to see that a little further back. Oh, the 24. Byron comes by with a little contact, and look how hard that hit is. Didn't look like the 20 or Bell made any contact with him. He just got up off the bottom of the racetrack. We talked about keeping the tires on the paint, the grip that's there. Looked like the 2 just missed the bottom a little bit. The back comes around.
The 24.
Right.
Oh, it's contact. Yeah, you definitely saw some contact. So the right side of the 24 is going to have to be looked at. And what a big hit for the 88. I agree with you. I don't think there was contact for the 20. I think he just was turning in. The 20 was right there.
Back it down. Stay calm. Go calm here. Go calm. You're
Oh, man. Right with Hosobar. And I was just thinking about the reaction on the spotter stand because there were so many other cars coming through, and well, there's a really good shot of it, the damage on the right side of the 24.
When I was looking at the wheel, I could see the damage on the fender top, but the wheel itself doesn't look discolored. So sometimes if you unfortunately, just like your street car at home, these aluminum wheels, when you hit a curb, they kind of get shiny. The right rear wheel doesn't look shiny or discolored where it didn't make contact.
Body looks good.
Yeah.
Only thing you're going to worry about is that right rear is pointing in the right direction.
That's right.
Denny Hamlin talked about how you get just a very, very small amount of flex or bend in any of those suspension parts, and your car changes entirely how it drives. So to the thousandth, it's just perfection in how these cars are set up and which way those tires are pointing. So
one. Bad break for 1. The 2 of Cedric, a great break for the 7 of Suarez, who we saw make an unscheduled pit stop. He'll get his free pass. So while track position from 11th has been given up, he's back on the lead lap. A lot of races still ahead.
Tough break for Cedric because he goes out early in this race, and we talk so much about the standings, and he's another one of those drivers that was flirting with that chase cut line. This relief lap, sponsored by National Debt Relief. Getting out of debt is easier when you have all of us behind you. Daniel Suarez gets a lap back here. Steve, you just referenced that, getting him on the lead lap. Be 36 cars now on the lead lap. Well, it's been an interesting start to this race.
Yeah, something that we personally haven't been able to talk much about now that we're in the booth is how detrimental that result will be for the two-car. In past years with the points in the elimination factor, winning you're in, we really didn't talk about these bad days as having too big of an impact on the team. But they will, regardless of what happens, they'll look back at the end of the year and go, man, we really needed those points we gave away that night in Charlotte. Came in here 15th. It's going to leave here more than likely just outside of that top 16 that makes the chase. So.
And they've been running really well lately. I was talking to Cinder's crew chief Brian Wilson in the garage. He said that early in the year, because we wanted, but we were collecting a lot of stage points to keep us in the game. And in recent weeks, they're running top 10s and top 15s, very, very competitive. So they were doing damage on the points and things that way. And tonight, going to pay a big, big price.
And a whole bunch of cars, coming to pit road here.
Yeah, I believe even with 14 laps, this is, tires are losing grip. I think you might see a gamble later in the field. There's a chance somebody might do something different. A few cars staying out, but the majority are going to kind of stick with the plan right here. Fuel, maybe a 2-tire option. That would also be part of the playbook here. We'll see if anybody pulls that off.
Number 6, Rescue 1, 3430 Grand Avenue, Unit 306, Acura Healthcare Company, off of Redwood Drive and Bloomington Road, FTAC1, Number 6, 3440 Grand Avenue, Unit 306, Acura Healthcare Company, FTAC1.
You can see the cars go when they pull off pit road.
67 female constant breathing, she will harvest to be on track 1.
Copy. Was Ryan Priest. You're watching NASCAR on Prime. Tonight, it's 600 miles of remembrance.
On Memorial Day, we remember.
First one is en route to Acura. We're direct.
United States Army.
Private John Calvin Morgan, United States Army.
Staff Sergeant Thomas Lazaro, United States Army.
Sergeant Zana K. Kramer, United States Army.
Staff Sergeant Matthew Ammerman, United States Army.
Staff Sergeant Ryan Christopher Mall, United States Army. Your sacrifice is not forgotten.
NBA playoffs are back. You ever miss it, Blake?
Listen, I'm in the playoffs right now. Scoring points, getting blocks, grabbing boards.
Raining threes.
This guy gets it.
You drained a lot of playoff threes, Blake?
29, brother.
Oh, I guess anything can happen in the playoffs.
Did that feel a little insulting?
Yeah. Be a part of the NBA playoffs with player payouts on FanDuel.
That's funny.
You make yourself more than just a man. You become a legend, Mr. Wayne.
AEW bring for the first time ever.
Rated E10 for ages 10 and up.
Here's what we'll say about the road to greatness.
Name Ford is synonymous with desert racing. Gotta keep pushing to the desert side.
It sure isn't paved.
It's a challenge just to finish.
The engines roar, the crowd screams, and the day is set to perfect. A celebration of life, liberty, and the pursuit of speed.
Lucky to do this thanks to all the people that sacrificed for it.
That's why we stand with pride and reverence to celebrate the men and women whose sacrifice and commitment makes our pursuit possible. Together with Coca-Cola, NASCAR salutes.
You're watching the Coca-Cola 600 on Prime live from Charlotte Motor Speedway. As part of Coca-Cola's 600 initiative, last year's race winner Ross Chastain participated in the annual wreath laying ceremony.
What's going on, Team Nitro? We're going to switch over to Tacmo.
The unknown soldier. Chastain going to be leading the field here. He stayed out. The three other drivers that stayed on the racetrack in that cycle of stops have now come down. So Chastain leads us. Preece and Busher get a couple of tires. Same for Zane Smith. Reddick, the first guy on 4 tires. He's dominated the race, leading 55 laps from the pole. Ready to get it going once again. 41 to go, stage 1. The leaders in the Echo Park Automotive Restart Zone.
Shoved into the outside wall.
Really unfortunate for Bubba. He started this race back around 20th, drove his way up into the top 10. And how about this move? Zane Smith out of line, working over Ryan Preece for the top spot. 38 looking good on the restart.
Looks like the end of the race. These guys are driving tails off. It's insane. These restarts are wild. This racetrack's been like that all weekend with the trucks in the Raleigh Series.
Bubba comes to pit road after that contact you mentioned there. Both front side tires look like they have damage. We'll just have to see how much damage there is on that 23. A lot of interesting eyes on the one of Chastain with those little bit older Goodyears. Definitely having a hard time keeping pace.
And he's sliding back. Zane Smith has the lead. Preece is second. And look who's right behind him. Tyler Reddick got those 4 tires. 45 looking at the runner-up spot. No problem. Reddick is electric here in the early portion of this race.
Let's take a look at that restart. You see William Byron in the middle, Bubba on the top, that white tail. You're going to see some contact here between the 24 and I believe the 71, which shoves 24 to the right, hitting the 23. He has no choice but to hit the wall. The contact continued between the 34. Look how hard this hit is. Man, that's a pretty hard hit. Car jumped right off the ground with the contact.
He restarted 14th. Just a mess. So aggressive trying to gain spots on these restarts. See his teammate Corey Heim flashing by in the 67. Next week we go to Nashville Super Speedway. A couple of years ago, Zane Smith had his best ever run there. He was second. And he's been top 10 in the Coke 600 before. He knows success here in Charlotte. 38 looks good out front. His teammates battle here. This is 6th. The 19 Chase Briscoe. Hamlin trying to get the position.
Right, trying to close the gap on your leader, Zane Smith. Up the racetrack, going to carry the momentum down the front straightaway. And he's going to take that spot, but not only a little contact there with Briscoe.
Brinson repeated the All-Star race last week when they duked it out. Toyota Racing on board with Briscoe here, down the back straightaway.
77 cars on pit road with an issue.
Larson has been quiet, but he's getting it done tonight. Trying to get 4th away from Busher.
You're hearing reports of a potential flat tire for Husavar. That's what brought him to pit road. Zane Smith running outside the top 12 before the gamble to take 2 tires. Great call by the team. Think about what this does, man. Even if he can't hold the lead, which I don't think he'll be able to, Reddick on the 4 tires, but Ryan Brigetti gambling, believing in his young driver, the 26-year-old. This not only helps track position, but what this does more than anything is how is our car drive up front. Now that we have clean air and we get a great balance, this could be so valuable for decision making for the rest of the night.
Chastain continues the slide on those older tires. Logano flashes by in the 22. 48's there. Alex Bowman, Noah Gregson, and the 21 of Josh Berry, who had the early problems.
It's so aggressive back here. Yeah. We saw that last year, Steve. The back half of the field was a bar fight all night long.
You're still in the Tarts phrases now.
We all watched the race back. The air, I mean, it's what this car creates. They are all looking for clean air, the cleanest air they can find. And there is none back here, right? And so this is what we have.
1.5. Slow your momentum. There you go.
Pass after pass after pass, side by side by side, 3 wide. They're running all over this racetrack.
Corey Hine, young talented driver, Toyota Racing onboard camera. Talk about learning. Jumping off the boat in the middle of the ocean. I mean, he is right in the middle of it here.
And wondering where the Chevrolets are. Well, the 5-car Larson through 1 and 2 was side by side with the 45 of Reddick. Couldn't get the job done, but we thought he had speed in practice. Now he's up the front of the field. We're seeing what this car is capable of. I think the 45 is one of the cars that can. Oh, look at this. 45 tried to shut the door, couldn't do it. Had to make an adjustment there. That's going to allow Larson to be able to get up beside him down the back straightaway. Late side draft, position himself with a bit of a slingshot into turn 3. Can the 45 jump in the throttle, carry the momentum around, go to the bump? Can't stay there. He got in the throttle, and then he got to the 2/3 mark and had to get back out of the throttle. He's trying to send it around there, but he couldn't do it. Larson the second. Look at how vicious those bumps are getting down into turn 1. We talk about bumps. Watch this. Watch his head bounce around. Down the back straightaway, there's some big swells across where the crossover gate is now to the bottom of the racetrack. And this is the bottom. This is the good part. It's even worse up top. Imagine doing this 400 laps. Look at him trying to move his head around, just getting a little relief on the straightaway. And it's just as rough down here in 1 and 2. Landing down in the bottom of the corner.
Oh, look at those eyes.
Trying to focus. That's the speed. Oh, he got tight. He got tight off the corner and again. He's looking in the mirror. Here comes the 45. Now he's up at the bumps. Your hands just, oh man, that's vicious. And you're doing this every single lap all night long, and you really can't see all that well. We've talked to the drivers. They talk about their vision. A bit blurry through the corners at times. Before we talk about that, the truck race this morning. Just trying to get some relief on these straightaways.
Zane Smith doesn't mind this battle, right? So you just keep after it. I'll drive the way out front.
Well, we talk about, the extra stage, right? Well, we're 28, soon to be 27 laps away from 10 points being paid to win the stage. So when you think about someone like Zane Smith in the year he's having, he's currently 23rd in points. 10 points is a huge chunk. Stage points specifically. You go back there in the 20s, most of those drivers only have 10 to 20 stage points all year. So when you score those stage points, that is a big factor of who succeeds when you look further down the points grid. Yeah, he's one of the cars that took 2 tires. Also, Priest, Busher, those cars are staying in the top 10 with that 2-tire change. Byron has fell out of the top 10 all the way back to 16th right now. Byron's issue was that he took 2 tires, but then got blocked in or slow to exit with the 42 in front of him. Remember, qualifying rained out. Byron qualified poorly because of the results from Watkins Glen, and that's what hurt the 2-tire call. If you only change 2, you really need track position. He was unable to get it.
Byron racing Elliott here. Coca-Cola onboard camera with number 9.
He's got less tire and worse air back there than these other guys. So.
Dispatch, racing 1.
That's right. Yeah. Look at the headrest on the 9-car Chase Elliott. Look how smooth his
head is in between. There's a little gap. There's a little movement. You can see the head can move down the straightaway, but look how he leans hard against the headrest in the corner. And his head doesn't move quite as much. Now we're not able to really see his head inside because of the visor, how dark it is. Maybe late in the race, it takes the visor tint off, and we can see his head moving around there. There's a comparison between the two. It looks to me like Chase has a much smoother ride, whereas with the 5-car here, he's got quite the job trying to stay focused on what he's seeing.
I agree. I think that's more than headrest foam that I'm looking at right there. I don't know what's different between the setups, but I'll take the more cushy Cadillac ride for the 9 than the sports car Corvette that Kyle Larson might be sitting in.
Well, it looks like Larson doesn't really lay his head against the right headrest in the corner. He's still using his neck muscles and trying to lean to the left, whereas the 9-car Chase and many other drivers do it differently. The Chase lays against the headrest. Roberto does that as well.
Can't get over how rough it is.
Yeah. Like Chase goes in the corner, his whole body lays into the right side of the seat. His head lays into the headrest. He's just being lazy there. You know what I'm saying? He's just laughing. It's like, you know, instead of working his neck muscles and doing anything unnecessarily, he's just relaxing into the seat.
I wondered which version would be, but after that comparison, I think I think lazy's the wrong word.
I would say Elliott's helmet movement matches his personality. He's ready to call.
We're taking a home.
We better take a break and reset. 22 laps to go, stage 1. Zane Smith leading. He's led more laps tonight than he has ever in a race in his career.
Some people just hold their work to a higher standard. They only use the top tools for the job. And they know better tools means better results. Top Dog makes professional-grade diagnostic tools for professional-grade do-it-yourselfers just like you. When you want to fix like a pro, you can't top Top Dog.
Without T-Mobile 5G home internet, this place is spooky.
Now you get T-Mobile 5G home internet with same-day delivery. How can you stand up? Get T-Mobile 5G home internet. The biggest you get. Powered by Coca.
You can run the perfect race.
Leading the pack on the final lap.
And then, boom.
Oh, Hamlin's hit. Hamlin is out of it.
That's true in racing and life. When debt hits hard, National Debt Relief helps you take control, so you can pay less than you owe in less time than you think. When life wrecks your finances, National Debt Relief helps you get back on track. Visit nationaldebtrelief.com to get started today.
Introducing Subway's new fresh value menu. 15 different protein pack choices, all for under $5. With new 6-inch deli trays, $3.99. Protein pockets, $3.99. And a 6-inch sub of the day, $4.99. Always freshly made, always available every single day.
Christopher David Bell. He's 4 years old. What have you started?
Oh, Christopher Bell is taking the lead. What a finish! He's done it again. Bell has driven to victory again. How about that? That check is for $1 billion.
When every mile matters, where will your journey take you?
Jack Ryan, what do you know about stalling?
To get an unsanctioned black ops team designed for psychological warfare, assassinations.
Let's shut it down. The stallion has been resurrected.
The storm is coming.
You ready?
Let's go cause an incident.
Jack Ryan, Ghost War, rated R, now streaming on Prime Video.
The 2026 NFL schedule is out now. Thursday Night Football kicks off September 17th. Detroit going to Buffalo to get the Bills in their new stadium. For the full Prime Video schedule, visit Amazon.com/TNF. I love some NASCAR, but I enjoy the fall as well. Thursday nights are good to me.
Thursday?
Yeah. I mean, I was working for the home team. I just read the card.
I know. I like a little Thursday night NFL, though. That's a great way to kick off a weekend. has no idea what Ryan Fitzpatrick's going to say, so just
try to make this pass on Reddick. Foul at the second.
I tell you what, as we see Reddick handle the battle right here, hats off to Zane Smith and this 38 team. There are a bunch of guys that took 2 tires. He started behind and took 4. He's driven out to a 2.25 lead.
Well, look at the drivers behind him. Tyler Reddick, 5 wins this year. Denny Hamlin, one of the greatest ever. Kyle Larson, our reigning champ. I mean, he's just doing an incredible job and holding off the best in the business.
I would say that out of in the last couple of years that Zane's been in this 38, he has been one of the better highlights of front row. And I think he flashes real potential. And so, always fun to see him. I mean, he gets results that I just don't know are realistic or capable, this team's capable of, Ken.
Yeah, and these laps led for Zane Smith is absolutely the shot in the arm that this team needs. I talked to Brian Berginti earlier today, and he said, look, we have not done much well in the last 6 races. In fact, Vegas was the last time we felt we had a race we were happy with. So they were very much going back to the basics this weekend. Brian, though, always a crew chief that's willing to take a gamble. He did that with 2 tires. And yes, there were other teams that took 4, but there were other teams that also took 2 tires only. Zane coming out with the lead, so I do want to give a little fist bump to their crew. Remember, last weekend was the All-Star race at Dover, where we see a pit stop challenge. The 38 team won that pit stop challenge, and it's that absolute bragging rights along pit road to win that. So just giving them the flowers that they deserve after that last 2-tire stop.
You know, we talk about calm demeanor guys, and Zane certainly fits that. And look at this photo that he posted. A young Zane Smith with Kyle Busch. So much of this coming out this week, and I love the reflection from guys that are now delivering at the top level of NASCAR and what Kyle Busch meant to them when they were just a kid.
Yeah, Kyle's took a lot of photos with a lot of these young drivers that are either in this field or in the Raleigh field, Truck Series, and they've been saying some incredible things about how much he impacted their careers and their initiative to become race car drivers, right?
Oh, it is Chase Elliott.
Chase Elliott's in the inside wall, big damage. Oh, no.
Caution number 3, 2-time winner this year, Chase Elliott.
Yeah, running just outside the top 15 and 16.
They have a great year, a couple of wins.
A lot of driving points.
Yeah, a lot of great finishes. He doesn't love to be called consistent, but that's what they've been over the past couple of seasons. Let's see how this started. Right up against the wall here. Looks like it just gets loose. We saw this last year. I mentioned it earlier in the show. We had a couple of cars just backing around. Lose the back of the car. Lose the car kind of a little free. I mean, there's just no way of knowing that's going to happen. It doesn't look like these drivers have any real warning that the car is going to get loose there, and there's no way to say that once it starts coming around, it doesn't seem like that they have an option or an opportunity to correct this and drive out of it. So frustrating. But when they're running the top and the high line around turns 1 and 2, Steve, they get into the turn, they load really heavily into the banking, but that load goes away coming up off the corner. And the car gets light before you finish the turn, and that's how that back's coming up out of the racetrack. This will be a great look at it from the 22 car.
It's exactly how you pointed out. And to be successful running the top, you have to be in the throttle so early, so long that, you know, it sounds crazy, but the 9 straightaway started all the way back in the middle of the corner because that's when you have to be wide open for the top to work, and it just comes out from underneath them so quick.
Caution comes out at a really interesting time. You know, 9 to go in the stage, and maybe some opportunities. I don't know. What do you think here,
Yeah,
Steve?
this is where I'm so thankful I'm up here and not back there because if stage points, we will definitely restart before the end. After seeing what happened to the one at Chastain, I don't think if you stay out, you can even score stage points. That's the only saving grace. I believe you have to pit here. Anyone that took 2 is going to have to take 4. There may be options for Hamlin or Reddick to take 2, but I think they're thinking of the bigger prize of winning the race. For that reason, I'm ignoring the stage end. It's 4 tires if I'm a crew chief today, Kim.
And the 11 of Denny Hamlin with the first time tonight where there was no complaints. He said that was better, way more stable. They will take 4 tires. You see Zane Smith, Sean Wright, they told him good job holding on the 2 tires just a little tight there. bottom left. He said we heard it on the front side of that run, not so good in traffic. Marty.
Tyler Reddick said the car started to get too free in that run, Kim, but there was some of the meetings and made the decision to leave it along for fresh cooking tires. And to Steve's point, I think those who pitted here will not pit at the end of the stage, Adam.
4 drivers stay out. Ross Chastain among them again. Eric Jones goes plus 13 with 2 tires. We'll reset the running order when we come back. Short run to the finish in stage 1. Caution for Chase Elliott.
This is Arby's quarter-pound pulled pork and chopped brisket. Both are smoked slow for up to 13 hours. Tender, juicy barbecue like this isn't magic, although there is a lot of smoke involved. Oof!
Arby's, we have the meat.
Every day of the week, running.
At the end of the day, we're all chasing something. Imagine what you could do with an all-electric vehicle that gets you. Toyota, let's go places.
Whether you're a professional technician or simply take pride in maintaining your own cars, Harbor Freight offers quality auto tools to meet your every need at prices that can't be beat. From rapid pump jacks to mechanics tool sets, whatever you need, we've got it. Whatever you do it for less. Harbor Freight, your automotive destination.
The true West has no fences. There's an edge, but you gotta find it. Find comfort from the traditions that help define it, and the confidence from having the courage to defy it. But being brave isn't about being different. It's about being yourself. Now, we might not need more people in the West, but would it hurt to have a little more West in the people?
Do parents cover kids' eyes to protect them?
Uh-oh, that's a scary part.
Or to secretly steal their Reese's?
It doesn't sound scary. Super scary.
Perhaps moms know everything happens for a Reese's.
They said luxury was untouchable. We touched it anyway. This is pure horsepower stitched into the very fiber of your race day favorites. Our signature fragrance, Ode to Barbecue. You won't need a tiny designer dog or a Swiss bank account, just 78 years of hell yeah and a guy named Dale. This isn't fast fashion, it's fast fashion. The official uniform of the most epic fan base in the world. NASCAR shot. It's yours.
Inside of 10 laps to go. It's the Coca-Cola 600 from Charlotte Motor Speedway. Tonight we race to remember.
We race in your honor. First Sergeant Glenn L. Harris, United States Army.
Corporal Anthony J. Smaka, United States Army.
Specialist Christopher Horton, United States Army.
Sergeant Martin Anthony Google Jr., United States Army.
Chief Specialist Warfare Operator Christopher Chambers, United States Navy.
Fireman First Class William C. Hooks, United States Navy. Your sacrifice is not forgotten.
Such a special weekend in the NASCAR community as we do our 600 miles of remembrance here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. A couple of things to clean up from pit road. Zane Smith, unfortunately, had a speeding penalty, so big hiccup for them and an issue for the 20th Christopher Bell.
20th Bell has an equipment interference. Let's listen in.
Right front tire interfering with the Ford car. I don't understand what the penalty is. The right front tire was the perfect position. It's completely legal.
So obviously the team is going to need some clarification. We'll dig in and see if we can find the video, but we'll keep an eye on that. NASCAR those with stick behind the penalty. The 20 falls all the way back to 29th. Zane Smith 30th.
Bubba Wallace got the free pass. McDowell, Nemechek, front row stayed out. Those other drivers that stayed out have since come down pit road. 5 to go, opening stage. We got a whole lot on the line here. Michael McDowell with a jump. Hamlin coming through on tires. Inside lane, Kyle Larson driving to the race lead.
43 is going to push the 11. Does Denny take this run to the outside? He's there. They're going to be side by side off of 4. Denny can stick to the throttle here.
4 to go. Stage 1. Hamlin outside, Larson inside, Briscoe in their hip pocket.
Oh, Larson up the racetrack. Can he finish the corner? Breathe the throttle just a little bit there, but he does take the spot away from Denny. Side by side teammates. Briscoe, Hamlin into turn 3.
There Larson painting the line. Reddick able to drive through to 4th. He's on 4 tires, passing Eric Jones, who took only 2 in that last cycle. 3 to go, opening stint of the race.
Oh, Briscoe drives up the racetrack, trying to take the air away from his teammates. Going to do it. Denny just not comfortable enough to have the fire off speed to do the things he needs to do to beat these guys. On the long run, I think he's got it. Back there behind him, Reddick around the top. A lot of momentum from that 45 car down the front straightaway.
1 Chevrolet, 3 Toyotas. You mentioned it, 4 Toyotas. If you add Jones to the mix back there in 5th. That's been the 11's weakness. Has been the first couple laps after a restart. You see now it's coming to him as he climbs the bank. The 19 defensively climbs in front of him. Larson tried to wait as long as he could to decide on where he wanted to run. Now he's looking at slow arcing in 3. Everybody has to kind of wait to see what he's going to do so they can go where they need to go to get clean air. And he's trying to make that decision as late as possible. Look, trying to go down the racetrack, breaking the draft.
Final lap opening stage. It's Larson and 3 Toyotas, Briscoe, Reddick, and Hamlin.
Briscoe's got a little run down the back straightaway, closing the gap. 4 car leads, 3 car leads, 2 car leads.
Thought Larson would drive away. Didn't exactly do that, but he's going to win the stage. Reigning champ on point, getting the green and white checkered flag in the opening stint of the race in the Coca-Cola 600. How about this? 7 straight years Hendrick Motorsports has won stage 1 in this crown jewel race. Good points for Briscoe, Reddick, Hamlin, Jones complete the top 5. Blaney back in the game, finishes inside the top 10 in stage 1. It's the Coca-Cola 600, an eventful opening stage. We're glad you're with us on Memorial Day weekend. It's NASCAR on Prime.
Every journey toward racing excellence begins the same way, with preparation. Practice is about consistency, because mastery isn't about where you start, it's about how you train. Feel the road, own the race. Logitech G wheels and pedals available now on Amazon.
Zepbound, watch this. Zepbound helps adults with obesity lose weight and keep it off. Watch this. And data shows that people taking Zepbound lost up to 48 pounds. Don't share needles or pens or reuse needles. Don't take if allergic to it or if you or someone in your family had MTC or MEN too. Tell your doctor if you get a lump or swelling in your neck. Stop Zepbound and call your doctor if you have severe stomach pain or a serious allergic reaction. Severe side effects may include inflamed pancreas or gallbladder problems. Tell your doctor if you experience vision changes before scheduled procedures with anesthesia. If you're nursing, pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control pills. Taking Zepbound with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can cause dehydration and worsen kidney problems. Ask your doctor about Zepbound. Zepbound? Watch this. Watch this.
Military, veterans, first responders, different uniforms, different front lines, same sacrifice. At Camping World, we're standing behind the people who stand up for us. Year-round support for the USO. Exclusive discounts on new RVs and accessories for service members and local heroes. And every single month, we're giving one hero a brand new RV on us. Our flags are big. Our commitment is bigger. Camping World, America's RV company.
a surf shack on Airbnb. Now you can also get a surf lesson with a pro surfer. Or if you get a place in Mexico City, you can also get a taco tasting with a food critic. You can even get a home in the heart of Seoul and a dance class, K-pop style. Homes, experiences, and services. Now you can Airbnb more than an Airbnb.
The WNBA is on Prime Thursday night. The Las Vegas Aces take on the Dallas Wings. Then it's the Indiana Fever facing the Golden State Valkyries. Thursday starting at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. It's on Prime.
NASCAR on Prime is brought to you by Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Coca-Cola, the proud signature partner of America 250. Aspen Dental. Visit aspendental.com. Get smiling today. And by National Debt Relief, helping Americans get out of debt.
Pit road was open that time. Most of the leaders stay on the racetrack, but a few come to pit road. The 43 of Jones, 17 of Buscher, the 4 of Gregson. The 43 was on just 2 tires and probably needed to get those left sides, but it worked for Jones. He scored stage points. Buscher now coming to the service of his crew.
Buscher spent so much. First half, first 3 quarters of that stage inside the top 5, 6, 7 positions. Lost a little ground there through the cycles. And free pass here goes to Carson Hocevar. So I look at a number of drivers that have had some problems tonight, kind of fighting their way back. Hocevar back on the lead lap. Bubba Wallace got a free pass. He's back on the lead lap. And I have a feeling our Chili's onboard camera is going to give us some love tonight. You know Hocevar's waiting to put on a show.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Ride the dente. I thought you were going to. All right, so we played some radio. The 20th Christopher Bell, a yellow ago, was penalized for equipment interference. Normally, that means you interfere with another pit box. So look up here in this area. Watch this tire as it rolls in right there. You see that tire changer have to jump and go over that tire. Remember, you own your pit box, not the one. This is going to be a great look. We're going to pause it right there. Look at this guy right here. This tire changer is in his pit box trying to service the 4 car. He has to climb over the 20 tire. It's only 2 feet in the 4 stall. I understand the confusion, but I will have to admit that is a clear penalty. If the 4 is not pitting, you can use that space, but you cannot interfere with another crew's pit stop. So a good call by NASCAR. Understandably, frustration out of the 20.
Well, how did I get here? Shooting all the action despite vision loss from wet AMD. It started when Vabysmo opened up my world. I was worried when I started to lose my sight, but my doctor recommended Vabysmo. Vabysmo is different. It's the only treatment thought to block 2 causes of wet AMD. So I'm back doing what I love, knowing that Vabysmo improves vision. And there's a chance for up to 4 months between treatments.
Vabysmo is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection, active eye swelling, or are allergic to it. Vabysmo could cause eye infection, retinal detachment, temporary increase in eye pressure, and uncommon risk of heart attack or stroke or severe swelling of blood vessels in the eye. Report changes to vision or eye pain to your doctor or retina specialist right away.
Now, I'm bringing it all into focus. Open up your world with Vabysmo.
Trust the #1 prescribed FDA-approved treatment for wet AMD and diabetic macular edema. Ask your retina specialist about Vabysmo.
This is Body Armor Flash IV, the only rapid rehydration drink that's scientifically formulated with electrolytes, zinc, coconut water, and no artificial dyes. For days that don't slow down, choose Body Armor Flash IV.
Just like that. Just like that.
For the 17th time, the next.
How you become the legend of the woods with battery life for days from the processor your PC wishes it had.
Ever since we hired Dale Jr. at IHOP, breakfast has been moving fast.
Oh, it's pancakes!
Dine-in delivery catering.
Will you send my pancakes?
My fellow
your savior.
So how about it, you know? One last go. Just fun now.
Let's get into our stage break presented by Snapdragon. Here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, just over this hospitality wall, we see the 9 team of Chase Elliott and Hendrick Motorsports packing up their pit box. NASCAR's most popular driver will have to wait another year if he's hoping to win this crown jewel, the Coke 600. Trevor Bayne is standing by with Elliott now.
Chase, we saw the car snap out from under you there off of turn 2. Did you have any warning? What'd you feel?
My balance, had been that way for a bit, and I was, just trying to push and find some pace. Felt like we were bleeding out really bad, and was just, trying to make something happen. Unfortunately, I stepped over the line, and I made a mistake. So, super unfortunate, man. I feel like I've spent way more than, I've watched more of the ends of these Coca-Cola 600s from the couch than I have been a part of. It has been just a horrendous race for me throughout the course of my career. So just really bummed. Apologize to everybody at HMS and all the guys on the 9 team. Just made a mistake and got over my head and paid for it.
Thank you, Chase. Guys, we talked about how hard it is to manage the pace of this race. Marathon with a 5K sprint.
You can hear the frustration in Chase Elliott's voice, Trevor. Thank you. And we've also seen the aggression. Already 3 cautions in this race in stage 1. Carl, what do you make of it?
One of the most talented drivers in the sport just lost it, right? We take for granted how difficult it is to drive one of these cars on the edge. You're the only one with a prime microphone that's done it. Tell us what that really feels like for the people at home to be on that edge.
Well, you hear Chase Elliott talk about stepping over the line. With the older car, Kyle, that line was a little bit bigger. You had a little bit more warning to kind of slide that car around. This car, that wheel gets a little light, and you're thinking the right rear's there, and instantly you break track and you're around. Obviously, you had some effect from the car right behind him, but the line is razor thin with this next-gen car, and we saw it bite Chase Elliott. Another guy, we saw it bite the 2. We saw it bite Josh Berry earlier today.
I was in the TRD sim this week. You can make some time, but when it slipped, it was gone. So you're seeing 600 miles of just right on that racer's edge, and I still don't understand how you manage the people behind you. That's spectacular.
And we still have 300 laps to go, so how close do you want to toe that line, Carl, and still be there at the end? Because the 9 car ain't having a good day.
Carl said, I could not be able to save it in these next-gen cars like I was in my iteration of car. Why is that?
Well, I think it has a lot to do with the way the air flows under the car and past the diffuser. We can have Latarp explain it in detail, but I don't think it's a coincidence that Kyle Larson, one of the guys with the most car control on Earth, is at the front of this.
Well, he's also the most comfortable on that razor edge of grip, right? He knows just where it is and not step over. That's why we're seeing him pace the field tonight.
Kyle Larson won the first stage. The last time he did that, he went on to sweep them all and win the Coca-Cola 600 in 2021. Double A, our defending champion, off to a great start.
Yeah, he's doing great things. It didn't have a great starting position, Danielle.
Yeah, a big part of the conversation they're talking about with the air is, think about it, this car makes downforce underneath with air going underneath it. The other car made it like pushing on its side like a crutch. When you turn the other car, the crutch gets more weight on it and almost straightens you back up. This car, when you turn it to the sideways, it shuts the air off going underneath the car. The vacuum's gone, and around you go.
Those drivers that came down pit road into stage 1 have been cycled back outside the top 25. We'll see if they make any progress here. Front row is we begin our second stage. Larson, the control car inside of Briscoe. Pace car is in. Leaders coming to the Echo Park Automotive Restart Zone.
Brandon Lashley had a little issue right at the top of the racetrack, had to jump out of the gas. Oh, a little contact back there. Battling around 6 or 7.
So many red, white, blue cars. Hard to tell who's who, but that was Daniel Suarez. Had the problems, unscheduled pit stop, got a lap down. He's right in the game. Larson gets away with the lead on the restart.
Side by side here for second, now for third. Toyota's trying to figure out a plan. There's Blaney. Ty Gibbs back into it.
Get a lot of credit to Ryan Blaney. He went from 6 to 20 on that cycle of stops when they had the issue, but he has stayed with it. Got stage points in stage 1.
And I feel like the Toyotas are just a little bit faster than that 5 car, but Larson's doing everything he can to make that 5 as wide as possible.
How about that 12 car? Big recovery. Yeah, I really thought that pit stop was going to kind of doom their night, but here they are back in the mix.
I didn't think the balance was good enough to drive back to the field, but they improved it a little bit. Battle for the lead, the 19. Taking the lead away, Briscoe to the front.
Talk about what a pivotal moment this could be in a driver's career. To win this race and get on a hot streak over the summer. Briscoe, a guy that needs it. He's been in the game all night long, and he now leads Larson in the Coke 600.
Another car we saw that was really fast in practice, 47 of Stenhouse. He was the fastest car in that short practice again this weekend. We wondered if that was real speed. A couple cars up there in the top 10 of practice, and we weren't quite sure if they really, truly, genuinely were going to be able to have that speed or produce that speed today. Look at this 47.
I mean, this is a good track for him. You don't always think of Ricky at a mile and a half, but when you look at his numbers in the Coke 600, he's a sleeper. He's an underdog, and he seems to pop when we come to this race.
I think it's that blue-collar mentality. Some drivers are thinking, woo, 400 laps. I think Ricky's thinking, absolutely, let's run 5 or 6 or 700. He's unbelievably physically fit, and I think that mental toughness comes with those tough workouts he does.
But you got to think about that team and how just at a disadvantage they are. One single car team, not a whole lot of data and resources to be able to share among teammates. Fighting against these bigger teams with a lot more resources, a lot more funding. So impressive work for them to be able to go out there and be able to match their speed.
Work that will continue into the future. Worth noting, it was announced earlier that the 47 Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has re-signed with an extension for Hayek Motorsports. Great pairing. Happy to see they're sticking it out for more years.
Well, you talk about the pairing with Ricky and the team. Mike Kelly, the crew chief, they've had a great relationship over the years. Continuity pays. We talked about that yesterday during our practice session. Look at our pylon here. And if you look at the top 10, we talk about the comeback for Blaney. I mentioned Suarez. Josh Berry had the early problem. He's back inside the top 10.
Dude, Josh was front out and down across the apron. I thought for sure he drug the diffuser across the racetrack, and he was going to have his hands full trying to drive that car, but they have been able to get that car back onto the racetrack. Apparently the damage underneath not too severe.
And I'm going to give you the credit. You pointed this one out to me. Just in front of this battle is a 97 of Shane Van Gisbergen. Started up front because we went off Watkins Glen. We all know he's so good at the road courses, but his ovals are improving rapidly. For as little practice as we receive and as little testing as we receive, driver 97 is figuring it out.
Busy times for him. Ran the truck race earlier today. Right with Brad Keselowski here. This is the BuildSubmarines.com off-board camera. Man that won this race 2020. Having a solid night up to 9th.
SVG, one of those drivers that did run the truck race to your point, all those laps. Just
yeah.
Laps and laps and laps. Man, look at Suarez. Dives to the bottom. And is able to carry some momentum. That's pretty impressive. But you could turn the wheel like that and not kind of scrub that speed. Now he needs a little help. He's not going to get it. Buscher's going to stick with the Ford on the top side, get a little push. And now Buscher's going to run that middle lane, not because he loves it, but because that's not trailing either car, even though you still see a wheel out at 17.
Yeah, a nice little dance there, wasn't there?
Both back to the inside here, side by side, bring the fight back to Suarez. Suarez going to try to side draft off into the corner. Barry's going to take that spot right back.
Those little wiggles, Dale, didn't bother me until I watched Chase Elliott spin out by himself. Now I'm a little bit more sensitive to the back.
And 17, Buscher trying to take the spot away from Suarez as well.
And make a note of this, Steve. Talking about Buscher, he's one of those drivers that came down and pitted at the end of the stage. Lost all that track position, but big time on the move since the restart to begin stage 2 on those 4 fresh tires.
And look who else has joined the fray, right? We talked about Priest and Buscher. Well, in front of them is team owner driver Brad Keselowski, all the way up in the 9th position. So RFK at this point, worst running car, if you can believe it, is Priest in 14th, doing a really nice job with all 3 automobiles.
Down with the 22, another team looking for speed, looking for results. Man, they have had an awful season trying to be able to get the speed, the 22 car to be able to run up front. Here's a battle for 4th. Gibbs, Larson looks like Gibbs going to take that one away from the 5 car.
Well, you said it on the restart. I'm not sure that Larson is faster. He's doing a good job playing defense. And since that time, he's been on the slide, going from first to fifth as Gibbs completes the pass.
It's obvious the Toyotas are the team to beat here. If you drive a Toyota, you've got an advantage. Seems like that their cars are better on the mile and a half. It's a better package of downforce and power. Whereas the Chevrolets, they have a new car. They're working the kinks out on what this car likes, what it loves. They will figure it out. They will figure it out. They will be able to match what the Toyotas are doing. They got a little work tonight.
Bell, the interstate battery scheme, up to 13th from that penalty with 77. Hocevar also recovering from some trouble earlier, up to 14th. Look at Bell, just move. These guys take a run like a speedway race. When you have momentum, they just left, right, they dart down the straightaways.
Christopher Bell's the one Toyota that's not been able to show the speed. He's anxious to be able to get up there and match his teammates in performance. They've been searching for that speed this year in the 20 car.
Hocevar is now riding the Dente, Steve. I mean, he's plus 20 since the restart. Let's get an update. Driver 12, Ryan Blaney. What's up there, Trevor?
Hey guys, Ryan Blaney, early on we saw how fast he took off at the beginning of this race, but faded hard. Since then they tried to work on that long run speed, maybe overstepped it a little bit, felt like they were hurting on the short run, so now they're trying to find that happy medium to have speed on both ends of the run, Marty.
Trevor, you can see why Ricky Stenhouse Jr. feels like the Charlotte Motor Speedway is one of his best racetracks, and this is straight up on speed for that 47 team as he battles the 97 for that 7th position. A drive from 32nd to 8th, Adam. Earlier, Mike Kelly told me today, hey, listen, I feel this format, night racing like this at a mile and a half, perfect for Ricky, and they're showing early in this race. You know, he's been pretty friendly when it comes to competition on concrete racetracks as well. They go to Nashville next weekend.
Yeah, the one thing I will say about Ricky is we see him lose a spot there. He talked about his car in practice. Feels awesome for 3 laps, but after that, he starts to lose the balance quickly. You know, we see speed in this car, but can they figure out what he needs for that long run so they can maintain that track position? Great point, Dale, because that first stage was broken up with a lot of yellows. So with 77 to go in this stage, if we run clean and green, you know, will that hurt the 47? Does that not suit the balance that they have?
What's going on? Brad Keselowski looks pretty solid tonight, Kim. They're night.
Yeah, they made some major changes halfway through stage 1. Lower the left front, that seems to have helped the car. Brad saying we haven't gained everything we need, but that definitely was a step in the right direction. But there's a bigger problem from Brad. His cool suit is not working. They tried to reset it around lap 56, 57. It has been glitchy ever since. So the next yellow flag, they will flush that. He'll stop to purge that more water that's circulating through the suit when we do get a yellow flag.
And I'll say this too, humid evening here in Concord, North Carolina. Let's get more on that 16 radio.
Yeah, copy that. I'm freaking burning in this car, man. We keep resetting this thing. You know, Jeremy, there's weeks I feel like I can paint too much, and there's weeks like I feel like I don't get paid enough. It's just going to have to be on the lighter this season. I'll just throw it out, man.
As driver owner, I'm wondering, does that mean he's an owner some weeks and a driver some weeks? How does that work?
I don't think anybody's going to tell him no if he wants to come down pit road and fix it.
But to be serious, the cool suit is, when it stops working, it's worse than nothing because it just holds the liquid without recirculating. The liquid heats up, and now you're almost like you're wearing a heated vest.
It's really, really thick. When it works, it's great. But when it doesn't work, it's just like wearing several layers of thermal. So not going to be comfortable until you can figure out how to get that thing to give it a little relief matter.
Closing on 30 laps complete, stage 2. Wisco leads Hamlin, Reddick, Gibbs, and Larson tonight at Charlotte Motor Speedway. We race, we remember.
We say your names so we never forget. Staff Sergeant Frank Peroni, United States Army Air Force. Sergeant First Class Eugene Ashley Jr., United States Army. Corporal Matthew Paul Stiert, United States Army. Sergeant Robert Wayne Crow Jr., United States Army. First Lieutenant Ace Wayne Tyler, United States Air Force. We honor your sacrifice.
know how to keep undercar under control. That's why our solutions are driven by 3 steps. Stop, go, grow. Stop safety issues by checking systems before they become bigger problems. Go further with quality repairs that prevent costly comebacks. Then grow your business behind the parts, people, and expertise that keep your shop moving at full speed. That's Napa know-how.
What causes a current death? Is it Peyronie's disease or someone you have to talk to for help?
I got somebody for that.
I got somebody for that. I got somebody for that.
You guys got somebody for Peyronie's disease? There's hope for the estimated 1 in 10 men who may have Peyronie's disease, or PD. A urology specialist can help you create a plan, including non-surgical options. Find somebody today at GoGetSomebody.com.
Over 250 years ago, we didn't like the taxes, so we dumped the team. Now with the Ram Declaration of Deals, we're pledging our allegiance to the American people with 0% financing for 60 months on select 2026 models, or we'll cover your sales tax, plus no monthly payments for 90 days, and a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Nothing stops Ram.
Or purchase and get 2.9% financing for 72 months, plus $3,500 bonus cash allowance on most 2026 Ram 1500 Crew Cab models.
Without T-Mobile 5G home internet, this place is spooky.
Relax. I can get T-Mobile 5G home internet with same-day delivery. Nothing to be scared of. Get T-Mobile 5G home internet delivered the same day. Powered by DoorDash.
It's time to go racing under the lights.
There could be chaos here tonight. It's going to be a great night for racing.
We're going to bring home a trophy tonight.
Doing it under the lights is so special.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series. This Saturday night from Nashville at 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific on the CW.
And now we get our Harbor Freight tools for victory.
Yeah, we talk a lot about the 600. It's day 2 night. The conditions change. The ever-changing conditions. The lights starting to come on. To be good, you're going to have to stay in front of them.
And you got to manage the ups and downs as well. There'll be issues, maybe mistakes on pit road. You're going to lose spots. Try to stay in the fight. Try to keep yourself, keep your spirits up. Keep your team's morale high. It's a long race. A lot of opportunity to recover.
Don't allow the length of the race to fool you. You have to be great when the lights come on. Ross Chastain proved it last year when he passed William Byron in the last 50 laps. Keep yourself close, but don't dial your car out of the speed it needs when it grips up, cools down, and the trophy's on the line.
It's talked so much about the length of this race, and I feel like all of our driver analysts at some point in our meetings, they talk about driving down into turn 1, you glance up at the scoring pylon, and you're like, what? We got how many laps left?
Well, we're guessing we're about 10 laps away from a pit stop, breaking the stage in half. 65 to go here. Last year, guys were coming pit road 43, 45 laps into the run. Yeah, what you got on the 3 car?
Yeah, the 3 car of Austin Dillon, do expect him on pit road. He said he had a right front coming down. Was supposed to hit the last time by. Looks like he missed pit road, but we do expect him to come down to change that tire. So we'll see if he can make it. Yep, as we see Austin coming right down. Right now, again, this is an unscheduled stop. It is not going to be what they intended to be their green flag stop, but still out there.
Well, the good news for the 3, with 63 to go in the stage, he can make it to the end of the stage on fuel. Let's see, bottom screen, Austin Dillon, will he choose to pit this time? Stays on the racetrack, and I think at this point, as a crew chief, you just paint the picture. Hey, 63 to go, if you have to come, we're ready, and we're inside of fuel, and we would prefer to run 15 more laps or so as we're on board with the 11 of Denny Hamlin, who's run Briscoe down. Battle for the lead, no surprise. The longer we run, the better the 11 gets. That's kind of been the signature this year, Dale, the long run.
Yeah, Denny had a great run down the back straightaway, but Briscoe had him going down in the corners where he was going. Now Briscoe to the top, Denny to the bottom. I don't think Denny's going to be able to get up there to the quarter panel and do much here. 19 will have great momentum off the top. Starts driving away a little bit down the back straightaway. The drag picks Denny back up. At the end of the straightaway, that's right there. The 19 waits for Denny. The 19 waits before he commits to the bottom. So Denny goes, all right, go to the bottom. So the 19 makes a big arc and drives across the nose. Denny has to jump out of the gas. Look at the gap now that the 19 enjoys. That's what the leader has to do. And it's frustrating for Denny, but he's going to be able to keep coming and close that gap again and try again to try to take the position away. He has the faster car. Just got to figure out a way to outsmart or trick the 19.
Talked about the fact Thursday night football, a few months away. Briscoe playing a little defense out front here tonight.
For sure. Yep. Levin's closing back in, and Briscoe start looking in the mirror, trying to figure out, all right, what's Denny going to do? How do I trick him? How's he going to trick me? Back for 11th right here, the 22 of Logano. Kosovar all the way to 12th, making a great recovery from earlier.
And how about the 77 right there? Just lost the car. And I wonder how many times, if we really just rode on board for all 400 laps, how many times your car just skates up the racetrack and you kind of have to catch yourself, recover, and go back on the offense. Denny not let Briscoe out of sight here.
They ran the top of 3 and 4. Should cruise good momentum down the front straightaway.
That's where the 11's better, is on the top.
Oh, man. He just following. He doesn't know. You know, he's like, are you going to the bottom? Are you? No? Okay. Well, it's kind of tough for him because Briscoe's trying to camouflage, right, where he's going to end up in the middle of the corner. That big arc in the corner, you would think, oh, he's going to the bottom. I don't know.
That's where I like to talk for the 11. Get to the right side of the 19, picked up the area, has a run. Can he get to a quarter barrel on quarter entry? He's trying to wait for the top of the racetrack.
He was. He could have went to the inside there, but he doesn't really want it. Oh, look at him. Trying to push. Oh, he made the 19 tight. Got to his upper quarter panel, and 19 car gets tight. Has to get out of the gas. But it'll be tough for Denny to finish the pass down there. He's going to have to bury this car into turn 3.
19 gasses up through the middle of the corner just to not allow the 11 to clear, but he will be able to finish the pass.
Denny Hamlin, new leader, as we anticipate green flag pit stops. Teammates going at it for the lead in the Coke 600.
This is what I liked about the package. In years past, when the 11 passed the 19, the 19's kind of done. The air gets shut off, he loses it. But you saw in the front stretch, he actually kind of got a toe back to the rear bumper. Now, I don't know if he's good enough to use that grab.
I don't think he has the speed the 11 does right now. He's about 2/10 off. Denny, car's coming to pit road.
Talking about the cycle.
Yeah, the early side of the cycle, but if your car's ill handling, which some are, they'll come to pit road early. It looks like the 24 of William Byron is going to start the plan. Kim?
And 24 comes to a stop in his pit stall. The biggest complaint all night has been just can't feel the front tires. They're just a little slow on the right side. But 4 fresh Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel. And for the 3 of Austin Dillon finally coming down, we talked about him picking out a right front going down. He did in fact think that his crew chief Richard Boswell calling him down to pit road. Austin saying, can we make it till the green flag cycle stops? They told him no. He decided to stay out on the track and nurse it. We also have Daniel Suarez on the pit lane. This is the best the car's been all night. Front end needs a little bit more help on. Marty.
And here comes Austin Hill in for Kyle Busch. They changed the number of RCR to the 33. Had a little problem on the right rear. We'll have to see if that right rear did indeed get tight. Hill has been struggling with the handling of the race car, kind of running in the top 30, Kim.
For the 6th of Brad Keselowski, I talked earlier about the big swing they took in the middle of stage 1 that has improved the car's versatility. Brad said they can do a lot more with it now. So it's going to be 4 fresh Goodyear tires. They make that chassis adjustment. As you see, Chase Briscoe making his stop right now. He said it fired off great that run. In fact, the best it's fired off all night. It feels almost like it does in clean air, just a slight chassis adjustment, Marty.
Kim, the terrific fire-off speed we saw from Ryan Preece from RF Penny early in the race. He didn't really have that on this one until the car was just way too free. You can kind of hear drivers in their voice. You can feel the track is going through a swing as it gets cooler here, Kim.
And Denny Hamlin on the pit lane. They will come down for service. Denny, no major complaints on that, so we will not see any big adjustments on this stop as they put fresh rubber and Sunoco fuel in that car.
All this cycles Ty Gibbs to the race lead. Reddick is second, Steve.
On board with Briscoe on the bottom of your screen. He was running second to the 11. He came in lap early. A lap of newer tires should be about a second and an advantage. So as you see the 11 exit pit road on the bottom left, you see the map right here. Let's see what the 19 does. It's hard. We don't know exactly where their pit stops were, how they compare. I think the 11's going to keep the lead as the 19 is kind of battling with Bell. That tells me that Denny Hamlin did a really nice job on and off because he should have lost time pitting on the later side. But a dominant performance by the 11 to stay in front of the 19. Remember, both of these cars have already pitted, so they're behind the 20, who's the actual leader.
It's not the battle for the race lead now, but once everything cycles through, it likely will have been. Here's Tyler Reddick.
Yeah, Tyler Reddick saying the car just got way too free on both ends of the racetrack, and quote, the entry was choppy over the bumps, especially in turn 3, already back out on the racetrack. Meanwhile, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. coming down. We talked about that front run speed for Stenhouse. He was a little bit worried about his right front tire towards the end of that run. Mike Kelly said, hey, if you can stay out a little bit longer for me, I would love that to make the second run shorter. I would love to spin it closer to half. We're pitting here with 51 to go in stage 2.
And right at the midway point of the second stage, Christopher Bell now leads.
Yeah, and I don't hate this plan by Bell. Remember, you know, these cars are pitting with 40, 45 laps of their tires. There's still 50 to go, so you can run all the way to that perfect split point. Now, the advantage of coming early, all right, this time for the 20. That was the radio of the 20 as we see trouble. Looks like a jack issue on the 22, Trevor.
Yeah, guys, the 20 car, Christopher Bell, was able to drive up to 6th place after that green flag cycle. The 22 car, obviously a very slow stop. The 20 car will be hitting pit road this time, but the reason they stayed out is because that pace, Steve, they were 3/10 faster than the field the last 4 laps before that green flag cycle started.
Well, let's compare where the 20 is when he blends back on the racetrack. Clean right side, Jackman around with that patented swing around the back with the jack, left side down and away. No blink. I mean, 9-second pit stops happened in an absolute flurry. Top of the screen, I watched the 11 come through, so Bell will rejoin. But remember, he'll have a little bit fresher tires. There'll be 48 laps to go in the stage. On the pylon, you see him falling. He should rejoin somewhere inside the top 10.
He was 7th when the cycle began.
So probably 9th or 10th. Let's see how he does. 9th right now. SVG is coming. SVG will be get him. So now Bell can settle in. He's only a straightaway back to the 7th position he was in. Looks like about 4 seconds. He should make that up in theory with fresher tires over the longer run. It really just comes down to, you know, how traffic catches him. Here he is. Oh boy, coming to pit road, back in the car, kind of stepping out.
When the audio matches the video. Is that what that was?
So it's pretty good.
So a couple of drivers yet to come to pit road. Hocevar and Bubba Wallace, they still have to make their scheduled green flag pit stop here in the middle of stage 2. Then everything will cycle back to him.
Bubba's on pit road right now with the 23 car. Remember, he's on the comeback after some contact with the outside wall on a restart. Party.
See Bubba Wallace coming down pit road. Carson Hocevar is going to come down next time. Yeah, the steering wheel for Bubba Wallace was at 2 o'clock, and they have not been able to fix the toe on that 23 car. Meanwhile, if Carson Hocevar told anybody in the field about that last run, they told everybody tires are very important tonight. He restarted 34th, drove to the back half of the top 10, purely on speed. They bring him here down pit road right now. 46 to go here in stage 2. Clearly some speed in that 77 after a problem earlier. And now a problem on the right rear. You see the waving there. They've got to get it jacked up on the right side once again. This will cost Hocevar once again losing track position.
Now they're having continued issues because it had some issues with the nut. They changed to a fresh wheel nut. Go back over. This probably will be an extra lap loss by the 77. Good news is the tire changer realized that the wheel was not tight. Jack that dropped. These wheels cannot be tightened up properly with the weight of the car sitting on them. The car has to be in the air. So let's just take a look at this. He comes in on the mark, right sides up. Is it a handle issue? That's exactly what happens. So on the exchange, the tire carrier, a little bit messy, kind of stepped on the hose, then he bumped the quarter panel, and the jackman doesn't even look. To do a 9-second pit stop, it is a timing situation. And then right here, they had to get an extra wheel nut. Jackman helps him out. Damage is done, but slow pit stop's never good, but better than leaving with a wheel loose. Very mature, waving, not leaving your post if you're that tire change. You can't just kind of put your head in the sand. You have to understand the problem's real.
And better to do it now than later. Still plenty of time to recover. They've already come back once tonight. past the halfway point, stage 2 at Charlotte, the Coke 600. Denny Hamlin in charge from Joe Gibbs Racing.
As suddenly realized that I was no longer driving conscious, and I was in a different dimension. Just going.
They just mad that I'm him. They don't like it. You can
I like things different.
You've fought against the odds in every inch of every race with endless determination and grit. All of your hard work and dedication have brought you to where you are today. Keep moving forward. Talk to your doctor about Breztri, 3 medicines in 1 inhaler. Learn more at Breztri.com.
Introducing Subway's new Fresh Value Menu. 15 different protein pack choices, all for under $5. With new 6-inch deli face, $3.99. Protein pockets, $3.99. And a 6-inch sub of the day, $4.99. Always freshly made, always available every single day.
My name is Daniel. I've been a barista for 8 years, but I wanted to bring my take on real coffee to the community, and my Toyota BZ helped me get there.
Imagine what you can do with an all-electric vehicle that gets you. Toyota. Let's go places.
Well, very mission resurfaces. Jack Ryan is pulled back into the CIA. John Krasinski returns in Tom Clancy's Jack Ryan Ghost War. Rated R, a new movie streaming now only on Prime Video. Inside of 40 laps to go, stage 2 in the Coca-Cola 600. We're live at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Born on the track, built for the streets. Just wrapped the cycle of green flag pit stops. Let's go to the pit lane and Marty Smiley.
Adam, I wanted to show you the tire, the right front tire that came off Carson Hocevar's car. We talked about these teams being worried about right front tires for these teams, and we saw a number of them on this last run. We saw it from Kyle Larson, we saw it from Tyler Reddick, we saw it from Carson Hocevar's car as well. And in fact, Luke Lambert told Carson Hocevar on the radio, I think this is going to be the game for the rest of the race. You're going to have to take care of my right front for me. Team talking about, there's that right front from Carson Hocevar. Team talking about it getting cooler, the track getting freer. So what's your level of concern when you see that right front off the 77?
Well, it's for certain concerning because as the pace picks up, I don't think the wear will get better. And that unwinding, the fabric you see is you kind of have a layer of rubber, and then underneath there, you literally have a layer of cords, and they're wound around. Think about it like a ball of yarn. And once you wear through and kind of break the first piece, it unwinds across the tire, and you have to. The good news is, I think the driver can feel it. He knows it's happening, which I love. I think, I don't like tires that just kind of fail. I like the driver to know, hey, I push it too hard, I have to pit. That's part of trying to managing the race.
Hocevar, the 4th driver in the 1 lap down category, 4th in order, I should say, those drivers that are a lap down, 31st. So he's got some work to do if he's going to put himself in a free-pass position at the end of the stage. Got 35, now 34 laps to go here in the second run of the race, Kim.
Yeah, the second unscheduled green flag stop of the night for Daniel Suarez. He was reporting a vibration, came down, they took all 4 tires off and changed them. Looking at the team, as they check the tires out right now, they don't really see anything in
interesting because when we say he feels a vibration, you know, Dale, is he feeling the seat, feeling his feet, is he feeling the steering wheel? I have seen driveline vibrations, obviously tire vibrations. This is going to sound crazy. I've seen aero vibrations where parts and pieces on the cars break and they shudder. You know, when you open, you crack just the driver's window and the guys in the back seat can't stand it driving down the interstate. Think about that. That's at 70 miles an hour. Well, at 180 miles an hour, that pressure can be so violent, it can shake a part of the car at a harmonic that, Dale, you can't tell if it's aero or what it is. You just know there's a buzz or a vibration.
Yeah, back in the COT days when they first brought the splitter, we had these splitter braces, and you might break a splitter brace, and the splitter would shudder, and it would take grip out of the car. It would make you feel like you couldn't drive the car as hard as you wanted to. And it kind of disconnects that sensor you have to the tire to understand really the level of grip and how much you can commit to the corner. Anytime you got a vibration in a race car, it absolutely makes it harder for you to know how much grip you have in the car, and then therefore you can't confidently commit to the corner like you want to. Battle right here for second place, Briscoe, the 54 Gibbs. Gibbs trying to close in and take this spot away. Briscoe's car is fast, just not quite as fast as some of his teammates here.
All four Gibbs Toyotas inside the top 6, and each of their drivers have led at least one lap in this race tonight. Very much in the game, all of them.
Right before we pitted, Denny came up and drove by the 19. 19 was fading on the end of the run, but now the 54's up here trying to go in the 19 of Briscoe.
That's a good word.
Briscoe's like, man, what do we need to get? What do we got to do? What are our teammates doing? We know what they're doing. We know all their parts and pieces, air pressures, everything. What do we have? Or what do they have that I need or could help me find the speed to be able to match his teammates? Doing a pretty good job, though, hanging on to this second spot.
We talked about the 19 and 11's battle through green flag pit stops. I thought there would be an advantage for coming earlier. Look at them side by side, the 19 and the 11. Watch how similar these stops look. Very clean on the 11, a little bit slow on the right side of the 19. If you can believe, there is over a second and a half difference. That's how quick these stops happen. I mean, the 11 gone, the 19 still working. No big difference. Think about this. 8.86, one of the 2 fastest stops of the year for Denny Hamlin. 10 and a half for Briscoe. So what looks like, if you don't put them side by side, you could barely tell the difference. But that is a huge difference. I think it's important when we start talking pit stop times to really show you what a second and a half looks like, because it's not as obvious as you think it would be.
Long green flag run here, and Denny Hamlin has now put Austin Hill a lap down, so 24 cars on the lead lap. And I referenced the number of cars on the lead lap because we talk about how congested this pit road is. You're going to have some more pit stops tonight, under caution. Boy, if you're those front runners, you don't want anybody around you. You want to be as clean as you can, so the more guys we put a lap down, the door opens for some of these guys to have success. And I said he put Austin Hill a lap down. He hasn't done it yet. 33 hanging in there.
Yeah, Austin's going to fight on the outside here. He's going to try to do it respectfully, give the leader plenty of room, but not just lay over in alignment and take the lap away.
Hill, an awesome veteran of the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
I think Austin's learning too, right? He doesn't drive these cars all the time, so every lap he's getting better. Every lap he's getting smarter. This is a great opportunity for him to be around the leader and see what Denny's doing and pick up a few things.
Already told the story, 33 second car this weekend for Richard Childress Racing. As they will not run the 8 in honor of Kyle Busch. 25 laps to go, stage 2. Hamlin picking him up, putting him down. He's led 26 laps tonight.
Denny's been racing with the 32 a little bit, so looking at his lap times, I'm kind of wondering if Gibbs is better right now. Denny doesn't have the fire-off speed on restarts, but we know, I believe he's the class of the field in the long run. Once they get beyond 5-10 laps, he seems to have the best car. Now the 54 here, Gibbs in some traffic, so we really can't compare the laps. I think both of them in clean air running 31 teens. The rest of the field a little bit slower than that, but these 2 cars right now are the best out of the field.
One of the great stories of the night, ninth place Shane Van Gisbergen doing an unbelievable job, Trevor.
Yeah, Adam, how about that? We would expect this at a road course, and that's kind of what got Shane his track position. The metric from Watkins Glen allowed him to start this race third. Really, I believe he would kind of sink back into the bottom half of the top 10, maybe the top 15 by the end of stage one, but he has fought hard, staying in the top 10 all night. He was even surprised to start this race that he was able to do that, but now he's settling in, starting to work on this car, so I'm saying he needs a little bit more short run speed, a little bit tight right now, getting fired off.
Been working with Shane. SVG's been taking me to school on all the road courses we've seen this year for a little digital series, and he's so fun to talk to about the road courses because he speaks with so much confidence about what I need to do here, what I need to do there, what I need to do here. But we've had a lot of conversations about the ovals, and he's so respectful to the talent in the field, and he has so much humility. He won't admit, I think, that he's getting better, and I keep telling him, man, you look like you're very comfortable out there. He reminded me he was not comfortable yet. He thought it was taking too much effort to run the pace he needs, but he was thankful he could run the pace. Where he thought last year, just that pace wasn't even kind of in there. He wasn't sure what he needed to do to get better. But man, what a great transition from SVG over here into these stock cars and off these ovals.
This was the race last year where I think we saw some, evidence of his improvement, running the top 20, 25 all night long, started easy forward and 14th overall at the end of the race, at the end of 600 miles here. That's hard to do. And we also got to look at Trackhouse. They're trying to get better. They aren't where they want to be as an organization. But if he's running as well as he is tonight, I think that says a lot about his progress. Because you definitely have to, handicap the vehicle just a bit. I think that's the honest thing to do because Trackhouse has struggled just a little bit this year.
You've never been here. The facility's just unbelievable. What a shot.
It's an amazing weekend every time we come here on Memorial Day. 20 laps to go, stage 2 in the Coke 600. Tonight we honor and remember.
On Memorial Day, we remember Sergeant Michael David Verrado, United States Army.
Chief Warrant Officer Michael L. Wright, United States Air Force.
Eddie Wade Forrest II, United States Marine Corps.
Sergeant First Class Glenn Jacob Wetton, United States Army.
Captain Ralph Earl Hines, United States Marine Corps.
Captain William Jacobson, United States Army. Please say your names so we never forget.
The 3 for Me, only at Chili's, is now available with the Big Crispy Chicken Sandwich. Wait, and it still comes with bottomless chips and salsa and a bottomless drink? Oh, fast food is not gonna like this. This Chili's 3 for Me is the best $10.99 you can eat.
And there it was, the first great American yell, echoing like a sonic boom across history. This country didn't tiptoe onto the world stage. Hell no. We were born loud. Liberty is loud, baby. Something to say? Say it. Something to prove? Prove it. Because in this country, in loud we trust.
Do kids want to grow tall to reach the pros, or to reach a Reese's? Some might say that is an unfair advantage. But I say, everything happens for a Reese's. The engines roar, the crowd screams, and the day is set to perfect. A celebration of life, liberty, and the pursuit of speed.
do this thanks to all the people that sacrificed for it.
That's why we stand with pride and reverence to celebrate the men and women whose sacrifice and commitment makes our pursuit possible. Together with Coca-Cola, NASCAR salutes.
Scan the QR code to shop Logitech G's newest products and hottest deals. Logitech G, the official wheel and pedal of eNASCAR. Benny Hamlin continues to just drive his way through the field. Going around Riley Hurts, putting him a lap down. Riley running the 23rd position.
Last handful of laps, Benny's added about a second to his lead over Gibbs. And Briscoe's kind of hanging in there, only about a second behind the 54, so things are kind of leveling out. I think it's because they're all in this type of a situation with lap traffic. It's how well can you get through. Everybody's going to run the preferred line, which is up the racetrack. That's where Denny would want to go. But if the traffic's there, he has to run the bottom, and you can see he can't get off the corner quite as well. A little bit of help down the back straightaway right there.
Closing on 10 to go in the stage. Let's get a report. Alex Bowman, what's going on there, Marty?
Yeah, I wanted to give a quick update, Adam, on the 48 car. They've had a transaxle issue for pretty much all of stage 2. No first or second gear for Alex Bowman. I got to give him some credit, Junior. I mean, even with that issue, he stayed on the lead lap until that last green flag stop. And I mean, man, it took him 10 seconds to get out of his pit stall with no first or second gear. I'm sure there are few things more frustrating to a driver than trying to get out of your pit stall or restart with no first or second gear.
Yeah, that's something I don't think any of these guys have a ton of experience with the new next-gen car, the transaxle. So they'll be soldiering through the night trying to figure out how to get this car home. Hopefully whatever's, destroyed inside that transaxle doesn't become a bigger issue.
Danny Hamlin just lapped William Byron. That car hasn't really been the same since that contact
That's
with
right.
the two eccentrics. So I don't know what happened to that 24, but it's not awful. It's 22nd, but I think it was a little bit faster before that.
Yeah, it's like that right rear's got just tweaked just a little bit, something just slightly bent. Can't really see with the naked eye, but if it's, if that toe's just a thousandth or a couple thousandths off, it's going to affect how that car drives, especially on the right rear tire. Battle right here, the 5 of Larson, trying to hang on the 4th, Reddick in 5th.
Some real great recoveries inside this top 10. Bell had a penalty on pit road. He's up to 6th, right here in the picture. We talked about him. Zane Smith is 12th after initial on pit road. Josh Berry's 13th after spinning down the banking. So
what about Eric Jones right there behind them? He does the 2-tire stop. He's able to get stage points, loses all the track position when they make their stop, but he's driven back up inside the top 15. Give some love to Cole Custer. He hadn't had a top 15 finish this year until Watkins went, and he's 15th tonight.
Fun little battle right here is if Bell's got better tires, right? He pitted later than everybody else, and look at that. He's going to drive in there. Oh, he's going to cross the wake right there. He's going to lose a lot of speed. Here comes the 45 back by. And so, he made that commitment to the entry of the corner to clear the 45 with a bit of a slap job, but then he had to cross the wake of the 5 and couldn't finish the throttle on corner exit. So, gave the spot right back. And look at Reddick in the 5. Again, Larson, not quite as good as the Toyotas. Trying to do everything he can to keep the spot with 2 cars that are faster than him on his heels.
And Briscoe keeps telling, just keep swapping the spots back there. I got 7 more laps in this stage.
Tyler Reddick dominates the early portion of this race. 5th right now. They've been quiet lately, Marty.
Yeah, haven't really seen the strength from the 45 as he continues to try to get that 4th spot from Kyle Larson here in stage 2. But he's not unhappy with how the car is handling. Listen to the radio.
Pretty close. I think the top's going to wake up and help our bounce a little bit. Pretty happy. It's a moment. I'll let you know as it goes.
Adam, this has been a fun battle to watch, but Junior, why would Tyler Reddick say that? Why would the top wake up so late in this race, and why will that help that 45?
I think the track's really green. They haven't ran a ton of laps all weekend long, so there's not a lot of rubber down on this racetrack, and as they start to put rubber down, that top groove will start to get a little bit better as the bottom tightens up, but that's happening really, really slow tonight. You can see these guys, there's a lot of cars that are actually making the bottom work late into this race.
around this point in the race, and yet last year, lap 14, we had cars on the fence running the wall. The leaders were running the wall at lap 14 of the race. Not a lot of people are going to the top of the racetrack and making a ton of time up there.
One thing consistent from last year to this year, turn 2 is a challenge. We saw Chase Elliott spin earlier a lap and a half ago. Watch this 45 car right here. Watch how loose he gets. Oh, man. Like he's not sure where the 20 is. He has to put some wheel in it to not get up into the 5. And then the back tires just could not accept any more wheel. And this is going to be a 3-wide squeeze.
Now right there, really, really slow off the corner.
And he's a lap down back in 25th.
Yeah, he's got an issue.
Top of your screen, this is Dirt Track Central, isn't it? I mean, you got Larson there, you got Reddick, you got Bell. Just again, Briscoe is McDowell to get his service.
Talking about right front tires, I wonder if the 71, see him go way up the racetrack trying to get to pit road. I wonder if he's lost the right front tire, if it's corded. It looks like he's been into the fence.
Yeah.
There's no good year on any of those tires.
That's got no sidewall. Oh,
Look
yeah.
at that.
That's
How
a
bad
great
that tire was
call.
corded. So look at that, makes me wonder about the rest of the field. We've got a handful of laps to go here, just 2 or 3 laps to go. Is everybody going to be able to get to the finish with no issues? Big battle right here, the 45 and the 5 off of the corner.
This might be where we get the issue right here. Hamlin leads Gibbs, and for third, Reddick and Larson. 2 to go, stage 2.
You call that out like you've been there before. Oh, yeah. 71 had no chance of making the corner.
You hit it from McDowell because we're right here at the end of the stage. Just couldn't nurse it home. Now he cycles way back after that runner-up finish 2 weeks ago at Watkins Glen. Tonight making his 550th career start. Coming to 1 to go in the stage. Lots of traffic.
Oh, it's chaos in front of those cars. Hamlin's already lapped those cars, but 2, 3 wide in front of that battle.
Looks like the 38 car as well has the right front tire issues. Zane Smith trying to nurse it home. Just another lap to go. He's dropping like a rock back through the field.
Stage 2 has been all about Denny Hamlin.
Bottom of the screen right here. He's got a right front tire coming off of that car.
Saying that 31 laps, had a speeding penalty. Troubles here. Green and white checkered flag in the air from Denny Hamlin. Won earlier this season on the 1.5 mile at Las Vegas. And tonight he gets his second stage win in the Coca-Cola 600. Gibbs, Briscoe, Reddick, and Larson the top 5. 5 with the top 6. Our Toyotas, Blaney stays in the game. Busher back to 8. Van Gisbergen gets stage points, and so does Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
And I will tell you, as a crew chief, seeing those right front tires not last, I might shift that green flag pit stop a little bit later to make sure I don't have to run 55 or 60 laps. Look at these right front tires that are worn out and then unwound. Drivers are just purely passengers when there's no tire on the car to steer.
Follow something on Michael McDowell here.
So you remember the 23? Let's see what happens here. No contact right there. I don't think that had any. I think the 71 was coming off the car over the course of multiple laps. Right? Same thing for the 38. That was something that was, a process of the last 30 laps on that car. Let's see no contact right there with Bubba Wallace.
Memorial Day weekend. Time to honor and remember. They do such an outstanding job every year, Memorial Day weekend.
Probably RP is an elderly female. She wants to take her son to the hospital, but she can't get into the car by herself. She just would like some assistance. 61-year-old male.
Cars will come in turns 3 and 4. Drive down to pit lane. And we will go silent. It's impossible to fully express our gratitude for the men and women who work around the clock and around the globe, providing us the freedom we all share tonight. Their selfless commitment allows us to live freely. On this Memorial Day weekend, we honor and remember our fallen heroes, those who have made the ultimate sacrifice. We lift up their names, and we lift up those Gold Star families who have lost a loved one serving this great nation. Let's join together for a moment of silence. Thank you.
Zepbound, watch this. Zepbound helps adults with obesity lose weight and keep it off. Watch this. And data shows that people taking Zepbound lost up to 48 pounds. Don't share needles or pens or reuse needles. Don't take if allergic to it or if you or someone in your family had MTC or MEN too. Tell your doctor if you get a lump or swelling in your neck. Stop Zepbound and call your doctor if you have severe stomach pain or a serious allergic reaction. Severe side effects may include inflamed pancreas or gallbladder problems. Tell your doctor if you experience vision changes before scheduled procedures with anesthesia. If you're nursing, pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control pills. Taking Zepbound with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can cause dehydration and worsen kidney problems. Ask your doctor about Zepbound. Zepbound, watch this. Watch this.
Mom, I got it. Life is but a dream. Life is but a dream.
Change happens fast. Lock in your internet price for 5 years and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Every journey toward racing excellence begins the same way. Today, the gap between the garage and the living room has never been smaller. Because mastery isn't about where you start. It's about where you train. Fuel erosion. Own the race. Logitech G wheels and pedals. Available now on Amazon.
NASCAR Powerball. The chase to 1 million is on.
Violet, are you ready?
Don't miss your chance to collect cash prizes on your way to an all-new destination where you could take home $1 million.
The winner is contestant number 2.
I can't believe it.
The official lottery game of NASCAR is back for the chase. Powerball. The chase to 1 million starts now.
This is my home. I'm gonna fight for it.
You may have the power, but you're too scared to use it. I know how to use it.
Masters of the Universe. Only to your faith.
Prior to the Coca-Cola 600, Staff Sergeant Ian Storms was surprised with the keys to a brand new Toyota Tundra, courtesy of Coca-Cola and the USO. Staff Sergeant Storms is a C-17 loadmaster who's airlifted disaster relief and flown critical combat missions overseas. As the proud signature partner of America 250, Coca-Cola, in partnership with the USO, honored a true hero in Victory Lane, celebrating the service men and women who make this country great. What a scene here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, the drone show.
So awesome.
You know, I was talking to Mike Helton from NASCAR when he was up here with us on the pre-race, and we were talking about this night. And I said, it just gets better and better every year. All the things that we do to recognize those that serve our country. And he said, this is like the party you keep going to every year, and as soon as you get here, you remember why you keep coming back. It's 600 miles of remembrance.
On Memorial Day, we remember Lance Corporal John R. Wheatley Jr., United States Marine Corps. Chief Specialist Warfare Operator Mark Cardillo, United States Navy. Staff Sergeant Jack Zygmunt Sky, United States Army. Staff Sergeant Michael H. Ollis, United States Army.
Lieutenant Eric Parker Bryce, United States Navy.
Chief Warrant Officer Nicholas P. DeMona II, United States Army. And Specialist Nicholas P. DeMona III, United States Army. We honor the fallen.
And so now, start thinking once again about the second half of this race. One of the big elements, no doubt, going to be execution on pit road. The pit lane is open now. We're heading your way, Kim.
And for Denny Hamlin, he needs to fire off better. Could never get the right front in the track. They're going to take 4 tires fuel, go on the Jack Chase Briscoe top right. Said, really rough ride, beating my brains out. Can't get the corner. Loose and over-rotated. He said, right rear grip. And then Ty Gibbs' car is worse this run. He said, needs to be a number tighter. Marty.
Tyler Reddick told Billy Scott, man, I feel like we're in a tough spot here. I'd love to free up the early part of the run, but I'm really worried about how that will affect the right rear. Eventual decision was to leave it alone and let it go with 4 fresh Goodyear tires.
Pretty conventional here. Everybody comes down. Everybody gets 4 tires. Going to be level to begin this third stage of the night. +1 for Briscoe. Gibbs goes one in the wrong direction. Larson feeling good. Reddick lost the spot. Chris Buescher stays in it. +2 for that 17 team. And I got to tell you, Shane Van Gisbergen, I mean, just doing an unbelievable job, and the crew delivering as well.
I don't want to be the weatherman here in the booth, but I will tell you, in a race of ever-changing conditions, the sun has set, the lights have come on, and the rain that was a good distance away is closing in. And look, I don't know what it's going to do in the next 30 minutes or 40 minutes, but I do think we're going to start hearing more and more radio chatter, because are we looking at a 600-mile race or a 500-mile race? And you start positioning yourself and leaving yourself the biggest window of opportunity to stay on the racetrack if you think weather is coming. Let's listen in to Team 11.
There is one tell on the side, I don't know, 10, 11 miles out. I don't know what it is. It might just miss it. And then the rest of the stuff still about 25 miles out, but still too far away to see if it's going to actually get it or not.
So what does all that mean? Remember, at halfway or the end of stage 2, the race is now official. If that little cell he's talking about gets the track wet, and then we wait a little bit, and the big cell comes, I think that's what all these crew chiefs are trying to do. I think it's a nice job to let your driver know, Dale, because the intensity, I don't know if it can pick up, because it's been unbelievable already, but maybe it can.
I would be thinking that everybody's going to start racing like this is the final stage. This is the final run to the finish. You have to imagine if they're comfortable running 45 to 55 laps before they have any kind of tire issue or want to get to pit road. We're probably going to have the weather here before then. So I absolutely think that you gotta gas it. The race is complete. We got a lot of weather issues this weekend. There's a lot of weather building behind these cells. If we do get rain, we don't have the confidence that it could get restarted tonight. So I'm racing to win as soon as they drop the green flag here, and I think that's what everybody's going to be thinking.
And now our pit reporters join the conversation. What do you have for us, Trevor?
Yeah, but early in this day, we talked about the track taking changes. As the temperature changed, as the nightfall came, well, we're here. It's cold, it's dark. Over that last run, we heard a lot of conversation around cars shifting, getting freer. Ryan Blaney was one of those guys on the radio talking about how bad the bumps are now because the back is just bouncing around and he can't take it. They're having a debate, though. How do we tighten this thing up without hurting our short run when we're in traffic? Because everybody has been tied to dirty air, Ken.
Well, Trevor, Charlotte marks the halfway point between the regular season. So I asked crew chief James Small for the 19 team, where do they need to step up their game? And he said, look, stage points have been our Achilles heel so far. We have not been earning the stage points we need to. They've earned 40 stage points coming to this race on the season. That's less than half than Tyler Reddick at the top of the points standings. But he did remind me, that was the trend last year for the team too. at this point. They were able to turn it around at this point in the season in 2025, and it looks like they're answering the call here tonight. Chase has earned the most stage points at 17, tied with his teammate Denny Hamlin. So maybe, Marty, they are in fact turning the corner on stage points earned.
Well, Kim, if you look at the top 5, it's Kyle Larson versus Toyota, isn't it? He's the only Chevy in that top 5 for Toyotas. He's trying to fight for this win against. Again, Larson has not won in over a year. 7 drivers have broken a 30-plus race winless streak here in the Coca-Cola 600. Larson certainly in a position to do that. Cliff Daniels wanted to make sure that his driver knew the right front that they pulled off of the 5-car last time had some pretty significant cording on it. He said, anything you can do, help me out with that. I know you're free. Do the best you can to take care of that right front. And Steve, look at that right front that came off Larson's car.
And the good news is, if managed correctly, I'm not sure we're going to have to run that far on a right front tire, but it's always in the back of your mind. Just one more piece to the puzzle we're trying to put together as this race unfolds.
Old Firedale up top stage points. And 10 extra ones on the line here tonight with that added stage. And you look at the guys that are delivering, Hamlin and Briscoe, both put 17 on the board. I mean, everybody down on pit road's talking about it. Kim referenced it with this 19 team, but you got to go out and get it done. And Joe Gibbs Racing's doing it, but in particular Briscoe, who needs him coming in.
Yeah, Larson's having a good night there, and he needs it as well, 17 points. So he needs to climb a few spots to be comfortable about his opportunity to race for a championship this year. Ty Gibbs doing a great job, as he has done all year long, sitting right now in the top 5 in points. That 54 car gobbling up some extra stage points tonight.
I'm waiting to see how this 11 does on the restart. That's been the one weakness of the 11 consistently for the year. And we had clean and green, and he drove off to a pretty big lead, and now we're bunched back up. Can his car, can the balance, can the 11 do what it needs to do on the sprint right here off the go?
Fire Dale up with stage points. We're going to fire Steve up with the betting numbers. Let's do our FanDuel race check.
Well, you see Denny Hamlin's the favorite for good reason. It has been an impressive performance, but like I just said, restarts have been his weakness. So if you think it's Briscoe or Gibbs, one of the other Toyotas, Reddick, or maybe the Chevy with Larson, now's perhaps the time. Because once they get out front, you're going to lose those odds. They're going to drop.
Briscoe's done a great job on these restarts in the front row, being out, not the control car. He still fought hard to be on the outside of the control car off into one. Can he do it again here?
Joe Gibbs Racing cars up front for the restart. Christopher Bell pitting outside the box, penalized. He'll have to come from deep in the field. Hamlin, Briscoe coming to the Echo Park Automotive Restart Zone, underway in stage 3 in the Coke 600.
It's a great launch by the 19. Denny doesn't have a ton of help. Off into turn 1 and 2. Oh, man, the 19 couldn't get the throttle just as good, but got a side draft here on the outside down the back straightaway. Can Denny slow him down? He does. Big run from the 5, Larson.
Reddick pushing through right behind him. Hamlin trying to get free in that inside lane to get the top spot. Is he all clear? Yes, he is. 11 back on point early stage 3.
That's huge for Denny Hamlin to be able to clear there. Now he tries to make 30 air from the 19 car down into turn 1. He does.
Look at the bearing lines here. Low, middle, and high. Everybody's starting to work with it.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Busher right there, side by side. Catherine Levin, the 78.
She has right front tire flat, living around on 3 and 4 8.
I'm just going to real slow. I don't want to run off on the racetrack.
Gotta salute Catherine, doing the double. First woman to do it, 6th all time. Ran the Indy 500 earlier today. Unfortunately for her, crashed out early, and that 17 in the tire just came off. She was trying to lift it back.
It's going to be a caution.
It needs to be before it gets any higher. It looks like it's going to stay on the apron, but yeah.
Caution number 6.
Thought it was a flat tire. Obviously, it was a loose wheel, and then the wheel exits the 78.
It's flat too.
Oh, it's 2 for 2. Yeah. Flat and loose, and now removed.
I'm sure it practiced yesterday, and lap times were pretty decent for a 78 car. So not run these cars that often. Come out here, and the lap time that the field was running in practice was better than the track record in the next car. And she was right there taking along some solid run laps as well. She
talked about how important it was to get practice because she had never been here in a Cup car. Randy O'Reilly raced here a season ago, but did not see this place at the Cup level. Did get some practice. I would also say, she's running limited schedule. We'll see her from time to time the last couple of years. Her best ever finish was in a Crown Jewel event, Brickyard 400 last summer. So we congratulate her on all the other things she's done, and today competing in the double, which is, I know it didn't go the way she would have liked, but just an enormous challenge for anybody to take that on.
Roads closed this time around. Wouldn't shock me though when it opens and we see maybe some back half lead lap cars come, and it's more of a fuel game or a fresher tire game with the potential weather coming. If you're a car right now, if you are Cole Custer running 14th, Ryan Preece 15th, with only 17 cars in the lead lap, you come, put some fresh tires on. We know tire wear is an issue. Maybe you can run a little longer into the green flag run. Maybe
You're looking at the radar, though, Steve. You're a crew chief on the pit box. What do you think? I mean, how long are we going to be running before we have to worry about the weather getting here? Are you willing to take that risk and give up that track position that you may never get back?
Man, I feel like I just got put right on the spot right there.
Why is it
looking at me.
Dude, you've been in that position.
I'm making that assessment on those drivers because that's what I would do. If I'm in the top 10, I'm sticking with the plan. But I am telling you, if I'm Joey Logano in 12th and I'm looking literally for lightning to strike, I need something to jumpstart my season as we ride on board right here with the Ford onboard camera. I think, and Paul Wolf is Mr. Creative. Come down right here. Just stay ahead. So if another quick caution comes out, maybe you can stay out. Just try to keep my options open.
You mentioned Paul Wolf. He's always been so good at nickel and diming Joey into a great finish.
I was here the day David Rudiman stayed out, and we all pitted. Yeah. I was one of the cars that pitted. And we were like, it's just a quick shower. And then a day later, when it was canceled, we all dropped our head, and we were like, we could have been David Rudiman. Congratulations to them. They did a great job. Rodney Childers on the call that day. It was an impressive run. Let's listen to the 6 of practice lessons.
What's your story on tires? You got any left down there? I got 7 sets land, especially with the radar I'm looking at. I am not opposed.
Love it. Let's see it. Green light on pit road. Who's coming to pit road? If I'm Brad, I'm turning left right here. He is. You can tell out the rear window.
He's not the only one.
Brad. I love this call. Keep crew chiefing. Keep giving your driver whatever advantage you can find. Give him.
And for Brad Keselowski, you heard that radio. What you didn't hear on the radio was the code word diamonds. We'll see what that means when he gets to his box. He did report that he was just a little bit tight metal in the middle. They will at least take right side tires. 4 fresh Goodyear tires, looks like. Marty Ford, Brad Keselowski.
Derek Finley raised his hand at Steve's proposal and said, hey, I'll take that. Hey, the speed Preece had earlier in the race. They have not had it here in the second half of the race. So taking a swing just outside the top 10, hitting here with 188 to go and 88 the stage.
I just think earlier into stage 1 when some guys came down, and then the rally that they had on those tires next stint of the race. We'll see what these guys do here. We're underway. Stage number 3 in the Coca-Cola 600. Tonight we race to remember.
No race means more. Sergeant First Class Jonathan B. McCain, United States Army.
Private First Class Willis Earl Norris, United States Army.
Sergeant Bobby Frank Weinrich, United States Army. Senior Airman Jason Flight, United States Air Force.
Lance Corporal Brent T. Broman, United States Marine Corps.
Sergeant Ross A. Penninan, United States Army. Your sacrifice is not forgotten.
Christopher David Bell, he's 4 years old. What have you started?
Christopher Bell is taking the lead. What a finish! He's done it again, Bell! It's driven to victory again. How about that? That check is for $1 million.
When every mile matters, where will your journey take you?
Whether you're a professional technician or simply take pride in maintaining your own cars, Harbor Freight offers quality auto tools to meet your every need at prices that can't be beat. From rapid pump jacks to mechanics tool sets, whatever you need, we've got it. Whatever you do, do it for less. Harbor Freight, your automotive destination.
Ever since we hired Dale Jr. at IHOP, breakfast have been moving fast. Oh, it's pancakes! Dine-in delivery catering.
Will you sell my pancakes?
Bet you can't run as fast as T-Mobile. Bet you I can. You gotta pick it up because T-Mobile now has the fastest 5G home internet. Watch this.
I'm okay. T-Mobile now has the fastest 5G home internet. It's $35 a month.
Safe like repair, safe like replace.
Ooh, that's rough. At least with SafeLight, you can get that fixed any way you want.
Any way I want. Any way you want. Just the way you need it. Any way you want.
I can schedule a chip fix while I get my hair clipped?
Yep.
They can fix my glass while we fish for bass.
If you want.
They can recalibrate my safety features while I sit at home in my comfy pants?
That one doesn't rhyme, but sure.
Get it fixed any way you want at SafeLight.com. Safe like repair, safe like replace.
Everything cool?
What happened to your face?
Walked into a door.
How many times?
The city's a mess. The people could use a hero.
I hope they find someone.
Aerial coverage brought to you by Goodyear, born on the track, built for the street. Stage 3, Coca-Cola 600. For the Hall of Famer, Dale Earnhardt Jr., our crew chief Steve Letarte, I'm Adam Alexander. Big restart coming here. Those drivers that came down pit road, took tires and fuel here, Greased the best of the bunch, restarting. He's 15th prior to the choose. Hamlin, Briscoe up front. The Echo Park Automotive restart zone awaits. Don't look now, but last year's winner Ross Chastain back in the game. Briscoe, outside lane power move. Couldn't quite get there to clear Hamlin to 3.
Can he spin his right side door this time? No, Hamlin with a big corner entry.
He's coming back. Maybe he's going to have to give him the room. He's going to be outside down the front straightaway.
Major momentum for Briscoe.
Big run for the 45. Does he go 3 wide? He does.
3 wide, turn 1, Reddick inside, Hamlin in the middle, Briscoe outside. Unbelievable stuff on the restart. 45 going to the point in the 600. And he slides up to block the 19 of Briscoe. Incredible.
Then he got through the last restart, but this time a little bit of maybe an overdrive into 3 and allowed the 19 to get back to his right rear. The car just got tight. I'm not sure which. But either way, Reddick was there to take advantage. Hamlin is still in a fight with the 19. I think he's going to finally clear him right here. He does. He slides up. Oh, man. You saw the fire off the gas. Yeah. Oh, the 19 is like, please don't. Oh, there's a lip block.
Attack.
4 tires on that 20th bell, making them work. Artery up to 10th already. Only 3 lap pressure tires. Tires matter, and it makes for great racing here at Charlotte.
You know, we've heard from Denny Hamlin. Wants to continue to improve his craft when it comes to restarts. Second now behind Reddick. Larson slides through to 3rd. Little crossover for Briscoe. I mean, Van Gisbergen just not going away. It's unbelievable to me how consistent that team has been tonight.
Stenhouse as well, back there at 6th, on board with Gibbs, looking ahead. The car behind him would be Stenhouse, but in front, Briscoe. Gibbs with a run. What does he do with it? Does he look low? He does.
There's a lot of balance to approach here. Because you know the rain's coming. But you also could be racing a lot longer if it misses us. You don't want to throw away something really good, chasing a short-term gain.
And I'm going to tell you, I didn't think 3 laps would matter as much, but the 20th bell has kind of leaped through the canyon. He's now to 8th. He just passed the 17 of Busher, looking up to SVG, up the road ahead. Battle for the lead at the top. Bell slicing through traffic at the bottom.
Denny's making great time across the bottom of the racetrack right there. The 45 of Reddick, not really able to take a lot of opportunity off the top here. So Denny to the bottom. He's going to wrap real tight. Try to come up here and side wrap down the straightaway. The 45 just not really good. And look, see the bobble? Reddick is not comfortable, not making the pace at the top of the racetrack like he wants to. I think Denny takes the spot with ease right here.
Hamlin wants to be in control, and he is again. Little wiggle as he comes off the corner, but he's able to hang on to it and maintain the top spot in front of Reddick.
None of them looks like we could drive them.
I want no part of this.
Oh.
The climb continues for Bell.
Yeah, I'm shocked. I mean, I know the 20 is good, but I was thinking more of fresh tires for a strategic advantage, but Bell is thinking fresh tires for a speed advantage.
78 is Catherine Legg, brought out that caution when she lost a tire.
45's got to run here. Catherine's dirtying up there just a little bit for the leader. Now the 45's back to the bumper. Denny's going to go to the bottom. The 45 to the top. Denny misses the bottom of the corner. Here comes Reddick around the top.
Look at this. Back and forth, Reddick and Hamlin.
And whatever their balance is, it's almost like the trailing car either gets tighter. Like, I think they're all fighting loose, and when they get into second, they can actually get a little bit tighter balance because of the air. Wouldn't surprise me if the 11 runs the 45 right back down.
Reddick's won 5 times this year.
Oh, Denny almost into the outside wall off of turn 2.
Hamlin has 1 victory, but Hamlin probably feels like he should have 2, and Reddick should have 4. Go back to Kansas, mile and a half. Looks like Hamlin's going to get it done.
Watch this right here. Oh, so close right there. Denny just lost the handle of the car. Last handful of laps, last handful of corners not being great for this 11 car. Clearly looked like the better car of the two, but a little issue with lap traffic there, and now struggling to get the board back and get the speed.
Duos combined to lead 130 laps here tonight, Reddick and Hamlin.
Bell's climb up the standings kind of got halted. He got to the 97. SVG doing a really good job of just committing to the top, running the top. Really no defensive moves on the 20. He's just forcing him to run the bottom, the non-preferred lane. Trevor, 97 in the 20. Heck of a battle.
Yeah, guys, the 97 of Shane Van Gisbergen, he can't even hide his excitement on the radio. During that break, he was like, guys, this is so freaking cool. And now you see his restart. He gets to 11 up inside the top 5 for a moment, able to rip the top 3 wide. Talk to those guys about his maturity and confidence. Bill Jr., you mentioned it. What is this going to do for Shane Van Gisbergen's confidence going forward on these ovals?
It's just going to keep building and building. And he's going to start, where he might be giving guys some breaks, right? Maybe I don't have the speed to be up here. I don't have the speed to hold this car off. He's going to stop doing that. He's going to expect himself to be able to get up there and do this every single week. He's going to get tougher and tougher to race with, and tougher and harder to pass, as he should.
And let me just add on that, Dale, right? The 88 was in an accident, so we can't use Cummins Village. But, when you look for the one of Ross Chastain, here's the 97 in front of Ross Chastain. Last year, 600 win. I think Ross is an amazing race car driver, and he is in a great bar for SVG to understand. If he can run with Ross or better than in any oval, he has to feel great about what he's doing behind the wheel, because you would assume they're very similar on equipment out of the same organization.
Chastain racing Logano, 3-time champion Logano, celebrating his 36th birthday today. Happy birthday to him. The thing about Van Gisbergen, he wins at Watkins Glen, gets himself a chase position, but he was on the all night long racing Briscoe.
And that gets tight on corner exit.
A little bit of lap traffic here is going to make things a little challenging, but present opportunities possibly for grab a spot.
66 Timmy Hill, several laps down.
And Hamlin has got to be just thinking, how did I get this lead back to Reddick? I know they were going around Catherine Legg, but he kind of missed the bottom, as Dale pointed out, and Reddick is doing a marvelous job of maintaining about a half a second.
Just over 30 laps in stage 3 at Charlotte. And as we run the Coca-Cola 600, we give you the Coca-Cola Racing family update. Denny Hamlin, best of the bunch. Logano, we talked about, into the top 10. Suarez not giving up despite the problems they've had. Wallace has been behind the 8 ball tonight. Austin Dillon has also faced some problems in this race.
Looking at that radar right there, it's hard to tell if it's going to go just a bit north of the racetrack and whether that stuff building to the southwest is kind of breaking up a little bit, so we might get a little bit more time here.
Race is so good. I want to see all 400. This is unreal.
Rain, pit stops, both on the way. What comes first? Stay with us. It's NASCAR on Prime.
Military, veterans, first responders, different uniforms, different front lines, same sacrifice. At Camping World, we're standing behind the people who stand up for us. Year-round support for the U.S. Army. Exclusive discounts on new RVs and accessories for service members and local heroes. And every single month, we're giving one hero a brand new RV on us. Our flags are big. Our commitment is bigger. Camping World, America's RV company.
There was a time when Burger King was a king spotted at a Burger King. But somewhere we just fell off. You called out our restaurant, service, and mistakes. Oh, and this guy. We needed to be better. And I'd know. I'm Tom, the president. So we fired the king and crowned you. Reinvesting one restaurant, team, and Whopper at a time. But there's a new king, and it's you.
Chevy drivers need a truck that shows up the same way they do. That's why Chevy Silverado is #1 in manufacturer loyalty. So they can go where others won't. Make their own way there. And always get it done. And as long as Chevy people keep showing up, we'll keep building trucks that do the same.
Just announced. Get 2.9% financing for 72 months on all 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 models.
Chevrolet. Together, let's ride.
Every journey for racing excellence, because mastery isn't about where you start. It's about where you train. Feel the road. Own the race. Logitech G wheels and pedals, available now on Amazon.
Every day, there are heroes among us.
Men and women who serve something bigger than themselves.
They sacrifice, they inspire.
And they deserve to be honored in a way that lasts.
Nominate a veteran or active duty service member for the NASCAR Heroes Pass and give them a lifetime of NASCAR.
Visit NASCAR.com/salutes to nominate a hero today.
Just over 60 laps to go, stage 3 in Charlotte. Let's do our Credit One Bank ones to watch.
Yeah, I'm going to pick this 19th car, Chase Briscoe. Set on the pole here last year, ended up third. Comes into this race, and this is a time last year where this team got on a huge run to carry themselves into the playoffs and have a great season. So felt like tonight was another night for that. They've been struggling to find speed throughout the year, really put it together and execute right. Tonight, I think they might bring this thing to victory lane.
I can't change my pick now. It was Denny Hamlin before it started. It's Denny Hamlin still. He's led 66 laps tonight. He knows how to win here. He won here in 2022. He won back at Las Vegas on the same tire 7 times. He's put those rings on the Crown Jewel races. Maybe tonight's number 8.
Full disclosure, I went last in the draft, but I'm getting the guy that's running P1. Thanks for leaving me, Tyler Reddick, who until last year had never finished outside the top 10 in a Coca-Cola 600, and he was great last year, had the speeding penalty, and that's what took him out of the mix a season ago. He's led more laps in this race tonight in the 600 than he had all of his efforts before coming in combined. 80 out front this evening. Reddick is in control of this race.
Yeah, I like all the picks, and this is the part of the run where that 11 car starts to show up. We saw how On restarts, he struggles. He gives up a spot. He's doing a little bit better job on restarts tonight than I think he has over the last several weeks. But this is the meat of the run, where that 11 car starts to really shine.
And he had it after the restart started, but remember, like, just made a little mistake in the 3, and they let Brandon get around him back on the outside. You know that's even increased his determination. Feeling like should be that car leading.
There's so much conversation tonight about the Toyotas, Joe Gibbs Racing, but Larson just hanging tough with all of them right now, Marty.
Yeah, when you look at that top 6, it's Toyotas plus Kyle Larson, the only Chevrolet representative in the top 6. And under the last caution, Kyle Larson had some interesting comments to put in this, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think my balance is okay. I just obviously have more control. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to tell you either direction. Yeah, I don't know.
Obviously, Chevrolet with a brand new body here in 2026. And Steve, you have lived that before. Is there a time on the calendar when you got a brand new body you have to work through that you would circle and say, hey, by this point of the year, I want to have it figured out, even if it's only 80% of the potential that we had in the last body?
I think for sure there are certain ones, this being the 600 is a big one just because it really is a true test of a man and machine. I will say the other one that's also kind of 5 races is Michigan. 2 miles, really, really fast, high speed. But when he talks about potential, what he means by that is you know, there's multiple things. But if you just talk about how fast their cars are, it really comes down to, hey, how much horsepower does it make? How much downforce or grip does it make? But what we forget a lot is drag. These cars are very draggy. They are pulling a very big parachute between the underbody and just the shape of the car. So one car might be able to make the same amount of grip with a more efficient, more streamlined setup, which makes it seem like it has more horsepower, but maybe it's a actual aero advantage. I know Chevy, though, is going to keep working on how this body needs to be placed on the racetrack. There's no doubt they're going to make gains. That's the one good news for them. With a new body, there's probably more potential gains ahead.
Watch this 5 car, watch the helmet. Running to the top of the racetrack, this is where the bumps are the worst in 3 and 4. Look at that. Really bad. On corner exit. Unbelievable what these guys are having to put themselves through. And these cars, why they're bad, why the quality is bad, they sit these cars on the stops. They have to get them as low as possible to get that back of the car down to create that downforce underneath the car. And so they sit on stops and not really a whole lot of suspension happening. All the dampening is going through the sidewall of the tire.
Getting to a real tough decision for these crew chiefs, right? You talk about the roughness of the racetrack and the compromise you have to make there. Well, another compromise they're going to have to make is when do you want to pit under green? The weather's coming. We're only about, they have 36 laps on their tires, 52 to go on the stage. So there is something that says the front end of the pit window is probably in the next 1 or 2 laps, but are you willing to run long? Are you gambling on weather? There's more to the equation now than just simple math with the weather potential. Trevor.
Guys, 21 starting this pit cycle here was really happy with his car on the short run, but thought it fell off too hard, fell back to 18 outside the top 10 on that run, taking 4 tires and fuel.
I don't think the answer is as clear as what I would do here because of that potential weather. A couple more on pit road. We have the 97 of SVG, the 12 of Blaney also in. This could be a little bit more of a trickle. Normally we see a wave. They kind of all come in 2 laps. I'm not sure everyone's convinced, Trevor.
Ryan Blaney there was the best running Penske car for most of the races. Teammate Joe Logano had just got by him a couple laps before. Ryan Blaney really finding a loose balance there, trying to work on this number 12 car as he hits pit road.
Now these cars will absolutely have a grip advantage. A second to a second and a half of fall off tonight here at Charlotte, so new tires will instantly pick up that speed. Chris Buescher has joined the group that have now come to pit road, kind of focusing on the lead lap cars. Others continue to pit. That's Buescher at the bottom of your screen. Leaders are coming to pit road here, the 45 and the 11. Yeah.
A little slow there on the right side. They did remind Chris that they've been seeing cording in his right front tires, so just be careful with this next run. As we see more cars on pit road, the 19 of Chase Briscoe, I believe, coming in right
Racing off pit road. The 6-year Ryan Priest, he took tires. Middle and C said some of those at the back end should take tires on that last time they did and drove into the top 10. And also Ricky Stenhouse Jr. They kind of migrated the speed, which was really on the front end for the 47 to the middle part of the run. They told them that they need to work on 3 and 4 the most. But this battle up front between the 45 and 11 after the cycle of stops, fun to watch, Adam.
Oh, it's been incredible. I mean, they all come together, so there's no drama of how they're going to blend. We just got to watch them do their work and slice and dice down the pit lane.
See that 45 car out front there, bottoming out down into turn 3. Got the car right on the surface of the racetrack. On these little air pressures. He does it again. He's going to the top of the racetrack. They handle it to the bottom here. They're making a little bit of time on this 45. That car in front, I believe, is the 20th bell it is. That's the leader of the race. So this pass matters because now they're back on the lead lap in case we do have the yellow. Very important pass for these two.
So they both get back on to the tail end of the lead lap. And there's 3 cars that are yet to make a pit stop. You talk about Bell, who is the official leader of the race. He's going to have to come down to pit lane. So is Brad Keselowski and Zane Smith. It will all cycle back to this duo. This right now basically the battle for the lead unless we get rain or something. Reddick just hanging tight in front of Hamlin.
You see that 45 bottom out? I mean, 185 miles an hour in the middle of the corner, and you have to contend with the car just bottom out.
Talk about how physical this track is. I go back to our production meeting earlier today. Corey LaJoy had run the truck race, and he came in. I mean, he was scrambled, and he told us that just because of how physical this racetrack is. We've watched it all night, and now we're heading toward the 4th quarter. You got to get locked in, and these 2 greats are going at it.
These guys are battling for 4th and 5th position right here, but as soon as the cycle ends, it will be the battle for the lead. I think Denny knows how important it is to try to strike while he can.
The last time through 3 and 4.
He's going to get there, I think. Almost. To the corner panel.
I was going to say, last time 2, 3, 4, the 11 kind of hitched to the right. I wonder if the 45 is going to shut that off this time.
45 doesn't go to the top of the racetrack, crosses down in front of the 11. That's going to cause Denny to push way up the racetrack, lose a lot of speed.
The radar on the screen will show you that because that's one reason why I believe the 20 is running long, thinking the rain could come, and they are controlling the race right now. The negative, though, is they are losing time dramatically to these 2 on newer tires.
You see it now. Our pylon showing Christopher Bell in making his scheduled stop, Trevor.
And we saw this play earlier in stage 2 where they ran a little bit long and took that tire advantage on the backside. This stuff looking clean so far for Christopher Bell. Really happy with his balance, and they want to keep this track position.
Zane Smith gives up the lead, comes down pit road as well, so it cycles back. It's Reddick P1, Hamlin P2. We'll see the merge here, but there they go by, no problem at all.
Yeah, it's a great way to kind of pay off the distance, but look who has joined the fray, the 19 of Briscoe. From a pretty decent ways back has run these 2 down.
Yeah. Must know what I'm talking about. Briscoe going up there to take the lead, maybe the win.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Done this before. Check out the 11 of Denny Hamlin, how much he gains all the way to the rear bumper. The 45 almost making contact. Watch this. It was so close. And then watch the race off. The 45's launch out of those pit boxes, out of control. I thought they were door to door. And watch this right here. It's like the 45 just knows the way the timing loop is. He doesn't have to really kind of accelerate, get back to speed, and the gas up again. So he is pedaled down all the way from pit stall 1. And it's like a top fuel dragster. Just the momentum carries out in front of the 11.
Try to ride on board with this 19 to see if we can see what Denny might be struggling with on this race car. Seemed like he was fast enough to go up there and maybe take the spot away from the 45 of Reddick, but now he's trying to fend off the 19 of Briscoe to keep second place. Briscoe's car seemed to woke up a little bit. Can he sustain this advantage over the course of the run? He gains a little bit right there on Denny from the center of the corner off.
Hey, you talk about Briscoe, and we said coming in, this could be their night. The 17 stage points he's accumulated, he's gone from below the chase cut line to 11. That's plus 6 for him.
so far tonight. It's Tyler Reddick leading the Coke 600.
You can run the perfect race.
Denny Hamlin leading the pack on the final lap.
And then, boom.
Oh, Hamlin's hit. Hamlin is out of it.
That's true in racing and life. When debt hits hard, National Debt Relief helps you take control, so you can pay less than you owe in less time than you think. When life wrecks your finances, National Debt Relief helps you get back on track. Visit nationaldebtrelief.com to get started today.
Do parents cover kids' eyes to protect them?
Uh-oh, that's a scary part.
Or to secretly steal their Reese's?
It doesn't sound scary. Super scary.
Perhaps moms know everything happens for a Reese's.
I've doubted myself more times than I can count. Heard every opinion. Read every headline. But when you're surrounded by the right people, you learn it's about more than just racing. It's about why you're racing. Who you're racing for. And when you realize that, you take control of your story.
Introducing Subway's new fresh value menu. 15 different protein pack choices all for under $5. With new 6-inch deli face, $3.99. Protein pockets, $3.99. And a 6-inch sub of the day, $4.99. Always freshly made, always available every single day.
At Napa, we know how to keep undercar under control. That's why our solutions are driven by 3 steps. Stop, go, run. Stop safety issues by checking systems before they become bigger problems. Go further with quality repairs that prevent costly comebacks. Then grow your business behind the parts, people, and expertise that keep your shop moving at full speed. That's Napa know-how.
NASCAR returns next Sunday on Prime. And we're looking forward to Nashville Super Speedway. It's the Cracker Barrel 400. Live from Music City. NASCAR live on the air. 6 p.m. Eastern time as we race on the concrete. So fun.
Under the lights, too.
Yeah.
We've seen some delays in us on the lights, but normally been a day race under the lights.
Tyler Reddick struck off to a comfortable lead over Denny Hamlin. The 71 car of car they're trying to get around the 45 has newer tires.
Got about 10 laps pressure off in a pit road, so.
You know, I look at Christopher Bell, who pitted later. We talked about that. After the cycle, he had fallen back to 9th. Bell has gotten himself back up to 6th in the running order.
Yeah, I was just talking to Dale under that commercial. Well, he only has 6 lap pressure tires, but they're worth about a half a second at this point in the run. So, you know, that's just, you got to kind of always have that in the back of your mind. If we get the right yellow at the right time, that decision to pit or not pit, and 2 tires. Look here, big test.
The 19's called Denny and got to his quarter panel down in the back straightaway. Can he finish the pass? Going to be able to clear in here, I think so. Behind them, you see the black car, Ty Gibbs, closing into this. Denny's car not looking as good on the long run here.
So you and I talked about that this week. When we were back to review last year's tape, we watched the race. We thought that when the cars all stopped at the end of stage 2, that the track itself might have gone through a little bit of shift. We said this in practice. You throw a red flag, everybody comes off the track. I don't know the phenomenon, but if the cars leave the track for a minute, it's like it goes through a change. It seems like the 11 is maybe a touch off what he had in stage 1 and stage 2.
Yeah, if there's any kind of a break where the track rests, it's going to change. It's going to cool. It's going to affect your car. Will not drive identically when you get back out there. And sometimes that improves for some guys. some cars don't improve. We heard other drivers last year say, well, after the break I was tighter. After the break I was looser. After a break I was this. So there's definitely
something to the track resting. We see that as well, as you mentioned in practice. We see it qualifying as well. There's a commercial break in qualifying where we don't have cars on the track. Those brakes, I think, do affect the racetrack somewhat, and then the next group of cars go out and you can go a little faster or a little slower. So, maybe Denny and those guys got a little work to do to get the balance back to where he was happiest earlier in this race.
Yeah, sorry, Dale. Inside of 30 laps to go here in this third stage. We could be looking at 2 more pit stops. Don't know how it's going to play out. Cautions obviously could change the thought process on that. But Steve, I look at our running order. The lead for Reddick is over a second. Is there an opportunity here, late in this stage, manage the gap, save some fuel, so that when Reddick makes this next pit stop, shorten things up a little bit, and then you shorten that last stop so you got a chance to maintain, gain some track position?
I think they can be efficient on fuel. Definitely would be an advantage for the pit stop. But let's go back to the last long run we had. In the closing laps, we had Zane Smith. We had other cars lose right front tires just instantly, cornered right off the front of those vehicles. So you mentioned it. The cars coming in at 251. They're going to have to go nearly 50 laps on this cool, faster racetrack compared to a Bell who doesn't have to go that long. He only has to go about 44 laps. So that would probably be, in my mind, even more than fuel is, hey, once you find a place and you can settle again, kind of click the laps off, and let's just make sure we get that right front tire at the end of stage 3.
Right now, and that car just has gotten better and better as the run has gone through. It's got just right on the radio. It usually means a happy driver. They adjusted that last stop just so the air pressure and more tires. Before that, though, we have noted that he was going to happen and it was plowing. He turned and just went straight back. Kind of went away by itself, so this car getting better throughout the night. I also want to know, Denny Hamlin running that third position just asked how many laps left to go. I told him, again, this is a couple laps to go, 29 to go. So maybe a tire management situation for Denny that we're seeing right now?
I think he's smart enough right there that he has a balance issue. Either because he had lost his spot, maybe his car's not handling his way. Yeah, his car looked a little free to me. Wobbled a little bit off a couple of corners, so maybe he's calmed down. Didn't want the tire tip out of the tire. Settle back in. You see he's starting to take a fight back to the 19 here. Just being smooth. That's Denny's MO, man. He's one of the smoothest drivers I've ever seen behind the wheel. Not a guy you're going to see yawed out sideways or overdriving the car, abusing the tires. And look, here he is. He's settled in, slowed down, worked on his race car a little bit. And now he's taking a spot back to the 19. It's a classic. I mean, the guy just gets better and better. He's good now as he's ever been. He talks, he will downplay like how good he is. Oh, I gotta work harder to be able to do what I do. But I've been around this guy since he was really young, and he's just an incredible talent in drives a fast car and drives it really smooth, doesn't abuse the car. And so smart, so clever behind the wheel. Always thinking ahead. 45 years old, so many opportunities for distraction. He's a team owner, co-owns with Michael Jordan at 23-11. And you think about the growth of that organization, going from 1 car to 2 cars to 3. They got 4 entered here tonight. A change to the car that we run at the cup level. A lot of personal things too, right? I mean, you think about the loss of his father. But Denny stays in it and just seems to improve year by year, week by week. And now we're seeing the long haul pay off for Christopher Bell. No problems inside of Larson. 20 drives by for 5th.
Yeah, he's a handful of, a couple 3 seconds off of the lead. 3 seconds out of second or so. So he's got a little bit of ground to make up before he can go up there and fight for the next spot. 20 laps to go.
Well, with that, it gives Toyota 1 through 5. We have 23-11 leading. The Gibbs organization 2nd through 5th. Remember, there's some damage to Bubba Wallace. If you're wanting to know where that other Toyota was, he had some damage from a restart. Kind of got put in the fence down here. Eric Jones, I was kind of looking at the running board for Eric Jones. He had some moments today. He stayed out, got some stage points. He's doing a nice job running 13th. So most of those Toyotas have found their way near the front.
Yeah, we'll be surprised to see Jones figure out how to get something in the top 10 when it's all said and done. They ran there all last year. both cars, John Hunter and Aaron Jones, ran really well throughout the race last year with good speed, with legacy.
Jones was impressive last Sunday in the All-Star race, and he goes home in a couple of weeks. We race at Michigan.
Logano and Stenhouse here battling for ninth. Trevor, what you got on Logano?
Well, Logano's had a very quiet day considering it's his 36th birthday, but this team's continued to work on the car. And that discussion you had earlier about tire wear. He had a right front earlier in this race after 47 laps. It was the worst right front I've seen on pit road, completely unraveled. His team's a little bit nervous to run anything above that. And like you guys said, this is going to be longer if we stay green here at the end of the stage.
Well, if you want to talk about drivers with the experience to find a way to manage it. I know he might only be 37 years old, but 627 starts. Those don't seem to go together. He just started so young. He has run so many races, so much experience, 37 wins, championships. I mean, he's accomplished it.
Stenhouse trying to find a way around this 22. He's going to have a run here. He's going to want to try to get the top. He could have went to the inside there, but he'd rather have the top. Brad Keselowski drives into this battle in the 6th.
They'll three-man dance for 9th in the running order.
Oh, Stenhouse almost got to the outside. Couldn't quite do it. Now racing got the top 4 here on the screen. As the 45 still leads the 19, but the Pittsburgh Gibbs is closed in, and he's trying to take a spot away from Denny. 45 struggling on the bottom. This will be a good opportunity for the 19 down the back straightaway. He's going to have a big run. Does he go to the inside? He does.
Chase Briscoe. Going to be 16 to go, stage 3. 19 lighting it up. Momentum outside lane for Reddick. That's tight as they close on the lap vehicle of Austin Hill. For now, 45 stays out front.
A little bit more lap traffic in front of these guys. Once they get by Austin Hill, look at Denny Hamlin now to the inside of the 19. Austin right around the top of the racetrack. It's going to make it difficult for these guys to get there. And here's a 20. I mean, all the Toyotas. Let's get them all in here.
Just throw a blanket over them. Austin Hill going 2 laps down as Reddick slides by. Briscoe looking high on Hamlin.
Bell has come from 9 seconds back after the pit stop. Can those fresher tires make that big a difference in the last 15 laps?
2 penalties tonight for the 20 team. They won't go away. Adam Stevens kind of a little bit out of balance in the way he's managed the strategy within the stage, but it is paying off with 15 to go in our 3rd stage of the night.
Gibbs had to get out of gas there on the inside of the 33, the 20 to the middle of the racetrack. He might be able to get to the outside of Gibbs. Can't quite do it off of turn 4. Battle for the lead up front, the 19 trying to get to the outside. I think 45 of Reddick, he does.
Goes there. Here comes Hamlin. 3 wide. Are you kidding me? Briscoe wound up outside lane. Hamlin painting the line. Both of them get by Reddick. Who's going to get the lead? Turn 3. Give it to number 19. Not yet.
As they race, the 20's coming to the inside of the 45. Christopher Bell takes over 3rd place. He'll keep that spot off of turn 4. That 20's going to close in. Oh, more contact right there. That is not the first time we've seen that happen between these two off of turn 4.
Somewhere Joe Gibbs is covering his eyes. I mean, the coach is like, I love the numbers. I love what we're generating here. But my gosh, guys, keep it clean. Bell, big rally in the 20, trying to get 2nd from Briscoe.
Briscoe's going to have to be defensive here. He takes the top of the racetrack. Bell goes to the bottom. He's side by side off this corner with the 19, a huge run from the top. Bell slowing down, can't quite do it, has to fall back in line. And he's still out front. 12 to go at the stage. Great racing right here.
Well, I just hope we're racing like this with 12 to go in the race.
But we got to think about Reddick. He must be struggling with the balance of that car. Is the right front starting to struggle?
Yeah, reading on the radio, it actually says that something's feeling a little weird with the right rear. So maybe he's finally got the balance free enough where he's burning the right rear up. I think he's just accepted they got to make adjustments here.
Briscoe almost into the wall there off turn 4. Christopher Bell again with the newer tires. A little more speed in this car. Takes away 2nd spot from Briscoe. Here comes Briscoe into throttle. He's going to get right back to the outside. He does. Christopher Bell can't clear, can't make the spot. Can't go up there and fight for the lead. Has to battle another lap here, trying to get around the 19. Now Briscoe back to the bottom.
And mean, in this situation, you're racing for stage points. You're racing for control when the stage ends, when you come down and make that pit stop. So, yeah, there's a long way to go in this race. But with 10 laps to go in stage 3, this can lay the foundation for your future.
And then he's got to work this lap traffic perfectly. He can't have it. Oh, the 19 hard in the wall. Off of turn 2. Christopher Bell is there. He goes to the top of the racetrack. Denny to the bottom. Denny's going to struggle in the throttle here. This could be a run for the 20 down the front straightaway.
I think he wants the top. I think he's going to follow the 34 through and try to get to the right rear quarter panel of the 11, run the middle down here. And he kind of does go to the middle, but he's got the 23 up there taking that lane away.
All these drivers going a couple of laps down. 34 top Gilliland. Briscoe 3, Bubba Wallace.
Briscoe with that contact in the wall now. He's giving up the spot to Ty Gibbs there for third. Denny in a good spot right there around the top. He's going to have the momentum. 8 laps to go.
Ty Gibbs into third, got by Briscoe.
Now Christopher Bell's going to go around the top of the 23 car. Oh, he got a little bit loose right there. Top of 1 and 2. It's the 19 of Briscoe getting in the fence off of turn 2. Not terrible, but you certainly don't want to be hitting the wall, but it didn't hit it too hard. I'm sure the suspension should be pretty decent on that car. He has lost a little speed. Denny now with the clean air seems to be able to hold this distance right here between him and Christopher Bell. But Christopher Bell around the top of the racetrack is going to have the momentum down the back straightaway.
We got update on Reddick all the way back to 6. Lost a lot of speed in that 45. So whatever he was feeling with that right rear tire, he's really trying to manage through the end of the stage.
Bell to the bottom here, misses the paint. Can't quite hook the left front to the paint. It comes off the corner right on the back bumper of the 11 of Denny Hamlin.
Think about the way Bell and Adam Stevens have played this from a strategy perspective. You gotta make some notes when you start fast forwarding to managing the green flag cycle in the final stage. If in fact we stay green in that last stint of the race. Gonna be 5 to go, stage 3. Hamlin, who's already won a stage tonight, trying to make it 2 in a row, but Bell trying to deny him.
Then he went to the bottom of the corner that time in 3 and 4. Bell took the top. Big run from the top of the racetrack. He's there. He's joined it. He's jumping to the outside here. I think if he gets to the outside corner of the 11, it's an easy spot. Bell's going by. In the throttle. Big momentum down the back straightaway. Denny can't slow him down. He loses the spot.
What a run. Christopher Bell on point in the Coke 600. Won this race 2 years ago, but it was rain shortened. He said, I want to finish the deal, go all 600, and get the trophy. And he's in control now. 4 laps to go, stage 3.
I'll give some credit to Adam Stevens. He sat there. The toughest thing to do is to run long. Keep your driver on the racetrack knowing you're going to lose time. Put him back on the racetrack 9 seconds behind. And Christopher Bell proved that it was the right call and drove the 20 car all the way to the lead.
That last lap, a whole half a second faster than Denny Hamlin. See the battle here for 4th. The 19s fell all the way back to Kyle Larson. Everybody just trying to soldier on. It seems like everybody's got balance issues, maybe some tires unraveling, some cording happening. Everybody just trying to finish the stage.
You mentioned Larson right here in 5th. Behind him, Reddick. He is almost 3/4 of a second off the leader. You see him all the way back here. I think he's doing just what you said, Dale. He just found a comfortable place to ride. Just trying to manage this right rear tire to the finish.
Second time in his career that Reddick has led over 100 laps. Last time it happened, Darlington 2024, but he finished 32nd. Brad Keselowski won that race. Down the back straightaway for Christopher Bell. Going to see 1 to go, stage 3 this time around. And the advantage now in front of Hamlin, closing on 2 seconds. Just incredible what he's done. He raced up there, got the lead, now pulling away.
And I think what you see is Hamlin, Gibbs, Briscoe. They've just accepted this is where they're going to finish. And at this point, it's kind of equipment maintenance to the end of the stage.
Really good point. Take care of yourself, for that final stage. It's some rough moments this year for Bell. He's had speed, hasn't had a lot of luck, but he's getting it done here tonight. On the move when you look at the chase standings and top of the leaderboard in the Coke 600 as we wrap our third stage. Here comes driver 20, third stage victory in the Coca-Cola 600. It's also his third stage win of the year. Nice assist to Adam Stevens on the pit box. Hamlin, Gibbs, Briscoe, Larson, the top five. Talked about Reddick falling to 6. Van Gisbergen outstanding tonight. Keselowski, Blaney, Stenhouse getting stage points. It's time for the fourth quarter. In NASCAR's longest night, it's a crown jewel race. The Coca-Cola 600. Pit stops when we return. You're watching NASCAR on Prime from Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Hello, I'm Ozempic. And I'm other GLP-1s for type 2 diabetes.
And I'm the pill version of Ozempic.
Yes, which should be kept in its actual bottle. Great, but why does she get a spotlight? Well, she joined the Ozempic family. It's very exciting.
Yep. For adults with type 2 diabetes, I can help lower blood sugar. And if you're also at high risk for major cardiovascular events like heart attack, stroke, or death, I'm FDA approved to lower your risk.
Well, it's cool, but check this out.
Wow. How'd you do that?
I know a guy. Spotlight guy.
Spotlight guy.
There's a pill version of Ozempic.
Don't share needles or pens or reuse needles. Don't take if you or your family had MTC, MEN2, or if allergic to it. Stop taking and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck or any of these allergic reactions. Tell your provider if you plan to have surgery or a procedure, are nursing, pregnant, or plan to be. Serious side effects may include inflamed pancreas, gallbladder, or severe stomach problems, or changes in vision. Call your prescriber if you have any of these symptoms. Taking with a sulfonylurea or insulin may raise low blood sugar risk. Side effects of nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea can lead to dehydration, which may cause kidney problems.
There's a pill version of Ozempic.
Mom, I got it. Life is what a dream. Life is but a dream. Life is but a dream. Change happens fast. Lock in your internet price for 5 years and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Ever since we hired Dale Jr. at IHOP, breakfast has been moving fast. Look, it's pancakes! Dine-in delivery catering.
Will you sell my pancakes?
NASCAR on Prime is brought to you by Coca-Cola, the proud signature partner of America 250. Powered by Denbix Motorex. Shop now on Amazon. Logitech G, official wheel and pedal of eNASCAR. And by National Debt Relief, helping Americans get out of debt. Get ready for the final stage in the Coke 600, and we continue a 17-year tradition that has included Carl Edwards, Denny Hamlin, Ross Chastain. The Coca-Cola 600 winner takes home a fully restored vintage Coca-Cola 600 vending machine. This year's winner will receive a 1953 model thanks to Coca-Cola. Look at this. Timmy Hill, major issues.
Yeah, it looks like there was a fire on the right side. You know, we've been talking about these tires unwinding. Well, in certain circumstances, that fabric and that rubber can kind of get down in that rocker panel. There's Timmy who's out of the race car. Good to see. But it can kind of get caught in that area where the exhaust is, and we have seen this a few years ago, and it can be scary when it catches on fire.
Looks like the Fords are more flammable than other cars. We've seen this over the last years, right? And just well, there's a track where we have a lot of tire debris, a lot of rubber debris and wear, build up can catch fire. A lot of starts and opportunities for Timmy, but he always has a smile on his face.
He does, doesn't he? Anytime you see him in the
He's
garage.
a great dude.
Yes, sir.
He runs his own truck deal and runs some ARCA and then gets him a rally or a cup start.
One reason I think Harold's going to remain close is because not only do we have this car here, but he is sitting in some other teams' pit boxes. James Smith, he's half of James Smith's pit box, running 15. So that team's going to want the car removed and some time to clean up what we got.
Over the week we had the Hall of Fame voting down in Charlotte. We got together and decided on who they thought were the worthy nominees this year, and there you see a great list. Jeff Burton, Kevin Harvick, Larry Phillips. Jeff has had an incredible career as a race car driver, but a lot of people will say that there's things that he's done outside of the car as far as safety, as a broadcaster, leading the driver council. This guy's had a huge impact and continues to have a massive impact on the sport. And obviously, Kevin Harvick, to me, was a lot with his career as 8th Crown Jewel wins, the championship, and 60 wins as Cup Series driver, along with all the other success that he had in the Rally Series and so forth. Then you got Larry Phillips, man. This guy has been trying for years to get himself into the Hall of Fame, and he has had everyone from Mark Martin, Rusty Wallace, all the names have been pulling for this guy and talking to the world about why he should be in the Hall of Fame. He's a weekly series racer, but he was a 5-time champion, 13-time track champion across 3 states, one of NASCAR's 75 greatest drivers. Awesome to see Larry. I'm sure his family is thrilled to finally check that box. Well-deserving trio.
Yeah, I agree with all three. Kevin Harvick for sure was the first ballot. I thought was a no-brainer. Jeff, selfishly, I was so excited. I've shared the booth with him now for over a decade, and I think he said it the best. It's those are what he did on the racetrack, but off the racetrack, I think it's impossible to list just the impact he's had both when he was a driver and now as a broadcaster. It was great to see him go in, and always fun that we're going to talk a lot about these guys. They'll actually go into the hall in January, so great event.
Lisa Branch Kennedy gets the Landmark Award, so that's exciting.
Yeah, Lisa has worked alongside her family, managing NASCAR for years, and responsible for racetracks. Responsible for Daytona's Rising and all the upgrades there. Managed a lot of different departments, marketing, souvenirs, and a lot of different things in the store. So she's kind of worked her way up the ladder and had a huge influence on a lot of things over the last 4 decades. Very deserving. There's a lot of people in the room. There's a lot of
You were there. It's humbling. The 3 of us were in there, and I will tell you, it's very humbling to walk in there. There's a lot of 40 or 50 people in there, and just
a lot of honest conversation. There's a lot of questions, about, hey, why are we talking about this person more? Why aren't we considering this person? Everybody gets a chance, really, to say whatever they need to say. And I felt like this one was a bit easier than some that I did it last year, and that was a little more difficult. But sometimes it's fast. It just stands right down out there in front of you, and other times it's a really challenging decision.
Yeah, and I think it's, the process is interesting because everyone in there, their votes are all equal, right? Everybody in the room is one vote, so
it's awesome, and I cannot wait to see them give their speeches. I was telling Jeff Burton, I said, man, we've given speeches at banquets if you go to the banquet to talk about your team, whether you finish in the top 10 in points at one time, and you give speeches all the time as a race car driver. They're always kind of nerve-wracking because you're getting up in front of your peers. That is the one speech that I could not wait to give. And as soon as you got to the podium, there's just something about it that's extremely motivating. And you're talking to the crowd, and a lot of the people you're going to mention and thank are in that room. And so it's a very personal, intimate conversation that you're kind of having with everybody there. And being in the Hall of Fame, to me, is kind of like the top of the mountain. It's like the highest accolade, I guess, you could get in this industry. And you really make that speech count because it's kind of the final thank you. And It's the biggest pat on the back you can probably get from the industry. So I'm very excited to see those guys. I've loved the ceremony every year, and you go up there and you see how emotional that is for everybody that gets to go up there and give that speech. It'll be great again next year.
A lot of conversation last few days about Kyle Busch as we remember him, and no doubt he's got a seat, first opportunity. He'll be in the NASCAR Hall of Fame, and you think about the numbers that he's been able to compile, and all those numbers have come out, this week as we remember his life, but so many other great stories have come out, and it's allowed us an opportunity to really reflect on the impact he's made on so many other drivers that are racing here tonight, crew members, all those guys that showed up in the garage with Accomplished Motorsports hats and shirts, and it's a good time to reflect on one of the best ever.
One of the stories that I did get share was really telling to me about Kyle as the person. Everyone knows about our past, and we became friends over the course of many years. But I was getting married. I'm at one of the best days of my life, and we start the reception, the after party, and I haven't seen everybody who was there, but we're standing there getting ready to start dancing. The DJ starts playing, and who's standing next to me, cheersing me with a beer, dancing with his own wife? It's Kyle Busch. And I'm thinking in one of the moments that's most important to me, this guy wanted to be there and wanted to share that with me and be a part of that. And we had a blast. And, it's moments like that, I think, that we all will have come across our minds. We'll remember those kind of moments over the course of time, and it really touches on just the kind of person he was. I really appreciated that about him. That was such a unique surprise.
I mentioned it in the pre-race. For me, we've had 72 hours to just try to, I don't even know the word, try to understand what's happened and what's transpired, and those conversations, those stories that have come out that have maybe a little, I don't want to say ease the pain, but it's helped the grieving process perhaps move forward. Kyle Busch was nearly the first driver I crew chiefed for. I was a year away from crew chiefing at Hendrick, and Kyle Busch was going to be the next big star there, and I had the opportunity. I would say that the paperwork was in place, like that was going to happen. I ended up crew chiefing for Jeff, but his just raw talent inside a race car was so unbelievable that I'm so thankful to get to hear these other stories. It's crazy. It's hard to believe we're sitting here today talking about this, but it's been great to hear all the stories and the support from the fans and just everything. And I will tell you, that pre-race with Samantha and the family here, like it was their strength, I think, is really just kind of what resonated with me. The ability to be here and do what they did was unmatched in my mind. I can't put any words to it.
Everyone would have forgiven them for it. Took some time. That was all
look at the guy leading this race, Christopher Bell. Yeah. And the man on the pit box, Adam Stevens. And those two have such a connection to Kyle. In position maybe to go out and win another crown jewel for Joe Gibbs Racing. Pit road is open. Pit stops as we set for the final stage in the Coca-Cola 600. Trevor?
In the 20 car, Christopher Bell come to pit road after 2 pit infractions already today. He's recovered from those, driven from the rear. 62 green flag passes for Christopher Bell. Learned a lot about his car doing that. Really happy with it right now. Tear off the 4 tires and good for him.
Danny Hamlin beginning up front, good entry, exit stability. Then the front tires have oversaturated. Tight 1-2 by the end of the run. The loose entry, exit. Chase Briscoe said no rear grip, kept yawing out, killing the right rear. Thinks he cornered it, so we'll have to look at that tire. Like it's just way too loose.
Race off the pit lane, 20 team getting it done. +1 for Gibbs, -1 for Hamlin. Reddick going the right direction. Restart next.
We know why you've put off your best smile. The time, the cost, the anxiety. That's why Aspen Dental is changing how dentistry is done, with technology to make care comfortable and flexible hours to fit your life. all at an affordable price. New patients without insurance get an exam and x-rays for just $29. Not waiting for tomorrow. That's the Aspen Dental difference. Aspen Dental. It's time to smile again.
We call us misfits, outsiders, and loners. But we are not alone. We look at a world asleep and wake it up with a roar.
The 3 for Me, only at Chili's, is now available with the Big Crispy Chicken Sandwich. Yeah, that looks pretty good, but do you still get bottomless chips and salsa? Okay, and what about a bottomless drink? Sure, but answer this. Is Chili's Big Crispy Sandwich bigger than McDonald's McCrispy? Oh, well, yeah, that is way bigger. So all of that deliciousness is still just $10.99? Oh, fast food is not gonna like this. This Chili's 3 for Me is the best $10.99 you can eat.
The engines roar, the crowd screams, and the day is set to perfect. A celebration of life, liberty, and the pursuit of speed.
Lucky to do this thing for all people that sacrifice for it.
That's why we stand with pride and reverence to celebrate the men and women whose sacrifice and commitment makes our pursuit possible. Together with Coca-Cola, NASCAR salutes.
Welcome back to the Coke 600. We're about to enter the fourth and final stage, and right now it's all Team Toyota, with Joe Gibbs Racing going 1, 2, 3, 4 to end that third stage, with Seabell coming across the line first, guys. And speaking of Toyota, man, they were putting on a show there for you. About 12 to go at the end of stage 3 with Reddick in the mix.
Talk about unbelievable racing. These guys are trying to fight for a stage win. You've got Tyler Reddick, Chase Briscoe, and Denny Haley. These guys are going 3 wide, and they completely forgot about the guy who was on a 6-lap tire advantage, catching them down, and then passes everybody and wins the stage.
And that's Christopher Bell we're talking about. You know, as we watch these guys up here race for their lives, you know, we were in there as drivers watching this. We saw that little bit of rain coming, and we thought, now is the time to go. Well, Adam Stevens and Christopher Bell, after practice, were not happy. Had the opportunity to be up in the lounge with them. They were talking about all sorts of issues. Basically, Adam got up, left to go to a meeting. Christopher got up and said, well, I guess we'll just get to work. And they've done it.
Well, we talk about the Coke 600, the marathon. We still have 89 laps to go. About staying in the fight all night. Who's going to be able to stay in the fight and keep making the very fine-tuned adjustments on these cars to get there?
And guys, we are tracking some possible pop-up showers coming towards the racetrack from the southeast. Carl, how does that play into the mind entering this final stage for drivers and crew chiefs?
Well, it adds another layer, and as you know, the drivers can imagine this going on. They're hoping. I was hoping when I was in the seat that my crew chief would tell me everything that's happening, so that I know how much risk to take at any moment. So Letard and Dale could speak to it more, but as those storms keep coming, drivers are going to want to know how hard they have to go.
I think that means, Corey, we're only going to see the intensity ratchet up from here.
This is the restart for the win, in my opinion, right here. We're about to watch it.
Bell held serve coming off pit road, AA.
He's in control of the race. As we begin this fourth and final stage, teammate to his right. It's been all about Toyota tonight. Bell, Gibbs, front row. As the leaders come to the Echo Park Automotive Restart Zone. Stage 4 of the Coke 600.
A little bit of an accordion effect on the front row there, with the second row. The 11 bounced into the back bumper of the 20 pretty hard. Then he loses a lot of grip there coming up on the corner. On the inside, no momentum down the back straightaway. Cars going by.
Larson was going to get into him. Gibbs making it work outside lane. 3 wide. Reddick looking upstairs.
Can't quite get there. Gibbs stays in front of Reddick down the front straightaway. Gets the push, clear into the lead.
That inside lane's been great on restart tonight, but Gibbs taking advantage outside here. Reddick from the top to the bottom, 45, showing what he's got early in the final stage.
Again on restarts, not good for Denny. All the way back to 7th place, just off the screen there. Larson to the inside for 2nd place.
Larson's
SVG around the middle of the corner.
Sorry. By 97, Shane Van Gisbergen right in the game. 10. 43 showing someplace.
Oh, man, the 19 up the racetrack, almost into the door of the 97. Here comes Denny to the inside. That cost all them a little bit of speed. Blaney right there on your screen trying to get in this battle. Oh, this is 11 sideways up the track, almost into the door of the 19. You can feel how much harder these guys are going. They know the final stage is here. Time to go. This is all for the win.
Well, you know, the rain is dancing all around us. They talked about that during the stage break there. Danielle and Carl and Corey, so we know that's a possibility as well. But right now, all your cards are on the table. I mean, before maybe you conserve whatever. Now you absolutely have to go get it.
The rain is closed. There's some cells in there that could have electricity. Remember, that can end this. And I think all these drivers know that a shower at this point could and perhaps would be the end. And they are racing like it. Hocevar, Chastain, the 77 up top. Excuse me, Chastain in the middle. Oh, Hocevar door slams him. The one gets a shot back in the bumper cover. Somehow they both stay straight.
You want aggression? Give me Hocevar and Chastain. He's Chastain 2.0, I would say. Those two are not afraid to go after it.
The hammer and the anvil.
Give Larson credit. We've talked a lot about Toyotas, and it's been hard to kind of root them out of the top. Oh, big hit by Chastain.
Caution number 8 in the Coke 600.
47 just racked him.
47, so I saw coming off of turn 2, like the 47 of Stenhouse had a huge run off the top of the racetrack on the 1.
Chastain moving around inside the race car.
So Chastain was running the bottom of the racetrack and kind of pulled up in front of the 47, who had a big run off the top. I wonder if there was some contact. Let's see, going down in the corner. Here goes the 1 at the bottom of the racetrack. He's going to try to clear himself off the nose. Here's the 47's got a little bit of a run and just bumps him. Yeah, just didn't like. He's like, hey, I don't like that you pull up in front of me. You know I'm coming from the top with speed. You know I'm coming from the top of speed. Do not get in front of me. 47 almost tried to make a move to go left. It didn't clear. Clips him on the way by. It was just frustration. If you ask me. When you run at the top, those guys kind of want a little bit of more respect. You know, give me a lane. I'm coming off the top with a lot of speed. Stenhouse, a dirt guy. You know, there's a little bit of etiquette there. When you run at the top, you give a little bit of lane if you run at the bottom. And he didn't love that the 1 jumped right there in front of him, and he didn't want to lift. He had all that momentum he had built up. He ran that top to create that momentum. He's like, I don't want to get out of the gas for you. And so he drives to the inside, doesn't clear, clips him, wrecks the 1. Let's listen to the 47 and see what he says.
I don't really honestly know. I think he just tried to lock when it moved him.
So he feels like he was blocked and didn't want to give up the momentum he had. Late in the race, it's time to go. Not a lot of give. It's all take at this point. Let's take a look at it. So 47 didn't make a move low, but he knew that was going to create contact. And
the difference I've seen from other runs is other people tonight that have been blocked after running the top kind of hit him square and give him a shot down the straightaway. This right here is kind of a shot as he was crossing the rear bumper. Watch this ride on board with Chastain. Man. My point being, we see this in speedway races. You know, there they push and shove a whole lot more. But this was, instead of a square push that we see, you know, accelerating somebody down the straightaway, this was kind of a crossing action that got him in the left rear, turning the 1, and then it was game over.
Michael McDowell going to get the free pass here. He scored 20, so we'll put 20 cars on the lead lap with 80 to go.
And decisions. Remember, it was a 6-lap tire advantage for Bell. under green flag conditions in the last stage that helped, that and a very good race car, helped propel him to the lead. We've run 6 laps right here. 19 cars on the lead lap. What do they do? Do they pit? And if you do pit, I think it's 2 tires is your only option. I don't think there's any chance you can sit on pit road taking 4 tires and not expect to be one of the last cars off.
But by pitting here, you
let me help
yourself an opportunity to shorten up that last pit stop,
I was going to say, fuel could maybe make it, but right front tires can't. So you're definitely having a pit stop, but maybe that other one will be a little bit easier. Now the opposite, let's talk through that. I'm talking front half cars, 2 tires opposite. But if you are a back half of that car, I think you could either stay out or you could take 4 tires here. We run 6 or 7 more, then you can take 2. You just always leave yourself kind of an option. And all of these pit stops now just have to be mistake-free. Trips down pit road have to be penalty-free. We've had a lot of great recoveries today, but with 79 laps to go in the race, you just can't believe there's time to recover. This is where, the magnifying glass is turned up, the mistakes will cost you more.
Let's do our all-day value presented by IHOP.
Capturing crown jewels, what all the drivers are trying to accomplish tonight. This is one that they all dream about. 600 miles, the longest race of the season. That makes it a unique accomplishment. A driver in the field.
We just talked about it. When we were in that Hall of Fame room, the names are being discussed. Daytona 500s, Southern 500s, Coca-Cola 600s. Those are broken out when you start looking at the statistics of people and you're trying to compare the greats to the greats to the greats. You start using, different criteria. And this race is always part of the criteria. Pit road open. It's going to get busy, mixed decisions. See what everyone does.
Oh, shot fake. Gibbs stays out. So does Van Gisbergen. Others do as well, but a bunch of them coming down and pitting here, Trevor.
Yes, sir. You see the 20-car hit pit road. We're waiting to see whether they go 4 or 2 tires. They did not tell Christopher over the radio. They asked if he needed anything special. You see 2 tires almost as his changer.
It'll be right side for Kyle Larson only. They left the decision, Billy Scott did, up to Tyler Reddick. And I think that fake out of Ty Gibbs may have brought the 45 to pit road. But they said, hey, that's okay. But Steve, they decided to go with 4 tires. Look at all those teams that went with 2.
Yeah, 2 tires are going to be the first cars off pit road. But what's going to make this really messy is the group that stayed on the racetrack.
Gibbs, Van Gisbergen stay out. Restart when we return.
This is Body Armor Flash IV, the only rapid rehydration drink that's scientifically formulated with electrolytes, zinc, coconut water, and no artificial dyes. For days that don't slow down, choose Body Armor Flash IV.
Here's what we'll say about the road to greatness.
The name Ford is synonymous with desert racing. Gotta keep pushing.
It sure isn't pretty.
Introducing Subway's new fresh value menu. Get 3 different protein-packed choices, all for under $5. With new 6-inch deli face, $3.99. Protein pockets, $3.99. And a 6-inch sub of the day, $4.99. Always freshly made, always available every single day.
Military, veterans, first responders, different uniforms, different front lines, same sacrifice. At Tangier, we're standing behind the people who stand up for us. We're running support for the USA. Exclusive discounts on new RVs and accessories for service members and local heroes. And every single month, we're giving one hero a brand new RV on us. Our flags are big. Our commitment is bigger. And America's RV Company.
This is my home. I'm gonna fight for it. I need everything you need. Or that is.
But you're too scared to lose. I know how to use it.
Masters of the Universe. Only Peter's June 5th.
Really? That's Ryan Trump?
This is Carson Hosen. He doesn't follow the scripts. He rewrites it.
Coolest guy come right now.
1 minute flat out, inches from the wall.
Just move out of the way.
Next, all chaos, full send, unapologetic, and a hurricane of hell yeah. All the way to the victory lane.
I knew we were going to win. I really did.
Make sure you check out Prime's exclusive in-race feature Key Moments during the broadcast by clicking up on your remote. It's the easiest way to catch up on race highlights and flag changes as they happen. And if you're ever late to NASCAR on Prime, we've got you covered with rapid recap where you can see all key race moments in 2 minutes or less. Ty Gibbs stays out here. He'll be the control car. So let's rewind to when they did this at Bristol and how things played out for driver 54.
Used tires worked that day for the 54 on the high banks. So we sealed the deal in that first career win. You know, it's a great fight. A couple of those. This is going to be a little bit different. Bristol on that top line, coming off the challenge off the bottom. A little more straightforward than what he's going to have to face here in a few more moments.
What do you have for us, Kim?
After Ty stayed out, he did ask his team if we would have come, do you think they would have all stayed out? And they told him not sure, so there was a little uncertainty from the driver on that call, but the team reassuring him, you're going to be okay. Listen to this in-car audio, though, a little strategy talk for the race moving forward.
Yeah, we're going to split the stations anyway, so doesn't matter, right? We're going to go off of that. That's our plan. And if we get a caution with enough laps on tires, they're going to come get them. If you get a rash of cautions here to the end, we won't have to take our medicine. Don't fill up once we're in the window.
Good discussion there. So basically, the first statement was, hey, we're all going to put up the green anyway, so just a few laps fresher tires isn't going to help us. The concern being if we get a bunch of yellows, at some point you're just going to have to pit anyway. Now that's all assuming he can keep his track position on no tires. Earlier, we saw Chastain try it and a few more laps on their tires, but it did not work for Chastain. He sunk through the field. Now, 2 tires was very successful. Zane Smith, I thought, was going to win the stage there. That's why I'm a little surprised by Reddick's 4 tires, but look, you know, they've won 5 times, so who am I to question what this 45 car is doing, because they seem to have it figured out this year. This restart's going to be the most important thing. If you are on old tires, you must keep clean air. I think as soon as you lose clean air, those old tires will really hurt. I'm a little concerned for SVG. Having such a great day. You know, Gibbs has a lot more experience than maybe SVG in this situation, and he's not the control car on old tires, so we'll see how he does.
I don't think SVG knows if he's in a bad spot. He's probably just going to fight and try to get the clean air, try to get the lead here. He's got a real great opportunity starting on the front rows. Just have to try to get the right launch. I mean, it seems to be important to have a little help from behind, a little bit of a push, working with whoever's behind you to be able to get the launch, get the shove down the front straightaway. That will fight the shot off in the turn 1 and 2.
Ross Chastain released from the care center. How about this? We are commercial free to the checkered flag. 74 laps to go. Front row, old tires. Ty Gibbs, Shane Van Gisbergen. And here they are, Echo Park Automotive Restart Zone. Big restart in the Coke 600. Reddick up through the middle on those 4 tires. Outside lane, Van Gisbergen jumps to the race lead. Bell coming with him. Gibbs falling back.
What a job by the 97. Drove right around the 54. I was concerned about him. He showed us no worries here. 54 not so fortunate. Lost that track position, but leading for SVG at Charlotte.
Now, does SVG have the experience to be able to make this difficult for Christopher Bell? That'll be interesting to see.
I didn't have this on my bingo card. Shane Van Gisbergen lead with 70 to go in the Coke 600. And it's not by accident. He has been outstanding all night long. 3 wide here for position. Byron was a part of that pit swing. Zane Smith.
Shane looking like he's driven in NASCAR his whole life right here. Behind on tires, controlling the race.
There's that three-wide battle.
And a big dog fight in the back here. Briscoe trying to climb through the pack. Didn't get a good restart. Oh,
There goes
17's
Butcher
around.
into the wall.
Everyone trying to slow down. A lot more cars collected up into turn 3.
Briscoe, Priest, Berry, all getting damaged. Driving through the grass to avoid it. Caution number 9 in the Coke 600.
Josh Berry, his team just seems to have no luck when they have a car that's going to score some points. Get caught up in this wreck. So much happened back there. I'm going to have to see the replay, but we saw the 60 of Priest with heavy damage. We saw Briscoe with damage. Oh, 60 heavy. What there's Byron, Zane Smith, Priest, Busher. There's a group of cars. Giving the thumbs up. Briscoe, we talked about a guy that was needing to just start bouncing back at the points. He'll be able to look at all those stage points earned, which will ease the pain some for this 19 team with another race. They're not going to keep checking class.
Briscoe has the momentum up off of the top of the corner here, and he goes to the inside, and very similar to the last crash with the 47 and the 1. The push came as Briscoe is moving down the racetrack. We'll see right here. He clips. Oh, it looked like the 17 was anticipating the move from Briscoe and almost went to make a block. Trying to defend. Say, hey man, don't make it 3 wide. And Briscoe had already committed to the move, and there was contact.
That's exactly right. I think this is 2 racing moves that collide. I think that Briscoe makes a hard left. The 17 makes on the later side a block, and there's just too much, lateral movement in the cars. You could push a guy straight forward, but with the 19 turning left and the 17 also moving, watch this on board. This would be a great look. From there, it looks like he hits the 17, but we both know, Dale, from the outside view, that 17 was also moving left. It's not as clear cut as I think it looks at full speed.
Right with Brad Keselowski. How about that? Able to dance through, avoid the incident. Brad's 11th right now in the running order.
And he avoids the incident, but he sees 2 of his teammates.
Yeah.
Good jump down there on the inside. That's got to be tough. Hard owner of that organization. See them get swept up together in the same accident. We mentioned earlier how Ross was in that accident. It looked kind of similar to this. Trevor's caught up with Ross at the Cruising.
Yeah, guys, here in the final stage, we've seen the intensity pick up, the aggression pick up. Ross, what happened there off of turn 2? We saw the 47 have a little run, but were you surprised that he stayed in line and gave you that shot down the backstretch?
Yeah, for sure. I got up in front of him there, and our jockey Chevy, they felt like, he probably would have a run and check the camera, and he was closing, and I thought he would just go back inside or push me straight, and I saw him move left, and then I was spinning right. So, hate that I then crashed, so I corrected it. Now the night we're looking for on the 1 car for sure to be racing back there. Actually, Ricky's been ahead of us most of the night when he had that restart. So, not the effort we want, but a big Shane fan right now. So, go back to the hauler and root on that 97.
I was going to ask you, man. I mean, Shane is surprising us all. Are you surprised by this, or have you kind of seen this potential on ovals growing for Shane Van Gisbergen?
I'm not surprised. We're all trying to figure out what our trackhouse cars want and need for us to drive them. And people can downplay his oval banking racing. It's not true. He can drive a car. He can find the limits. So I keep saying whenever the car is right, he'll be able to put it there. So it definitely is not surprising to me.
Ross Chastain, first DNF of the season for this driver of the 1 car.
Now Ryan Priest involved in the crash. He had finished on the lead lap in every race this year, so unfortunate for that group as well.
I think about SVG, and it reminds me of Marcus Ambrose and how we got to see him develop into an oval racer when he came in NASCAR racing the Truck Series for a long time and finally got his opportunities in the O'Reilly and the Cup Series, and ended up having some really great moments on the ovals once he got the hang of it. It was uncommon to see him flash and have a good solid run.
I love to see Ross Chastain's belief in his teammate, right? I don't think anyone questions Shane's ability. I think it's his experience on the ovals versus the best oval racers in the world that perhaps is where we get some of our judgment. But I will tell you, any question I had about his learning curve, the restart I just saw on the laps he just ran, moves the meter a long ways for me. It's very hard to judge where people are at when they run back in track. We see how chaotic it is back there. It's kind of like you just have to kind of find your way through the corners and not hit or be hit and try to find clean air. We don't get to see Shane on the front couple rows often. And when we just did what he performed on a tire deficit, that to me has kind of jumped him over the still learning, but no longer the new guy on the ovals.
Yeah, we get to see him up front, and as I mentioned earlier, stay out on the racetrack.
I love this call. Pit road is open, but I think they're married to this strategy. Looking at the radar, I think it's just too close to pull your car in at this point.
Got a couple of takers coming.
I don't mind Ty Gibbs. Already has a win this year, and he's lost track position on old tires. So there's the same situation with completely different calls, and I think both are correct for those cars.
How about it, Kim?
Yeah, and they'll kind of just take their medicine now. We saw him drop back after he was on old tires during that last restart. He said, I just plow. I don't know what else to do. So they are going to free him up with that chassis adjustment you see right there. Go to the left side, put those 4 fresh Goodyears on it.
Got his average running position tonight. Really close coming off pit road there with Brad Keselowski.
And I'll just mention that 67 laps, I believe these cars can go to the end on fuel. I'm not sure that they can get there on the right front tire. We've seen the tires coming off the lap 50, 55, but say we have a couple more yellows. 67 gold might not be 67 green. So if we ride right under yellow here, if we get a delay, or if we get another quick yellow, these guys could feel that they're in position to connect this to the end of the race on their tank of smuggled gas.
Check that radar. It's been a big topic of conversation. We've had reports of rain in the Charlotte area, but you can tell right now the system's staying to our west when you look at where the rain is developed in relation to the racetrack. So we may be able to catch a break here tonight when it comes to Mother Nature.
I hope so. The racing has been outstanding. The crowd is outstanding. They've come out to support this event. I hope they get all 400 miles.
See this coming off the pit lane. We talked about it. Gibbs coming off and how close he was with Keselowski on the exit. Not as tight from that angle. And the onboard, boy, it really made me nervous. The one thing I would say, too, about pitting here is we watch this exit from another angle. Daniel Suarez gets the free pass. So you got 17 cars on the lead lap now. And I'm sure that is a part of the equation when you start making some of these decisions and where you are and the opportunity to overcome some compromised track position.
It's like you said earlier in the show, Adam, can't give up. We can't write anybody off in this race because we start to see in these moments guys getting back on the lead lap, guys finding a way to flip, some track position. This race got blew up just a couple of cautions ago, where they're churned throughout the entire field, and so now we got all kinds of different tire strategies and so forth, and a lot of different things going on. But you can't never give up in the 600-mile race here at Charlotte.
Aerial coverage tonight brought to you by Goodyear. Born on the track, built for the street.
Imagine it. Drive by this place most days of the year. It just doesn't look the same until it's filled up with race fans and the lights are on. Quite a facility. Across the street, dirt track's even lit tonight. They got it all lit up. Drag strip right behind it. Mecca racing been built right here.
Let's get a report on our race leader, Trevor.
Yeah, guys, coming to a really important moment for Shane Van Gisbergen here. They've been discussing the choose. He's been really, really strong on the outside all night, but we've seen the bottom have a little bit better grip to get going. I think with a tire deficit, this 97's looking here to go to the top, go with his gut. Where's he been good, Kim?
Well, Trevor, William Byron up to the 8th position. It's interesting because Pretty Frigo told me this morning, look, we've basically been an 8th place car all year long. That's not where we want to be. We are not happy being in the second half of the top 10. You got to imagine, though, that they're happy with where they are right now because it has been a blue-collar day. He has spent the race in the second half of the field for the majority of these 335 laps, and he has rooted and clawed his way back up there. At one point, it was even a lap down. So right now, William Byron on the charge, Marty.
65 to go, and look who is in the 3rd position, Kyle Larson. Just talked to Cliff Daniels, his crew chief, just seconds ago. I said, does this caution help you out a little bit because you can shorten your 2 runs to make it to the end? Because they have had problems with cording, especially the right front of the 5. He said, no question, but I think it helps everybody in the field. But he said, honestly, I'm juggling a lot right now. There's lightning in the area. I think that's one thing we have to think about, and we have to figure out when we want to make that final stop. And is it 2 or 4 on that final stop? Cliff Daniels said, I don't know that yet, but there's a lot at play right now.
Thank you, Marty. And now we do the choose.
I think Shane's going to take the top because if we watched the last restart with the 54 on the inside, he could not finish the corner. Lost a ton of spots down the back straightaway. And as Trevor mentioned, on the older tire, give him a little less grip. So we haven't seen anyone be able to launch Steve and be clear by turn 1, right? So if you know you're going to have somebody on your quarter panel on the outside, you don't have a shot. You've got to take the outside, which he does. And that's his hope is he can fire off into turn 1 and 2, hold it wide open. The guy on the bottom, they struggle trying to finish throttle, and he can clear off the turn 2.
I think very simply, taking the top, you 50-50 of maintaining the lead, but you're going to be top 2 into turn 3. Taking the bottom, you can come off turn 2 at 6 or 7. And he just knows that can't. He's having a great day. He would love to win this race. But even if Bell clears him, he could settle in and try to have a great run. Let's listen to Bell, who'll start inside front row.
So if there's no yellow, we have to run stop. That is correct. And we will have enough fuel. It's just going to be a matter of making the right side tires live. Have we had any tire issues today? They've been used up, but they haven't had an issue. I think we can squeak 10 more out of them.
I love this. Yeah, that's what we love. Hey, we've asked Goodyear to make that type of a tire for us. Challenge these teams. Challenge these drivers. We're going to have to manage a little bit of the tire. That's part of the game. I love to see who can do it and who has a challenging time.
And that radio will help in 97. If you lose track position, you run 15 or 20, pit under green, go back out, and push those guys that are trying to stretch their good years into wearing their tires out.
Look at race times this season. Over 500 miles already tonight. Over 4 hours time a day. Restart coming here. 63 to go. Shane Van Gisbergen in charge.
Oh, almost 3 wide, but then he's going to have to back out.
Bell coming in the inside lane. Hamlin looking underneath Larson.
Bell trying not to get side grabs, but he's going to.
SVG doing a great job.
Bell trying to clear. He's in the gas. He's going to clear SVG off of turn 4 for the lead. Denny into 3rd. Larson. Reddick in 5th.
Bell back on point. It's like 27 laps tonight.
Here comes Denny Hamlin around the top of the racetrack. Does he have the run to be able to get around SVG? Doesn't want to let Christopher Bell get away. SVG goes low. That's going to get Denny the top of the racetrack. I kind of like that for the 11. Denny can't make it work up there. SVG with a great corner, actually. Close the gap a little bit to the 20.
Reddick goes around Larson for 4th. Remember, Reddick's in a little bit better tire situation where a lot of guys took 2 on that last cycle when those guys pitted. He took 4. Might pay off in the long haul here. We'll see.
Now Bell has that information that he may not be coming to pit road again, so he's going to have to really manage his mirror. As we see, man, Osavar, Gibbs, McDowell, Jones, all stacked in there.
Denny side dragged an SVG down the front straightaway.
Still trying to get around this 97 per second.
He's like, clear.
Just about got him. Yeah, up the track. He's going to clear.
Now this is going to be a really interesting battle because I thought the 11 was the best long run car all night except for the last long run where it was Bell. A little bit better tires, but I really thought his car was better also. Now we're going to see 60 to go, 59 this time back.
A solid night for Christopher Bell. Didn't have great track position to start the evening because we didn't qualify here yesterday. They've had a couple of penalties on pit road. It's been a yo-yo night. Give it, take it back. Give it, take it back. But now here we are, fourth quarter. Everything's on the line, and Bell is out front and in control.
Reddick with a lot of momentum around the top of 3 and 4, going to the inside of SVG here. Tries to get to the quarter panel. He does. Side by side, neck and neck into 1. 45 should be able to clear. Go up the racetrack just a little bit, take that line away.
And the 4 tires I was questioning on Reddick look genius now because if they are going to have to stretch, forget about stretching the 3 car. Right smoking.
Sorry.
Huge damage on the right front.
On the pit road there.
No caution yet. Looks like we'll stay green.
Big contact on the right side there. Taking it to the garage.
What I was saying about the 45 is those fresher left side tires will aid in the wear on the right side. You know, they're kind of helping them out.
Briscoe and Priest released from the care center after that crash we had moments ago. What do you have on the 45, Marty?
I was going to follow up on what you and Steve talked about with that 4-tire stop. Talked to Billy Scott, Steve, and he said, listen, I guess there are 4 tires at that point, giving me way more optionality on the next stop. I feel like I can go right or 4 if I have to. I asked Bill Daniels the same question. He said, I think everyone has to take 4, but Billy Scott thinking, I might be able to take 2 on this final stop.
The interesting thing is Bell and Adam Stevens were talking like there wasn't going to be a final stall for the 20 car. It's going to be a lot of chess match here with 56 to go.
Think about all these drivers in the top 10. Talk about the problems for Bell, the 2 penalties. We got Zane Smith back up there inside the top 10. He too had a penalty tonight, was caught speeding. Logano started 33rd, but he's running 7th right now. Blaney had the pit stop issue. He's in the top 10. Byron's been 120 laps. 1 lap down. He's 11th right now. Someone else to monitor, Ty Gibbs. They made that pit stop. Lap 333, got 4 tires. He's worked his way to 9th in the running order. On board here.
Take a look at the replay of the incident for the 3 car. Well, he broke some on the right front. Hard contact. Get down to, oh, that's pretty hard. Something on the right front gave up.
I'm going to tell you, we mentioned Zane and overcoming the speeding penalty. This has just been so impressive for this young driver from California.
Yeah, it has what it takes. I know he's in a program that's trying to build and improve, and these are the kind of runs that a team like this can really build off of and carry forward. Hope Zane can stick around and in the Cup Series for a long time. I truly believe he's got the talent.
Does have a Truck Series championship competing in NASCAR and racing right now behind one of the best.
When you think about the organization as a whole, you know, front row has 3 drivers. Zane Smith at 26 years old, Todd Gilliland at 26 years old, Noah Graham at 27 years old. So a lot of youth, but normally you see one veteran driver mixed in to try to help lead through some of these decisions you have to be made. They've leaned into 3 young drivers. I think they all bring different things to the table. Zane, I think, is just proving right here, Kim, that that when they have the car and the race falls their way, he can get down behind the wheel.
Absolutely, and Brian Bergenti, the crew chief, has been so complimentary of his young driver, saying he's very coachable, and that's what you want in a young driver. He just trusts Ryan and the decisions he makes as a crew chief. And Ryan also telling me they kind of reverted back to the middle of where they were last year in terms of what they're doing on mile and a half. Behind the scenes, things kind of changing a little bit, that have adjusted their approach coming to the intermediate, but right now just showing what they've got running in the 6th position.
Referenced this earlier, getting it done here tonight. And next Sunday, we race at Nashville Super Speedway, where 2 years ago he got his best ever finish at the Cup level, running second. So a lot of promise for that team and optimism.
Last 2 laps on the racetrack, Denny Hamlin's been about a 1/10 and a half, 2 tenths quicker, and you can see he's starting to close the gap on Christopher Bell. Reddick back in 3rd, matching lap times with Denny. Bell could be managing his pace, running just hard enough. Denny's having to go up there to the top of the racetrack, super challenging up there, as rough as it is. But he can make a lot of time and speed. He does it just right. He has to be very careful not to put that car into the fence up there.
Go back to last year, Denny was in the game. They had that fueling issue, so we had to make an extra stop. And there's a caution. 48 to go. Our 10th caution tonight for weather, as we have lightning in the area.
That's unfortunate. That was starting to develop into a pretty interesting process between these two drivers, but there you see some of the weather starting to kind of build closer toward the speedway.
What I do love, though, is there's this big kind of gap behind it. That I think if we could stay dry, lightning, it's normally, 30 minutes. So, you know, if we could avoid getting the track wet, I think that we're going to see some more racing. I think that's really our concern, right? Is will this delay get us to a weather situation?
Yeah, when lightning gets in the area, NASCAR's not going to mess around. And you saw the red in the radar out to our west. So to Steve's point, we're not getting rain here, but the lightning was just close enough. And once that cell gets through and the lightning hold is lifted, maybe we avoid any precipitation and we can get this thing going once again in fairly short order.
We'll see what NASCAR does. In the past, they have treated lightning just like rain. What I mean by that is they don't open pit road while they are under red. We're going to work our way to a red flag condition here to not change the running order. So I think for Bell, Hamlin, Reddick, the decision right now is there is no decision. I think pit road is going to be closed. We'll stop the cars. Now, to the other side of that, there's going to be a lot of decisions, but they'll have 30 minutes to ponder.
Is that good or bad? Sometimes quick decisions are easier than ones that you sit around and think about for a while.
My career has been quick decisions and a lot of regret for the bad ones.
That's right.
You know.
Hey, give it credit where credit's due here. You know, Van Gisbergen on those older tires, and yeah, he didn't keep the lead on the restart, but he's hanging in the top 5, and now you get this caution, it might play right to them, you know?
Really done an amazing job. And, you know, you can only, there's parts of it. You learn how to, like, be more consistent, the ovals, all these different things. But Dale, I don't think there's any sim work and any video work you can do other than running in the top 5, right? You learn how to race around those guys in the top 5 and the tricks of the trade around some of these restarts. And you talk about, you know, kind of turning in lane and blocking the air. And he's been messing with these guys all night long.
He thinks he's very, very much alive to make this chase. Sitting right there as they run, 13th in points. And you've got a couple of road courses here in the middle of the summer. So if he can do this, just moderately be, you know, top 15 in these ovals, he's going to take a spot that, you know, from someone else. And that's going to be pretty impressive.
That's a cool story. And, you know, that's the one thing, Gail, you and I have talked so much about the points and the change. And I know you've been a big advocate. We've heard you know, you were talking about it before the change, and you've really endorsed it since that time. But what it does for the summer months and the battles and the management within races and having to avoid the problems. And you look at the standings as we run here, Reddick's been outrageous, right? And he's at the midway point running away with that regular season crown. But if you look on back, there's a whole lot to be decided. Who's going to get in, and then maybe more importantly, who can get get up there top 5, 6, 7,
Yes.
and
Yes.
really be where they need to be once we reset in September.
So just to remind the fan who's tuning in, this year we are back to a chase format, top 16 advanced, but advanced with a reset. Everyone's not equal, and the leader has a bigger advantage over second and third and so forth. And with all the simulations, everybody loves numbers and data crunching anymore. You know, there are examples. The Tony Stewart year, for example, if you go and have a magnificent 10 races, you can recover from outside that top 10, top 12. But if you take, quote, standard performance or consistent performance, the top 5 or 6 cars definitely have a big advantage.
So you see the seating on the right side, and it's you know, we kind of have the old chase back, but there is a massive advantage to being, say, in that top 6 or that top 5, as opposed to a driver who's 10th through 16th. Basically, 100, you know, if you're in 16th, you're 100 points out when the chase begins with 10 races. You're going to need not only the guys in the first seed, but also everyone below him, the next 5 or 6 spots, to have trouble to be able to climb your way back into an opportunity to win the championship. It's very unlikely. I feel like, personally, the champion comes out of the top 6, and yeah, we'll see how it all shakes out.
We just got word. We've been cleared by the meteorologist.
The lightning hole is gone in the other direction. Pit road open, money stop here, 45 laps to go.
Trevor Bain, here they are.
Yes, sir, Steve. There was a lot of confusion on the radio for the 20 whether or not the pits were going to be open or whether they were going to go back green, but they decided to come down pit road, go ahead and get those 4 fresh good years of fuel. No changes for this 20 car.
Trevor, there was a lot of confusion on every radio, including Cliff Daniels and Kyle Larson. He said, they're not doing a 30-minute hold, and Cliff Daniels said, no, they're opening pit road right now. Larson's a little bit too tight this run. Meanwhile, Tyler Reddick coming down. 4 fresh Goodyear tires for Reddick. And a drag race off pit road that was almost 4 wide at one point, Adam.
Suarez, 2 tires plus 13. Bell and Hamlin come off second and third with those 4 tires. Larson and Reddick right behind him. This is a very bizarre
I'm glad to hear there's confusion down there because I'm confused.
Yeah, in the past, anytime there was a lightning strike within 8 or so miles of the racetrack, there's a 30-minute hold. That has always sort of been the case over the last several years. This is the very first time that I can remember that they've had a meteorologist on site to tell them that they're good to go and to clear the lightning hold. I think it might have been serving everybody on pit road a little bit to add another lap before they brought up the pit road, but they cleared it, open pit road. Make your decision, fellas. You coming down to get 2 tires or 4?
I'm guessing it's because I'm not going to claim to be a meteorologist, but it's
Lightning
moving away.
Yeah.
Moving away, so.
Well, it's a new thing. We've never done that before.
Hey, listen, if this gets some more racing for the fans, and the experts say it's safe, then I'm all for it. Let's have some more racing. But I just expected, as did it sound like the crew chiefs expected, that we were under a warning. Yeah, 30 minutes for sure. Let's hear what the 11 had to say.
Yeah, they had said that they got the all clear from the lightning. It was 6 miles away, but moving away from Tommy.
Well, hey, I love it. I love it.
If that's all, I wish I knew that's all it took. I could have told that in a lot of other scenarios in the past. It was moving away, guys.
Well, now we have it. What do we have? We have Suarez out here, 2, a whole bunch of guys on 4, 43 to go. Man.
What a play for Suarez. I mean, we were talking about the standings and where everybody is, and, you know, he comes in just above that chase cut line. Play some games here. Over 40 laps to go, right? Who knows? Put yourself in a position to roll the dice, and it hasn't been an easy night for Suarez, but we also have to salute what an outstanding job he has done in year 1 at Spire. I mean, questions about how would that go, and they really have done a solid job in the first half of the regular season.
I would have never said this was a move up, right? I would have never, if anything, maybe a lateral move from car to car, but it's actually been better for him. I think that he feels like he's in a situation where he can get the tools he needs, and we're going to find out just how tenacious he wants to be and how hungry he is on this restart. He's going to come to the chooser on the front straightaway, I believe, and if I were him on these tires, I would take the outside again. We talk about whether to be on the inside or outside. I think if you have used tires, you can try to take the outside, but it'll be a little more difficult with that 20 car now for the Goodyears. the bottom of the racetrack. So he goes low, 20 to the outside.
When SPG took the high lane on that last restart as the control car out front, that was only the third time tonight the race leader had taken the outside lane.
The hope is that Suarez can get a launch and get a good shove from this guy right here, Kyle Larson. He wants to be clear through turns 1 and 2. He does not want the 20 car to be on his right rear quarter panel and side drafting him right here on corner exit down the back straightaway. It'll all come down to the launch and how well that car behind you in row 2 can work with you and help you push and shove out clear into the lead.
What's up, Kim?
Yeah, great job by Ryan Sparks. Appreciate you call that 2-tire pit stop, but they've had a couple challenges up against it. Remember, they pitted under green unscheduled twice tonight. One where he thought he had a tire going down, the second where he had that early vibration. They also have 2 different crew members on their crew this week. The Jackman, Spencer Bishop new, the carrier, Andrew Egnisarski, are both new this week. In fact, Daniel telling me they practiced twice this week. It's usually just once or twice a month. He doesn't remember the last time that he has practiced this much. Also of note, his entire family is here. They do not live in Charlotte, and he told me how special this weekend is because he barely gets to see them throughout the year. They make the trip for Memorial Day weekend, this race specifically, and so it's just time he really gets to spend with his family.
See, the 7 car's got his hand out the window. Watch his hand right here. He's waving. All right, get the gas, Larson. Get up here, push me in the back bumper.
Restart 41 to go. Big shove. 7 jumps out front from the inside lane. Assist from Kyle Larson.
That's how you do it right there.
Still thinking about the weather. Bell outside of Larson. Hamlin back there. Gibbs is in the game. Right down the middle. Tyler Reddick in the 45.
Rewind down the front straightaway to 2. Reddick's clear. Still side by side with his owner, Denny Hamlin. Denny to the top of the racetrack. Denny has good speed around the high side there. He's going to clear that 45. And he's got to run on the 5 down the back straightaway to the inside of Larson for 3rd.
Hamlin for 3rd. There he is, making the move inside of Larson. Bell all over the backside of Suarez. And here comes Hamlin as the caution waves. Getting reports of rain in turn 2. So our second caution here in this final stage for weather. First for lightning, a very temporary hold there. And now some raindrops. You heard it on the radio. It's been dancing all around us.
We're on board with the 11. No drops yet. Now, I'm all for the caution. We've seen situations where cars at this speed have gone in and the rain comes right away. So I'm a believer that we put these spotters around the racetrack for a reason, and they need to be empowered that if they feel drops, we have to go under caution. Poor Danny and Bell probably think, could we have run one more lap or one more set of corners? But the radar looks almost to the west of us, but hopefully this is just going to be a quick little passing shower. I mean, there's definitely a blip of rain. You see the blip, but like the big stuff is northwest of us.
There is nothing on that radar that would indicate that we're going to lose this racetrack. And that's a very optimistic thought for sure, but the radar has been pretty true to us all night long.
More aggressive climbing. Like Phil Riley Herbst is in the gas to his outside. Man, contact there. That last set of corners with the leaders as well. I'm going to say it was. Riley's like, he's like mad. He's like, I'm coming down. I'll get you in the right front. A couple of buddies out there just arguing over a spot.
What these fans have here in the front row, waving their hats to the drivers as they go by. Awesome crowd. I couldn't believe last night. I was here for the O'Reilly race, so the truck race rained out on Friday evening. They had rescheduled it for Saturday morning. Fans were here at 7:30 yesterday. The truck race didn't happen. Rains throughout the day. O'Reilly doesn't wrap last night till just short of midnight, and we still had fans here.
Amazing.
They had come out and been unbelievable all weekend long, despite Mother Nature. you're running to that middle portion of the stage to get your pit stop. And with that, the way the cycles are, it kind of keeps the field tightened up. And we just had a lot of fun. We did it last year. It's been the same here tonight. So if we get up to the last restart, the 7 has a hand out the window. He waves and says, all right, get the gas, Larson. And Larson jumps the gas, and then the 7 goes. So he gives the 5 a chance to connect to the bumper. And then you throttle up. We do this all the time at Daytona, Talladega, stuff like that. And that allows the 7 to clear the 20, so he can't be sidedrafted. And he turns 1 and 2. They continue to run here. Get up there behind that 20 and try to get in the corner. So a bad spot for the 5 to be in right there. A little bit dirty air behind that 7, so he loses second spot in the bell. Down the front straightaway here. Denny's fighting back there, 3 wide with his teammates. 7 crosses over in front of the 20 and takes a little bit of air away from him, but the 20 gets a good run down the back straightaway. Now watch right here. This is what concerns me a little bit with the 7. We get down in the corner. 7 goes in the middle, but stops up in front of the 20. He's out of the gas. Here comes Denny. Caution comes out. So I'm not sure what happened right there. But it was like the 7 had a little bit of trouble with 3 and 4 with the balance of the car. Riding on with 5. Larson on the same restart. Just a good little restart between the 7 and the 5. I hadn't really seen anybody launch it well enough to clear entirely from the front row. What do you have for us, Kim?
I've got Ryan Sparks, crew chief for Daniel Suarez. You made the call for 2 tires there. If and when we go back green here, what's your concern with all the guys behind you having 4?
No concern. We were just in a perfect situation to take 2 right there. We saw the guys hang on earlier and they did that. So we've got a fast freeway insured Chevrolet Camaro all night. We've had to overcome a lot. So, super proud of everybody hanging in there and just appreciate all the men and women that fight for our country and allowing us to come out here and do this over the weekend. So I got the best men for the job to see if we can capitalize here. But I'd love to see it rain a little harder here, but I think we're going to get back going. So if we just head out, we'll be okay.
I was going to ask, I love appreciation here all this perspective. You have the radar up on your computer, you're closing before we went on air. So what is your take on what the weather's going to do?
It's been crazy all weekend. You really hadn't been able to predict it. We thought the whole weekend was going to be a washout, and it really hasn't been. It was crazy last night. There's no fog yet, so maybe that'll roll in, and we can top this thing off with a win.
Thanks, Ryan. Good luck. Trevor?
Here with Adam Stevens. Adam, you guys have been fast all day long. Recovered from 2 penalties on pit road. Passed more cars than anybody. But now you're in this situation, stop and go. How hard is this for you right now to watch these raindrops coming down in second place?
Gosh, it's tough. But looking at the radar, I think it's going to clear up soon. There's enough cars out there. They should get this thing dried up and we can settle on track.
Tell me about the confusion there when the lightning happened. It sounded like on the radio, everybody was kind of wondering, is pit road going to be open? You might have made a last-second call to get 4 tires. You think that's going to be enough to get by the second car here?
Yeah, the normal protocol is lightning is 30-minute hold. But I guess there's a new rule or procedure that if it's going away and if it's a certain distance away, then they don't have to have a hold. So it was precautionary that they wouldn't get more lightning, and here we are. But the last thing as a competitor, you don't want them to open pit road when the caution came for weather, and then that's the end of the day. So that gets all jumbled up. But we're in proper racing order here, and hopefully we can get back after it.
All right, guys, we're ready to go back racing here.
Let's chat with Cliff Daniels here. What a racing thing for Kyle Larson. You predicted the lightning, can you predict the rain as well for him?
I don't know about that. We're getting a lot of texts from all of our teammates back in the shop and guys that live near here. But overall solid day for our team. For the HitterCars.com Chevy, Kyle's done a great job. The team's done a great job hanging in there. We haven't had the best short run speed all day, but we've been pretty good middle to the end of the run. So we'll see with as many laps left as there are. I was kind of
hoping for a little bit more, just to get a little longer run. But
if you run a handful and get another shot to hit, then that's going to put in our victory's hands as well. So we're still in the fight. We're going to keep fighting.
Overall, has this been one of the more well-executed races for the 5 team this year?
Yeah, to be honest, I didn't really hear what you said, but overall solid day and little adjustments here and there on the car, but Kyle's done a good job here. So, like I said, we're going to keep up.
You know why Cliff couldn't hear what I said, Adam? You can hear the pace pick up on the cars on the track, and hopefully we're going to get back to doing here soon.
Yeah, they're in the shoes. It looks like Suarez picked the bottom again, and Bell and Hamilton caught the racetrack with Larson slotted in there in third. With their precipitation on the top of the roof of the 5 car there, down the back straightaway. But you see the lights back on, yeah.
We're going to go down the big road.
Well, how about that? That's the trend. I mean, that's more than just pacing for a couple laps to see what's going on. There must be some pretty good participation happening around the racetrack.
Ryan Sparks getting what he needed to.
I tell you. There was one little it's over us here, and there's another one building up in 8 miles. So, I tell you, I've seen it at this track before, and unfortunately I was on the other end of it. But I love the chance. Now, if you are wondering, we chose without the pit road being open. That's a rule that NASCAR's implemented this year just for this sort of occasion, because if they would have had to open pit road and then the shower would have came, you can't go back to the last one. You can't revert back. So they have the ability to go through a caution flag cycle for weather and not open pit road. They implemented it there, and I think it's a nice little change to the procedure, because you heard Adam Stevens say the last thing you want is to have a pit call determine the finish. You want to at least get the cars fired back up. Hoping though this rain kind of gets out of here and we see some racing.
Red flag for rain with 34 laps to go in the Coca-Cola 600. And now we do our race recap in what's been an unbelievable day at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Pre-race ceremony here at the track. And the big family was here and honored. And look at the NASCAR community standing behind them. Very touching moment. This is man formation prior to green, and then once we hit green, a silent lap of the race.
The first accident of the race, got straight, gets loose, slides down the racetrack. Parking road, tires on it, get back out on the racetrack, got the motor around.
Well, I had that car back in the top 10.
And that's unfortunate for the two. It's sitting loose right in front of Bell, goes up. Eye contact with the wall, but then right here, you
No.
feel it. Comes in, nowhere to go. Heavy contact into both the lead and the Tuesday. Both drivers, except for the leads, they were fine, but heavy contact. The main driver involved in this 24 Byron. Fairly quick for two. Hadn't really been that great tonight. Maybe it was well. Then you don't see every day Chase Elliott losing control of the Napa Chevrolet down the back straightaway, the inside wall. To the end of the lap for Chase.
And he's been good throughout the night. Larson has been able to show his stuff. Briscoe was in until the track. Eric Jones has been around. Stage 1 goes to Larson after some really good racing.
More good racing here between teammates, the 19 and Briscoe and Jimmy Hamlin. But Hamlin dominated. Very small stage 2.
Hamlin's like 75 laps tonight. In stage 2. All the drivers come down pit road. We honor and remember our fallen heroes with a moment of silence and an unbelievable drone show here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Captain Leg doing the double. Unfortunately, has had some issues here tonight after crashing at Indy, but what a feat to try to pull it off in the 2 different cities in the same day.
Real comes off in the first stage there, forcing a yellow flag. bit long for the green flag pit stop. Comes out with fresh tires, storms from 9 seconds back all the way to the lead to win stage 3. So accident, 47, Skip Haskins in the back, or Warren Chastain. Chastain goes for a run out of the inside wall here. Big hit for the one. That just kind of started the action on the back stretch. That was a hot spot for the next handful of laps. Once again, back straightaway, going to look a lot like the last lap. The 19 moves down, the 17 moves down the gap. There's contact. That'll take out the 60 of Priest, the 19 of Briscoe. And then Perry gets a little bit of this as well. You see them trying to avoid huge contact for the 19 on the inside wall.
This boy has Down syndrome and doesn't have any.
Saving grace for Briscoe, 24 stage points before fashion. Shane Van Gisbergen came a lot tonight. Yeah, he did a great job. Then running up front, decided to stay out. He held the lead for one restart, but there was just too much speed in that morning of down. Ended up getting by, and then another set of cycles at 7, takes a couple tires, gets the front, and then has able to hold the lead on this restart. Great hook from the 5. That's where we are right now. Since we trained and athletes, Suarez leads the field. The drivers kind of sitting there, not a whole lot to do. We're going to try to reach out to Tyler Reddick and see if we can get a word from this guy in the 45. Hey, Tyler Reddick, the guy at the booth, you got us?
Hey, yes sir, got you guys.
Well, man, you looked pretty good earlier in the night. Need a little track position. How good's the car here?
Well, it seems like our Formula 1 O'Reilly Auto Parts Camry is really, really good. Kind of a shame there in stage 3, we kind of fell off. First time we've had that all night, and yeah, we had to fight pretty hard there. I feel like 11 and 20 are strong, and the fight getting really hard there. Yeah, man, I just feel like we got to get a really good restart here, and anything is possible here in the closing lap when we get back going.
Yeah, I know you've been waiting on the top of the racetrack to come in, but the bottom's actually been pretty good all night, a little bit different than what we saw last year. What do you think the difference is?
Yeah, man, it's kind of hard to say. Just, I don't know if the track is just worn out enough where that bottom just works a little bit better, the 3 and 4, but yeah, it's been fun. It's been a big handful. Typically that top 1 and 2 comes in and you can rip it, and it's been kind of treacherous all night, but 3 and 4, man, is just been real rough. It's been hard on us inside the car, but it's been a good, fun handful. It's a great place to have a 600-mile race, that's for sure.
Seeing a lot of drivers with tire issues. How have you been managing the right front tire? A lot of guys have had cording issues. How's that going for you?
Yeah, we've been doing pretty good with that. A couple runs early in the race, we were definitely kind of one or the other, but yeah, the guys, Billy Scott and the team's been doing a good job of helping me work through it, help me adjust and do things I need to do, so feel pretty good about it. We're getting ready to go.
We really appreciate the opportunity to talk to you. I know it's been a long night. 34 to go, buddy. Good luck.
Yeah, good done.
Love the insight there from Tyler Reddick. Such a great start to the year for driver 45, the 5 victories, championship lead. Looks like we're getting ready to go racing again. We'll continue to monitor the red flag, and when we go back to caution, in the meantime, let's go down to Danielle and the fellas.
Thanks so much, Double A. Still under the red flag here with 34 laps to go. Carl Edwards, Corey LaJoy, watching these cars sit on pit road. It is hot. It is muggy. And if we go back green, it's going to be a shootout to the finish. What is going through the driver's mind sitting on pit road right now?
Well, I mean, you're hot. You've been sitting in the car legitimately strapped in tight for 5 hours, Carl.
Yeah, and Suarez is thinking, hasn't anybody checked the price of jet fuel lately? I mean, shut these things off. It's raining. It's terrible. I sat in both positions. I sat there as the person leading the race, and if this thing rains, you get it. And I've been the person saying, come on, we can race in anything. Let's just go. I think a genius call by Ryan Sparks. It puts them in this position. I hear the cars moving, though, and the rain is just drizzling. I think we're going to get some more racing in it.
And what an interesting opportunity. Get just a reset. A reset. No, you've got 35 laps for a crown jewel race. We've got the 20 in the mix. You get the 45 in the mix, trying to win 6 out of the first 13 races, which would be an incredible feat. Who knows what's going to happen to finish this race off?
If what we saw up to this point is any indication, I think what you just said is brilliant. I think these folks, all the drivers, got a reset here. And I think the intensity level is going through the roof. The last look at the radar I got, there were still a couple little cells. This could be a 5, 6, 10 lap shootout. They might not even get 33. If it's 33, though, still, what we've seen today is 3 wide, diving, risking, sliding the cars, all the cautions thrown to the wind to get this win.
Well, we've had 550 miles of give and take. Now it is nothing but take. Everybody's taking. We're literally lights off coming to the green here, Carl. I'm fired up.
And at this point, when the lights go out like this, you know it's on the line. I can hear the crowd behind us cheering. That the heart is pounding. I think we might have just seen some lightning out there. I mean, this is it, guys. It is. It's time to go.
A reminder, however we settle the score here tonight in the Coca-Cola 600, Amazon Prime with a full 1-hour live post-race show. Dale and Stevie coming back down to the desk to break it all down, boys. Let's see how this all shakes out.
Lights back on the pace car, unfortunately. I thought we were coming to green, and it was going to be interesting because after sitting on pit road, I didn't know if you could get the tires cleaned up in a half a lap. But now they'll have a lap and a half to kind of work those tires in for this launch.
Yeah, man, this car's trying their hardest to get us back to green. And just being patient, being conservative, I like it. I am curious, again, another sort of moment to allow the track to rest. A little bit of rain, cooling track temperatures, tires cooling down. I think the cars will be capable of a whole lot more grip, a lot more commitment from the drivers off into the corner. So,
that fastest lap right there currently could be Ty Gibbs has it lap 3:14. I think we're getting ready to see another fast lap set.
Yes, sir. Fans are loving it. Sellout crowd. Guys staying till the end. And I have a feeling this finish will give them their money's worth. So many good stories up there inside the top 10. And half of them, it's a who's who. Guys that have won championships, won big races, you expect to always be there. And then there are some other drivers looking for a little bit of an upset special in a crown jewel race. Logano trying to get back on track. He's in the top 10.
Lights out on the pace car again, so we'll see if we can get around 24 here and see a green flag. You mentioned the names, right? We have Suarez leading, but we have that outside of Val, Hamlin, Reddick, Zane Smith, continuing that great run. Ryan Blaney back in the mix.
Executing restarts. So key at this place. Suarez in charge. Going to be 31 to go when we come back and get the green flag. Away from the 7. Trying to get a little help from the 5 Larson. Does a good job and launches clear of the 20 of Christopher Bell. 2 for 2 on executing those restarts. The 7 and 5. Suarez is gone. Bell through to second. 3 wide for third. Hamlin on the outside.
Nate Smith in that 38. It's going to side by side with the 5 Dragons. Drags him back a little bit. Denny to the bottom, trying to get underneath the 20. His teammate.
Reddick gave a big shove to Hamlin, who had the momentum, drove down low, and he's working over Bell for the runner-up spot. Reddick right there as well.
Where Reddick might go there, he had a big enough run, and maybe even thinking about doing 3 wide. Denny up the racetrack. Christopher Bell right to the outside, down the back straightaway. Here comes the 45. Reddick to the inside of Denny. Brandon Bell, clear track, upper lane to use. He's been so good in that top lane. Christopher Milk closing in on the 7th. 3 wide back there behind him. 12 of Blaney to the inside.
Blaney making a move on Gibbs. Hamlin looking low on Suarez for the lead. Bell is there as well.
Oh, contact.
11 and 20 get together.
That was pretty heavy. Diddy to the inside. Bell hard in the throttle. Nowhere to go with that 7 in front of him.
Suarez doing a great job of playing defense.
Caution back out.
I'll tell you, Suarez racing for his life. And the rain's giving him a chance. I mean, you get one big shower that could make this thing official, and he could be able to finish the deal as strong as he's been on these restarts.
The Gibbs teammates could never kind of figured it out. I think if they got single file, they had a chance. But right here, the 20 has a great run. So kind of, it's probably incidental because I don't think anybody meant. I think the 20 was coming down, the 11 was coming up, but it was heavy contact between the two.
Staggered. Bottom 3.
No more with Denny Hamlin.
Dragon point coming up back. Dragon point.
Hard racing.
Clear.
And now it's raining heavy here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
It sure is. Oh, it's pouring. This is.
They're going to lose. Yeah, they're going to lose the track quickly. They'll probably get them on the pit road. There is a lot of room behind this, though, as you see, southwest. And NASCAR will give it their best effort to try to get more racing or complete the show tonight. It's 11:30. I don't know how long they'll try to work to get this in.
What a night for Suarez.
I'm telling you.
When you think about the adversities that he's faced and how they've stayed in the game,
It's raining hard. We heard from Ryan Sparks, the street chief, 213 starts on top of the pit box for a handful of drivers. He's never won a race. Suarez, 2 wins in his career and 335 starts. And I don't want to call it the Cinderella season because I think Spire's been building towards this. But, they won that first race with Justin Haley in a weather situation down at Daytona. They won that second race just a few weeks ago with Hocevar at Talladega. To think that they could get their 3rd win, the second of the year with Suarez would be just I don't think even Spire could have thought 2 wins in a year.
Well, let's think about what they're probably thinking about. And as hard as it's rained and you've lost the track, it's completely soaked. If it stopped right now, you've got an hour and a half of work to do before you even think about getting this thing going again. How much more? And it's got to stop for that to start, that to begin. So this is at least a 2-hour process, well into the 2 a.m. to try to restart this race.
I think the question's going to be, because I think it's almost stopped.
And it's a very short band, right? A lot of room behind it. It's kind of really up to NASCAR.
Oh, but it's not stopped in this camera. I mean, it's pouring right here over the 7th car.
I go back to NASCAR Live before we went green tonight, and Suarez was on the desk with Danielle and others. And he talked about everything Kyle Busch had meant to him, and how he reached out to him, and how he mentored him, and they were teammates at Joe Gibbs Racing. Spent 2 years together there in Cup. But Suarez would go over and run the truck occasionally at KBM, pick up a victory there. Kyle would call him in 2015 when he was going to tracks he had never been to before, help him with his craft.
I remember that race he mentioned in Michigan, his first Xfinity win.
You and I did it in the booth.
Passing Kyle. I was like, nobody does that, right? Kyle in Xfinity or a rally series was automatic. And that was a big, big day for Daniel to pass somebody who was so revered, talented, and appreciated.
There's going to be a lot of comments.
Oh, man,
the race is official. Daniel Suarez wins the Coca-Cola 600. What a tribute to Kyle Busch.
restarts, but you got to give the driver a lot of credit as well on those several restarts, Daniel. I know you said in our pre-race show you've thought about it since Thursday. How badly did you want this one for Kyle?
It really means a lot, man. It really means a lot. I've been saying for years that this is my favorite race of the year. You know, I get to have my family here every year. This is most of the time the only race that I get to come, and it's been a very tough week. You know, Cal, he was special, man. Doing it for Cal, for Samantha, for Brexton, for Lennox, for all his family.
Two that were on our pre-race stage before the race, both showing emotion.
This is very special. You know, every win is special. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you so much.
Jimmy Johnson in with a hug.
But definitely this one has a special flavor because of Cal. This one is for him. If it wasn't for Cal, I wasn't going to be an Xfinity champion. I wasn't going to have my shot in the Cup Series, and to be able to win this race for him is unbelievable.
You mentioned your championship. In some ways, is this win more meaningful than that?
Every win is special. You know, every win is special. The championship was very, very special. But it's been a second, right? But, you know, first win with Aspire Motorsports, Freeway Insurance on the car. Cesar Soriano, the CEO of Freeway Insurance, is here. Just unbelievable. The team did an amazing job. It wasn't easy. We had a lot of issues throughout the race, but they put us in contention, and we executed well.
I gotta ask you how you did it, because they had 2 shots at you with 4 fresh tires on your 2.
The car was fast. We were having some issues, but we knew all weekend that the car had plenty of speed.
You got a battle for us coming up in a little bit, Daniel?
Yeah, I think so. Listen, I want to thank everyone, Freeway Insurance, all partners, Chevrolet, HMS Power, so many people that makes this program as successful as it is.
I know you wanted it for Kyle Busch, and Daniel Suarez pulls it off. What a call by Ryan Sparks, but what a drive for Daniel Suarez at the end of that race. He wins the Coca-Cola 600.
Career win number 3 for Daniel Suarez. And boy, did he work hard to earn it tonight. He was on NASCAR Live with you earlier tonight, Danielle, and now he's going to victory lane.
He certainly was, Adam, discussing his relationship and the deep bond he formed many years ago with Kyle Busch. How fitting that on the day we honor Rowdy's passing, a man he believed in many years ago when he first came to the United States and tried to make it here as a Cup Series driver, winds up winning the Coca-Cola 600.
And look who finished